The Journey of the Mechas. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1: If I Could Live My Life Again. Starship Shield. Closed, Tactical Helium Flash Bomb. Online completed, Ship Separation Program. Online completed, Mother Worm Position, Locked. The synthetic voice of the artificial intelligence machine sounded in the empty bridge. Before the attack began, all the personnel on the mothership had been evacuated, leaving only one person who had to stay because of the special mission. On the main driving seat of the starship on the bridge, a trembling hand straightened the cigarette butt that was about to burn at the corner of his mouth, and a hint of sharpness appeared on his calm face. The man's eyes were fixed on the dense swarm of insects outside the ship, as if he wanted to see through the swarm of insects that were swarming and knocking on the bridge in the next second. Blue River Ship. The gap will be opened soon, an anxious voice sounded in the general channel next to him that had been silent for a long time. Blue River Ship. Please answer if you hear me. Please, I heard you. The man held the cigarette butt in his mouth and responded in a hoarse and calm voice, but his eyes never left the glass screen in front of him. The next moment, a huge fireball exploded on the left side of the starship, and the Zergs crowded on the super-tempered glass of the bow were wiped out. The faint light from the universe shone into the bow and onto the broad, resolute face of the man. The man was wearing a standard space combat suit. If there was any difference, it was that on his shoulder strap, there was a star of general with flowing light. Not far away from the bow, a ferocious Zerg comparable to the size of the Blue River ship was roaring wildly. General Yang, you have 3 minutes, the voice in the channel continued to come, and after a slight pause, it sounded again. Yang Mu. I wish you good luck. Let's save it for good luck to mankind. Yang Mu's eyes did not blink. He stood up and took a deep puff of the cigarette. The burnt cigarette butt fell on the floor, and he exhaled the last wisp of smoke in his chest. Yang Mu put on a holographic helmet, turned around and stood in a 6 or 7 meter high black mecha behind him. The mecha hatch closed, the control cabin system began to operate, and various flashing icons were reflected on the helmet. Old friend, accompany me to fight one last time. In the cockpit, Yang Mu stroked his beloved Annihilation, quietly feeling the fascinating fit brought by the somatosensory operation. After a moment, Yang Mu raised his right hand, manipulated the right arm of Annihilation, and resolutely smashed a red button on the bridge console. Suddenly, this Republic's Yandi-level galaxy mothership exploded from the inside out, and the various ship modules unlocked an advanced splash at a rapid speed and then exploded. The huge movement instantly swept the surrounding counterattack swarms, forming a huge sea of fire in a corner of the universe, making the mother worm exposed in front of Yang Mu very angry. This is a super shell where the ship hull is the shell, and the one who manipulated this shell is the captain of the Blue River ship, Yang Mu. However, this bomb is not the last weapon. The last weapon is Yang Mu and the mecha he manipulated Annihilation. Before the queen worm could mobilize the swarm of insects to counterattack again, a flame mouth on the back of a black mecha in the sea of fire burst out blue flames, spraying out from the sea of fire at an astonishing speed, directly pointing at the queen worm who was screaming in fear. Yang Mu drove the mecha to shuttle flexibly and quickly in the attack of the queen worm. The gleaming titanium alloy knife skillfully picked up or cut the tentacles that came to attack, and before the queen worm launched the electromagnetic pulse, the slender and compact fuselage straightened and smoothly penetrated into the queen worm's body. Yang Mu finally breathed a sigh of relief, put down the somatosensory controller in his hand, unbuckled his seat belt, took off his helmet, and took a deep breath. Yang Mu lowered his head, reached out and picked up a photo next to the operating cabin, and stared at it with a hint of nostalgia in the dim light of the operating room. Goodbye, everything I love. The mechanically timed micro-helium flash bomb on the back of the mecha stopped swinging, and the dazzling white light engulfed the man from behind the seat, illuminating the photo in his hand. That was a girl with a pure and sweet smile, and a boy with a serious face. A beautiful flaming flower suddenly bloomed in the vast sea of stars, beautiful and spectacular, but no one appreciated or admired it. The counterattack against the Zerg invasion has been going on for a year. In just one short year, humans have suffered disastrous defeats in various parts of the galaxy, retreating step by step, and even had to use this method to stop the Zerg's advance. In the past year, thousands of elite mechas soldiers have been lost, and more than 100 major generals and captains have died like Yang Mu. This is the tenacious struggle of humans against the Zerg invasion, or it is a dying struggle. Yang Mu only felt that there was a vast expanse of white in front of him, and he could feel that he was closing his eyes, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't open his eyes. The surroundings were also quiet, and only occasionally, Yang Mu could hear his heavy breathing. Where was he? Is this the world after death? Well, maybe I can see the brothers who died in the fleet, and cat here. Thinking this way, Yang Mu relaxed. He suddenly felt like he was trapped in the clouds, which made every cell in his body feel relaxed. With a soft moan, Yang Mu tried to open his eyes again, but he didn't expect to open them. The white scene was immediately replaced by a dark picture. Yang Mu blinked his eyes several times and finally saw where he was. It seemed to be a room with ordinary decoration. And he seemed to be lying on the bed. Yang Mu twisted his head with difficulty, and finally saw the situation in the room with the moonlight coming in from the window. He seemed to be covered with a blanket with a red mane horse type 2 mecha printed on it. It's funny to say that when he was studying, he was also fascinated by this mecha in the game. At that time, he pestered his mother to buy one for him, and he didn't want to throw it away until it broke. I didn't expect to see the same thing here. Yang Mu sighed in his heart and continued to sweep his eyes to other things in the room. Opposite the bed was an open disc with messy books and other items. On the right wall was a poster of some kind of mecha. In the corner next to the window was a shelf with many small models on it. With many years of experience in the mecha industry, Yang Mu had basic information about them in his mind after just a glance. The first generation of Nightblade, a unique assassination mecha developed by Osa in the early days, had extraordinary superior performance, so that its basic assembly style influenced the assassination mecha styles of various countries. However, due to the need for anti-detection of the power system, the subsequent improved models did not seem to have better improvements on the engine. The forward exoskeleton, a heavy exoskeleton armor equipped by PAJR to various interstellar transport forces, planetary basic defense and guard forces, only carries 2 heavy machine guns in terms of firepower, but has super endurance and traction. In recent years, it seems to have been transitioning to the civilian industry. The Congo Heavy Jet, PAJR's excellent intraplanetary defense fighter, can fly from 0 to Mach 7 in just 4.4 seconds. With a wide belly compartment and extremely powerful firepower, it is the #1 enemy of land mechas. The disadvantage is that it can only glide and land. In the vertical takeoff and landing state, the jet engine will dissolve a big hole in any runway. The supersonic Falcon mobile armor, a general-purpose mecha developed by PAA for land, sea and air, has very strong mobility, but the cost is too expensive. Wait? These models? Yang Mu's face suddenly became a little surprised. He propped up his upper body and carefully counted each model until goosebumps crawled all over his body. This. Impossible. These things are all models that he has collected. Yang Mu jumped up from the bed and rushed to the display shelf in the corner. He squatted down and searched for something. It shouldn't be. How could such a thing happen? It would never happen. It's unreasonable. Yang Mu comforted himself frantically in his heart, opened a row of drawers under the shelf with both hands, and found a double-barreled tank model in the innermost drawer. Yang Mu slowly opened the lid on the tank, and with the moonlight, Yang Mu could see clearly what was inside. It was a badge, or more precisely, a medal, a delicate titanium medal. Yang Mu picked it up gently, and in the moonlight, he turned over the back of the medal. Peace Hero, Yang Li. 6 small characters engraved on the back quietly showed the merits of the medal's owner. This was Yang Mu's father's first-class guard medal. Yang Mu's father was the head of the 1st Mecha Regiment of the Aquamarine Star. He was ambushed and died in an operation to eliminate star pirates. On that day when he was looking forward to his father's return, Yang Mu only waited for this delicate medal and a box containing his father's ashes. Yang Mu was only 6 years old at that time. Yang Mu held the medal in his hand, stood up, turned around with some trembling, and looked at everything in the room. The messy desk, the various messy things in the room, and the posters of many mechas on the wall. Yang Mu sat on the floor trembling all over, his eyes were almost dull, and he couldn't recover from the shock in front of him. Why did he appear in his home on the Aquamarine Star? Could it be that a wormhole was created when the helium flash bomb exploded, and it teleported me back home? Yang Mu immediately turned his head and looked for the communication tools in the room. His eyes fell on the desktop computer on the desk. Almost sliding towards the desk with his hands and feet, Yang Mu swept away the paper on it, opened the operation interface, clicked on the web page and quickly entered the keyword Zerg invasion. The page quickly searched and displayed the search results. The most powerful new work Zerg invasion by the famous film director Waka is about to be released, and the audiences of various alliance planets are eagerly looking forward to it. Shocked. Experts admit that the Zerg invasion in science fiction novels is illogical and crazy. Nematode eggs were found in the imported Henley fruit of Daristar. PAJR attached great importance to it and expressed the need to eliminate the hidden dangers of such biological invasion. Yang Mu flicked his fingers and flipped through many pages, but did not find any valid news about the Zerg invasion. It's impossible. The news of the Zerg has been broadcast to people all over the world. There should be news on the internet, right? Yang Mu frowned, wondering why there was no news, and his eyes scanned the date in the upper left corner. April 28, 223, 2:22 a.m. Yang Mu wiped his eyes and looked at the date again in disbelief. That's right, April 28, 223. How could this be possible? Isn't it April 28, 243 in the Xing calendar? The last sailing diary of the Blue River ship was written by himself. Yang Mu took a deep breath and staggered back 2 steps. His whole head felt dizzy. If it is 223 now, doesn't it mean that he traveled through time, or was reborn? Yang Mu didn't dare to accept this result until a light bulb went off in his head. Yang Mu hurriedly opened his legs, pushed open the door, and walked out gently. Tiptoeing to the door of another room, Yang Mu gently opened the door. A steady breathing sound came from the dark little room. Yang Mu walked in and saw his 2 younger brothers sleeping soundly. Yang Mu walked out quietly, slowly walked down the stairs, and came to a bedroom on the 1st floor. He heard the same steady breathing sound inside. It seems that I am really reborn. Yang Mu walked to the restaurant and sat down dejectedly, dealing with this shocking news in a trance. On the eve of the war, I specially arranged for my family to go to the capital star of the Yanhuan star region, so if it was in the original time and space, there would be no one at home at this time. But now, all the family members are here, and Lei Ming and Lei Hong are still children of 7 or 8 years old. If this is a dream, then it is too real. Even though Yang Mu is already 37 years old, he suddenly didn't know how to describe his inner feelings. Yang Mu stood up and slowly walked into the bathroom, turned on the light, and poured a handful of water on his face. Yang Mu leaned on the sink and looked up at himself in the mirror. A tender face that has not experienced wind and rain, acne marks on the cheeks that have not yet disappeared, and some stubble at the corners of the mouth. It is indeed myself in the mirror, but I look much younger, the way I looked when I was in high school. Am I really reborn? Or was I reborn before my college entrance examination? If I remember correctly, in 223, I was 17 years old and was about to take the college entrance examination. With the help of the mirror, Yang Mu suddenly noticed that he seemed to be wearing a familiar chain around his neck. He reached out and pulled it out from his shirt. It turned out to be his subspace necklace. This was a new technology that was just developed 2 years before the outbreak of the war. By folding the actual space, a small subspace is formed. The area is a 20 meter x 20 meter space, which can be used to store things other than living things. However, this is still a test product and is still in the research and development stage. Yang Mu has such a necklace because he is a test subject. As for the use of this subspace necklace, it is used to store his mecha Annihilation. Yang Mu immediately pulled it off, turned the knob on it with his fingers, and a small photon screen unfolded. His beloved mecha was now suspended in it. Yang Mu looked carefully and found that there was a hideous crack on the back of Annihilation, which was obviously hit by the helium flash bomb. Unexpectedly, my mecha came with me. Is it really God's will that I can be reborn with my friends? Is God really going to let me save humanity with a broken mecha? Tisk, Yang Mu suddenly laughed sarcastically. Even if it was God's will, so what? Before I died, more than half of the Milky Way had been devoured by the Zerg. Even if I knew it in advance, I was just delaying the evacuation of humanity. The Zerg's powerful strength, what's the use of relying on me alone? Such a rebirth is at most a remembrance of the old friends. Old friends. Old friends. Yang Mu, who was still smiling bitterly in the last second, his eyes lit up in the next second. Katir. Chen K. Yang Mu climbed up the stairs almost 2 steps at a time as if he had discovered a new world, rushed into the room, and found the smartwatch on the bedside. He skillfully opened the interface inside and found a familiar nickname in the chat application Chen K. Yang Mu couldn't wait to open it and found that it was the good night message he had sent a few hours ago. The other party also replied with good night. These two small words made Yang Mu, a 37-year-old uncle, feel his fingertips tremble. After 12 years, Yang Mu once again experienced that feeling of his heart skipping a beat. New book release. All book friends, please set out bowls to collect and vote. Chapter 2, Mutation of Annihilation. In the 2337th year of the lunar calendar, the jump wormhole built by humans on the edge of Jupiter was successful for the first time. Human civilization has since successfully broken through the constraints of the solar system, and the interstellar exploration of the Milky Way has also begun. In the 2508th year of the lunar calendar, humans have conducted in-depth exploration of the Milky Way for 170 years, and most of the Milky Way was quickly divided up by the former countries on Earth. The industrial technology of various countries has developed rapidly, and the sixth technological revolution known as the interstellar revolution has arrived. In order to obtain more resources and starry sky territories, countries have begun to form interstellar exploration teams to explore the surrounding galaxies. In the 2540th year of the lunar calendar, due to the uneven distribution of resource stars and habitable stars in the Milky Way, the economies of various countries were turbulent, and the internal war that first broke out in the Cheongsang Interstellar Republic was later suppressed by the domestic warlords. However, the contradiction was not resolved, but quickly intensified. The Cheongsang Republic decided to transfer the contradiction beyond its borders, and the war broke out in the surrounding planetary countries in an instant. Just 1 year later, it swept all interstellar countries and finally evolved into an interstellar war, known as the Galactic War. In the 2560th year of the old calendar, the war lasted for 20 years. With the efforts of the anti-war alliance, various countries signed ceasefire agreements one after another. However, the changes brought about by the years of war are irreversible. Before the war, there were nearly 200 interstellar countries. After being annexed by various powerful countries, there were less than 30 interstellar countries left. Among them, the three major political systems, mainly the Pan-Asian United Republic, PAJR, Pan-American Alliance, PAA, and Agalo-Interstellar Alliance, OSA, occupied 60% of the star area of the Milky Way. The remaining 30% was occupied by various small countries and other small alliances. About 10% of the star area is still under exploration. In that year, the newly formed countries issued a joint statement to change the 2560th year of the old calendar to the galaxy calendar, which was known as the first year of the galaxy calendar. The interstellar era thus entered a period of stable development. In the 27th year of the galaxy calendar, the aquamarine planet was discovered by the interstellar expedition team organized by the PAJR. The good habitable environment made it immediately become a super-habitable planet. In the 50th year of the galaxy calendar, under the instruction of the Republic Congress, an area with a diameter of 16,000 light-years centered on the aquamarine star was divided into a new star field under PAJR, called the New Star Field, and the administrative star in the star field was the aquamarine star. Yang Mu, who had sneaked into the utility room in the backyard early in the morning, was now sitting in front of the workbench, carefully flipping through the encyclopedia knowledge with his watch, looking up the timeline of every time he knew in this space and time. Everything was normal. All the major events that had happened in the past could be matched. Even the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Aquamarine City last year was correct. In other words, he was still in the same space, but he had jumped back 20 years on the timeline. Now everything in this space and time was normal. If there was anything abnormal, it would be the memory of the 37-year-old himself and the annihilation lying in the subspace necklace. All of this really couldn't be explained by science. Yang Mu was scratching his head and thinking hard, when there was a knock on the small door of the utility room. "Brother, come out for dinner, come out quickly, Mom made delicious yao beef noodles." Two childish voices sounded outside the door, and the depressed expression on Yang Mu's face instantly disappeared. He twisted the necklace, and a blue light spread out, taking back the annihilation on the ground. Then he opened the door. "Brother, what are you doing in there? I called you for a long time but you didn't reply to me." Outside the door, two little boys of 7 or 8 years old were looking at Yang Mu with two pairs of watery eyes. The older Lei Ming asked. The younger Lei Hong was looking at the scene in the utility room with his eyes rolling. Okay, I'll be right there. Yang Mu gently twisted the bodies of the two little boys and pushed them to prepare to go to breakfast together. At this moment, the watch on the workbench hummed. Fatty is calling, Fatty is calling, Fatty is calling. Yang Mu, who had just left the garage, had to stop and urged Lei Ming and Lei Hong to go to dinner first, and then he walked back to the workbench and picked up the watch. He checked his watch and saw that it was a video call from Jiao Hao, so he answered it. Jiao Hao was Yang Mu's childhood friend. They played naked together when they were young. His parents opened a roast duck restaurant on a commercial street not far from here, and their business was booming. Perhaps because he was the only son in the family, Jiao Hao was a little fatter than his peers since he was a child. Now, at the age of 17 or 18, his weight has easily exceeded 200 kilograms. Whenever I think of this guy's body shape, it's like a pile of organic matter that swings quickly when he walks. Boss, good morning. A boy with a round face wearing a loose striped shirt appeared on the screen projected by the watch. He was chewing something and said to Yang Mu. Yang Mu glanced at him, holding the watch and walking while asking, "Good morning, Fatty, what's wrong?" "Nothing, just reminding you of the mecha exhibition this afternoon. Don't forget it." Jiao Hao drank a sip of milk, said, and then continued to frantically attack the roast duck in front of him. Eating roast duck early in the morning is the only one in his family. Mecha exhibition? What mecha exhibition? Yang Mu was stunned for a moment and asked in surprise. On the other side of the screen, Jiao Hao, who was chewing hard, stopped, coughed twice, and said to Yang Mu in a daze, "Damn, boss, there's a traveling mecha exhibition at the Halen Science and Technology Museum this afternoon. You said you wanted to go the day before yesterday. How could you forget it? Doolin has prepared the tickets." "Oh, I thought you were talking about that." "I know, I didn't forget." Yang Mu didn't expect that he was almost exposed, and hurriedly replied vaguely. The fat man opposite heard Yang Mu's vague answer, but didn't think much about it. He just glanced at the old man who was selling roast duck in the shop window and found that he didn't pay attention to him, so he was relieved. This visit to the mecha exhibition is the best excuse to avoid writing the test paper at home on Sunday. I spent more than half an hour talking to my father yesterday to get his consent. I can't waste it like this. Okay, I'm going to have breakfast. Meet at the entrance of the Science and Technology Museum at 1 p.m. Don't forget to call Doolin. Yang Mu walked to the restaurant and sat down, saying to Jiao Hao. Yang Mu couldn't talk too much now, and if he said something he didn't know, although Jiao Hao and the others wouldn't suspect whether he was the real one, it would still be a bit bad. For example, he didn't have any impression of going to the mecha exhibition. But now he had gotten away with it, so Yang Mu immediately made a note of it. Don't worry, don't forget it. We still have to rely on him for our tickets. See you at the Science and Technology Museum in the afternoon, Jiao Hao on the other side said happily, and then hung up the video. Would you like to go out for a walk with Jiao Hao in the afternoon? Yang Mu had just put his watch on the table, and his mother, who was putting the soup bowl for Lei Ming, looked up and asked. Yang Mu nodded and said yes, sat in his seat, picked up the chopsticks and prepared to eat noodles. Logically speaking, he finally reunited with his family at this time, and he would always have endless things to say to his family. But somehow, when they met this morning, looking at his mother's much younger face, an inexplicable sense of strangeness surged into Yang Mu's heart, but he couldn't say anything. Yang Mu had this feeling before. He would miss home especially when he was training outside, especially 1 or 2 days before going home. He wished he could fly home immediately and say I'm back, but when he knocked on the door, he couldn't say anything. For this situation, Yang Mu just thought it was his own fault. Maybe he would feel better after 2 or 3 days. You should go out for a walk. Xiao Mu, you are under a lot of pressure in the 3rd year of high school. You should relax and relieve your tension when you have free time. At this time, the middle-aged man sitting in the main seat spoke, but his eyes were fixed on the news being played on the floating TV. This morning, Shanghai, the chief governor of the Blue Sea Star, will meet with James, the economic and foreign minister of the Agaro Alliance, in the Blue Sea City to discuss the relevant matters of the mining of titanium resources on the TC-221 planet. This man is Lei Shangwu, the husband of Yang's mother and Yang Mu's stepfather. He was originally the deputy head of the regiment under Yang Mu's father. During the Star Pirate War, when the reinforcements led by Lei Shangwu rushed to Yang Li was already dying of serious injuries. On his deathbed, his father entrusted his son to Lei Shangwu. It was that entrustment that gave Yang Mu a new father 2 years later. After that, he had 2 younger brothers, Lei Ming and Lei Hong. Although it was a reconstituted family, Yang Mu did not reject the other party too much. However, for the word dad, Yang Mu has always stubbornly believed that it only belongs to his father Yang Li. So over the years, Yang Mu has always called Lei Shangwu Uncle Lei. Even after the Zerg War broke out, when he and Uncle Lei met for the last time, it was the same. Uncle Lei, let me use the utility room later to assemble something, Yang Mu asked Lei Shangwu while eating noodles. Okay, but you should pay more attention to safety when you make those little gadgets yourself. Lei Shangwu knew that Yang Mu liked to tinker with little things, so he didn't care about such a request and quickly picked up the noodles in the bowl. Yaohua, the store is doing outsourced maintenance today, and we will have lunch at the customer's place. You don't have to wait for me then. Putting down the bowl, Lei Shangwu glanced at his watch, said something to Yang's mother, and got up to pack up and prepare to go to the store. When Yang Mu was 14 years old and preparing to go to high school, Lei Shangwu retired from the army and gathered a group of retired comrades to open a machine repair shop on a street in Hailan City. After a few years, the business was not bad. At least it allowed the family to live in this duplex building in a prosperous area, allowing the family to live a rich life, and also allowing Yang Mu to have 800 yuan pocket money every month. Okay, pay attention to safety. Yang's mother Nanguang Yaohua also stood up to help Lei Shangwu pack the things he needed to bring, and then urged Lei Ming and Lei Hong, who were still playing with noodles, to eat quickly. Be careful, Yang Mu also said, stood up and put the bowl into the dishwasher in the kitchen, then picked up his watch and walked towards the utility room. You two, eat quickly. We have to go to the children's palace later, and I have to go buy groceries. Yaohua, I'm leaving, okay, be safe on the road. Listening to the voices coming from the living room and the front yard, Yang Mu smiled knowingly and pushed open the small door of the backyard utility room. It has been a long time since I have participated in such a warm scene. Yang Mu came to the garage and locked the door, took out the necklace from his trouser pocket, and took out Annihilation from it. This black mecha with smooth lines and a height of nearly 7 meters lay horizontally on the floor of the garage under the designated placement of the necklace, with the back of the mecha facing up, and the irregular and hideous twisted parts on it were showing how heavy a blow it had suffered. In the early morning, Yang Mu had already started the mecha to check it. The armor on the back of the mecha was almost completely damaged, and only the auxiliary thrusters of the limbs were usable in the jet port, and the main thrusters and weapon racks were completely scrapped. However, its built-in energy battery is still intact, and the 2 titanium alloy steel knives in his hand are also intact. In general, the external protective armor suffered a lot of damage, but the internal control compartment is intact, and the somatosensory operating system can also operate normally. But the problem now is that he can hardly repair this mecha. It's not because of insufficient maintenance knowledge. After more than 10 years of mecha operation, Yang Mu already knows a thing or two about the various repairs of his mecha. But a good cook can't cook without rice. As the first batch of elite mechas that were tailored and modified at that time, Annihilation used almost all the top-grade materials and was difficult to copy. For example, the full-body armor of Annihilation uses super-quenched titanium-chromium alloy, which is also lined with polymer fiber materials, so that it has the hardness of metal and super toughness, which can assist the mecha to complete some difficult actions in combat. And in order to enhance its impact resistance, the surface of the armor is made into a bevel design, so that it can better block large-caliber bullets, and even bounce off the attack of artillery shells. Or maybe the 2 titanium alloy knives of Annihilation have a harder and extremely rare yellow iron material added to their blades by cold forging, so that they can easily cut through a 1 meter thick steel plate. When the 2 knives are powered on, the current can make them even more terrifying. However, these materials are either confidential or have not been discovered yet. It is simply a pipe dream for an ordinary high school student like me to get these materials. Thinking of this, Yang Mu also sighed, feeling helpless about the situation in front of him. Who made me reborn 20 years ago? If I were reborn 10 years ago, with my status at that time, I might be able to repair Annihilation. But I can't just leave it alone. Now that there are no precious materials, it's better to use some ordinary materials to fill it up. At least I have a backup plan. Thinking of this, Yang Mu picked up a wrench on the shelf and prepared to dismantle the broken back armor of the mecha. Just as Yang Mu put the socket wrench in his hand on the self-tightening screws on the back armor, an incredible situation occurred. The wrench in Yang Mu's hand suddenly became red and hot, and he couldn't hold it. Yang Mu quickly let go of his hand, and saw that the socket wrench had begun to soften gradually. Half a minute later, it turned into a pool of liquid and melted into the mecha. That's right, it melted into the mecha, as if the carapace had a life and swallowed it. This is simply a fantasy. Yang Mu watched all this happen in disbelief. Even after discovering that he was reborn, he was not so surprised. No, it was horror. The mecha will swallow materials. The mecha is alive. Yang Mu hurriedly picked up another wrench and was alert to the mecha on the ground, but after waiting for a while, there was no movement from the mecha. Just when Yang Mu felt strange, he saw a different phenomenon. On a gap in the mecha's carapace, a half-finger-sized piece of white metal grew, which was particularly eye-catching under the black armor. Yang Mu carefully went forward to check, and sure enough, there was a little bit of metal on the corner of the broken carapace, which grew together with the original carapace. Could it be that this thing ate the wrench? And then it grew. This ridiculous idea suddenly popped up in Yang Mu's mind. Wait. Yang Mu suddenly thought of something, walked to the workbench, opened his watch and looked up information. The material composition of ordinary wrenches. Looking at the description on the web encyclopedia, Yang Mu's eyes lit up. It said that the materials used for ordinary wrenches are mostly chrome, vanadium steel and carbon steel, and the composition of his mecha's carapace includes chromium and iron. In other words, his mecha will absorb the materials in the metal to repair its own gaps. With this conclusion, Yang Mu threw another wrench in his hand on the broken carapace. Sure enough, after a few seconds, the wrench turned red, then began to soften, turned into a pile of liquid, and was finally absorbed by the mecha without a trace. And on the corner of the carapace just now, the white spot became a little bigger. Sure enough, Annihilation is no longer the same as before. Here, it has mutated and has an incredible ability, absorbing materials. Dear friends, please collect and vote for me, Cap. Chapter 3 Goodbye Chen K. 10 minutes later, Yang Mu tried all the metals that could be tested in the utility room. There were also some tools that were not dissolved and absorbed scattered on the ground. At the same time, the white spot on the back of the mecha was a little bigger. After trying this, Yang Mu could preliminarily determine the ability of the mecha, that is, it can absorb the metal elements it needs, and will not absorb the metal elements and all non-metallic elements that it does not have, and will naturally reject them. However, even if it can absorb the same metal elements, the wound on the back of the mecha is too big. He tried all the tools in the garage and let the mecha absorb a lot of tools, but it only added 2 knuckle-sized patches on the huge wound. This is a mecha that is nearly 7 meters high. Even if the back armor is not counted as an inclined surface but only a curved surface, it is nearly 10 square meters in size. This little bit of metal supplement is just a drop in the bucket. Yang Mu sighed and looked at the things in the garage again. It was really hard to put anything else in. If he put more, the utility room with so much empty space would be discovered. It seems that he needs to go outside to find an opportunity. Yang Mu thought about it, but suddenly he thought of something. He walked to the workbench and turned on his watch to check the time 9:07. He had been here for more than an hour without realizing it, and he almost forgot something important. Yang Mu put away the hurry and annihilate and pushed open the small door of the utility room to go out. The house was quiet. Mom should have sent Lei Ming and Lei Hong to the children's palace to learn fencing. She might still be shopping in a supermarket. Yang Mu packed himself up a little, put on his school bag, and prepared to go out to find some scrap metal later. He took the key card, locked the door, found his hover bike in the front yard, opened the hover bike with a password in his memory, rode it out of the house, and slipped to the back door not far from the community. Huayun Community is a unique high-end duplex community located next to the Riverside Park. It was built by Hailan City specifically for retired military officers and their families. The community is very well greened, with flowers, plants and trees everywhere. It is April and May, and there are birds singing and flowers everywhere. Coming out of the back door of the community, not far away is a big river that runs through Fifan City. Several suspension bridges lie across the river. Cars are coming and going on the riverside streets with lush trees on both sides. From time to time, there are sky trains passing by the river. In the distance is a dense steel forest, standing in rows, showing prosperity at the moment of magnificence. Yang Mu closed his eyes and took a deep breath, feeling the fresh air spreading in his lungs, bringing relaxation to his whole body and mind. This is the first time that Yang Mu has felt so relaxed in the past few years as the captain of the interstellar mothership. Opening his eyes, Green came into view, and Yang Mu's mouth corners unconsciously hung a smile. Now, Yang Mu is going to meet someone, a person who is very important to him and must not be missed again. Yang Mu rode his bicycle around and passed through several slightly old and crowded alleys. He stopped on the way to find the direction. Finally, after passing through a small alley, Yang Mu's front suddenly opened up. Noisy sounds came from everywhere, making everyone's head feel buzzing. This is the largest market in Fifan City, and it is also a place where all kinds of people are mixed, so there are great deficiencies in management and public security. It is also the most troublesome place for public officials in Fifan City, except for the garbage disposal site. Logically speaking, Yang Mu should not be here. He lives in a high-end community, and his family's living circle is several blocks away from here. Except for Lei Shengwu's car repair shop, Yang Mu and Yang Ma should not have any intersection with this place. This is indeed the case. If Yang Mu had not been reborn, at least before finishing high school, Yang Mu would not come here, but now the situation is different. This 17-year-old body is filled with a 37-year-old soul. And the reason why Yang Mu came here is because she knew that at this point, she was also here. After parking the suspension bicycle in a repair shed and asking the owner to help clean up the suspension jet device, Yang Mu walked into the market. As for whether the hoverbike would get into trouble, Yang Mu didn't care about it all at once. After all, there were fingerprint recognition and positioning devices on the bike. If he wanted to go to the market now, he could only leave it there temporarily. I hope the shop owner won't take advantage of his bike just because he looks like a student. Boss, your fish is not fresh. If you can save 1 yuan per caddy, I'll buy it all. Get lost. When did I, the Fish King, ever sell fish that was not fresh? Don't lie to me, I'll skin you. So, get the basket. Put it on the scale. Pay me. Young man, chop this big bone into smaller pieces. The old man at home can't chew it, okay, ant pie. Fresh peas, native to the earth, non-GMO. Little brother, take a look. In the noisy market, on the dirty ground, all kinds of shouts came. Yang Mu held his school bag to his chest and moved forward carefully, his eyes constantly scanning the crowd around him, hoping to find that familiar figure. Finally, in a small corner of the market, at the door of a store called Hangshan Grain and Oil, Yang Mu saw the thin, slender, yet strong figure. Here, Yang Mu stopped not far away and murmured softly, but suddenly something went into his throat, blocking Yang Mu's thoughts. When he swallowed it, Yang Mu's throat moved, but he forgot what he should say. At the door of the grain and oil store, Chen Kai, who had a bun and was wearing a large work suit, was wiping the sweat from her forehead with a towel. Her face was flushed, and she hurriedly drank a sip of water, and then got busy again under the greetings of the store owner. Yang Mu slowly walked closer, as if he wanted to touch this dreamlike reality, but he saw Chen Kai turned around and faced his direction, moving something. Yang Mu's steps paused instantly, and he saw the alley next to the grain and oil store, and moved to hide in it. When Yang Mu was 15 years old, he met Chen Kai in a game that was popular throughout the galaxy. In the game, the two of them were companions, fighting together, exploring every corner of the game together, discussing all kinds of things in the game, and treating each other as their close friends. It was not until Yang Mu's 16th birthday that Yang Mu proposed to her the idea of meeting, but unexpectedly discovered that the two actually lived in the same star field, the same planet, and the same city. There is always some incredible fate in the vast sea of stars. At that time, Yang Mu thought that the other party was a boy. Until they met, he knew that her name was Chen Kai, and she was the same age as him. After that, the two often chatted online and offline. One talked, the other listened, expressed opinions together, and shared fun together. This situation continued until after the college entrance examination, after which Chen Kai was admitted to Huanghayan University of Economics and Trade on the Chengyang Star of the New Tang Star Field, and Yang Mu was admitted to Taishan Military Academy on the capital star of the Yanhurong Star Field. If it was the original time and space, this summer, Yang Mu would have the courage to confess to Chen Kai, but the response he got would be a smiling rejection. After that, Chen Kai seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally alienating Yang Mu. But Yang Mu did not give up. On every festival, birthday, and holiday, Yang Mu would take the initiative to leave a message with Chen Kai, because in Yang Mu's heart, there was always a glimmer of possibility. Until Yang Mu was 25 years old, on a vacation trip, Yang Mu met Chen Kai again. The two who had not seen each other for many years talked happily and gradually fell in love. Yang Mu once again plucked up the courage to confess, and this time, he got an excited agreement. The two successfully became boyfriend and girlfriend, spent a wonderful holiday together, and agreed to spend their lives together when they met next time. But this beautiful moment was short-lived, fleeting, and even like a beautiful bubble, it broke in an instant. The day before the end of the journey, the cruise ship they were on was suddenly hijacked by rebel forces. When Yang Mu tried his best to bring in reinforcements, Chen Kai was taken as the last batch of hostages and sank into the sea with the cruise ship. Yang Mu will never forget that moment. He drove his mobile armor into the whirlpool almost frantically, screaming to save Chen Kai, who was no longer struggling, but in return, he only had a gradually cold body and a soft apology. That day, Yang Mu felt that he had lost the whole world. That day, Yang Mu used up all his strength, but couldn't save the one he loved. The three words sorry were deeply imprinted in Yang Mu's mind forever. Yang Mu only understood at that time that the rejection at the age of 17 was because Chen Kai's life experience at that time was inferior and unwilling to accept it, and the promise at the age of 25 was because you were not married, I was not married, you loved me, and I finally opened my heart to make a gratifying promise. That self-reliant and strong girl, the girl who was strong in every way, made Yang Mu want to stay by her side forever countless times and make up for the sense of security she had never felt. But all this turned into three pale words, and in an instant, Yang Mu's whole world collapsed. After that, there was one less boy with a short and long love in this world, and one more soldier who forgot to eat and sleep. Until the age of 35, Yang Mu became the youngest captain of an interstellar carrier in the history of PAJR and the most persistent hawkish representative in the military. When countless people were amazed at his legendary promotion experience. But they did not know that this iron-blooded soldier, known as the Crazy Star, held the only photo of the two of them, and said in his heart with tears in every quiet night, I would like to exchange this for the opportunity to see you again, even if it is the first time, and now, this opportunity has really come. Chen Kai, the living Chen Kai, the smiling Chen Kai, is right in front of him. As long as he takes a step forward, he can say good morning to her. What kind of expression will she have then? Yang Mu's eyes suddenly turned red. The 37-year-old man who had not frowned even when bleeding, couldn't stop crying. The school bag in his arms fell to the ground. Yang Mu kept wiping his tears with both hands, but his snot and tears were pouring out crazily, but Yang Mu choked and laughed. Great, I can see you again. Great, this is not a dream, it is the real you. Wiping away tears, Yang Mu cursed himself in his heart, bastard, stop crying quickly, how can you face Chen Kai like this, how can you say good morning to her, stop crying quickly. Yang Mu gradually squatted down, covered his face, and let the tears flow down his face. These are tears of joy, and he can't stop. This classmate, what's wrong with you? Suddenly a gentle female voice came from the right side of Yang Mu, and Yang Mu's heart trembled immediately. It was Chen Kai's voice. In just a moment, Yang Mu, who was leaning his face on his knees, heard the source of the voice. This was the voice that he had missed and expected for a long time. But Yang Mu couldn't raise his head, but buried his head deeper. Are you okay? Chen Kai, who was moving goods and noticed it by accident, found that the boy squatting in the place didn't speak, and asked more concernedly. No. I must not let Kair find out that it was me now. I cried so ugly, I must not let Kair see it. Yang Mu sniffed his nose and deliberately responded in a low voice, it's okay, I touched garlic this morning and didn't wash my hands, and I just rubbed it into my eyes. Yang Mu's head was still deeply buried in his knees. Okay, wash it with water, so your eyes will feel better. Chen Kai, who was carrying a bag of rice, heard the boy squatting at the alley and replied, so she didn't ask further, but took a bottle of water and a pack of tissues and put them next to Yang Mu. Then he continued his work. At that moment, Yang Mu could even smell the smell of Chen Kai. At that moment, Yang Mu suddenly had the idea of hugging her tightly in his arms. But Yang Mu held back, because Yang Mu had already made a decision in his heart. From now on, he would only smile in front of Kair. From now on, he would let Kair live the happiest life, and from now on, he would never let Kair say those three words. Fuck the interstellar fleet, fuck the Zerg queen, fuck the fate of mankind, I don't care. I, Yang Mu, will just stay with Chen K for the rest of my life. Brothers, please put out more a bowl and ask for collection and votes. Chapter 4 Mecha Exhibition. Turning his head again to look at the back of Chen K who is working, Yang Mu held the tissue in his hand even tighter. Yang Mu stood up, picked up the school bag on the ground again, and walked back along the alley. Don't worry, I will be able to meet you in 2 days, and then I will definitely give you a surprise. Yang Mu thought about this in his heart, lowered his head and walked forward hurriedly. He didn't see a person walking in front of him, and bumped into that person in the narrow alley. The other person's baseball cap fell off. Sorry, Yang Mu bent down to pick up the baseball cap and handed it to the person. Because he didn't know how embarrassed his face was, Yang Mu just glanced at it subconsciously, and then lowered his head to apologize. Seeing that the other party waved his hand and didn't mean to pursue the matter, Yang Mu just carried his school bag and lowered his head and continued to walk forward on his own, not noticing that the person he bumped into turned around and looked at him. A face with a black skull tattoo appeared from under the cap. The man in the cap spit the bubble gum on the wall, raised his mouth in a sinister way, but lowered the brim of his hat, turned around and continued walking. Back at the repair shop, facing the 5 fingers and the smile of the shop owner, Yang Mu's mouth twitched and he cursed in his heart. Damn. I was cheated again. The repair and parking fee totaled 250 yen Huron coins. Looking at his bicycle at the feet of the repair shop owner and the big wrench in his hand, Yang Mu compromised and paid the money honestly. There was no way. If he argued, he would have to carry a pile of junk home today. At least the car was not damaged or stolen, so he would just consider it as a loss to avoid disaster. Originally, Yang Mu was going to use the money he brought with him to buy some scrap metal at the scrap collection station, but the owner of the repair shop cut him off. Yang Mu could only ride his hoverbike and carry an empty school bag home. Perhaps it was because he had untied his heart knot. Yang Mu was in an unusually happy mood at the moment. Not only did he play some small tunes along the way, he also secretly glanced at the figures of several beautiful girls and commented on them in his heart. However, a high school student was riding a bicycle on the road, whistling, and was really despised by several uncles and aunts who came out to buy vegetables and take a walk. It is estimated that some primary school students will hear a negative example of exaggeration at lunch today. It was almost 12 o'clock when he came back. Yang Mu had lunch at home, and then rode his bicycle and swayed to the Halen Science and Technology Museum, which was not far from the community. Under the tree in front of the Science and Technology Museum, a fat man who kept wiping the sweat on his face with a tissue was looking around, while his tall and thin boy was holding a watch and chatting with a girl on the social platform. The weather in April has begun to become a little hot, especially after the rainy weather. The heat of the sun quickly bakes out the excess moisture on the ground, and the air becomes very humid and hot, which makes people feel more uncomfortable than the hot summer. Why hasn't the boss come yet? I'm almost sunburned, Jia Hao said helplessly while wiping his sweat. Doolin next to him didn't care. He kept his eyes on the screen and said, "Don't worry. You have so much oil. It will only benefit you if you expose yourself to the sun." When Jia Hao heard Doolin's words, he immediately glared at him. He pushed Doolin with his right hand holding the tissue and said fiercely, "You wait, monkey. If you come to my house for a meal in the future, the price will be doubled. Oh my god. Be careful. You're having a good chat with a girl. It's just a price increase. There are also roadside stalls that I, young Master Doolin, can't afford, right?" Doolin immediately grasped the opponent's sore spot, Jia Hao's roast duck restaurant, and quickly fought back. "You?" Jia Hao was about to say something else when he saw Yang Mu, who was riding a bicycle. He didn't care about Doolin and immediately raised the tissue in his hand and waved it. "Marinho, here." Yang Mu was looking for Jia Hao and Doolin in the square in front of the Science and Technology Museum. He saw a fat man waving his right hand. He looked closely and confirmed that it was Jia Hao, Fatty Jia, so he rode his bicycle over. "Sorry, I'm late. Let's go in now." Yang Mu put away his bicycle and locked it in the bicycle storage cabinet, and said to Jia Hao and Doolin, "Wait, get the ticket first." "Doolin, where's the ticket?" Jia Hao nodded, but he first pulled Doolin who was still chatting. "Oh, one for each person. It's not easy to get this ticket. Fortunately, my dad knows someone and gave me 3. Doolin took out 3 cards from his pocket and handed one to Yang Mu and Jia Hao. Doolin's father is a contractor in Halen City. Halen City has done a lot of construction in recent years. Duelin's father is originally in this business and has a flexible mind. He also took this right and enriched his family's assets. As for this exhibition, it is actually a small trade fair, which has various types of exoskeletons, mobile armors, and combat mechas developed by various countries for export. Although it is open to the general public, the number of people is limited every day, so it is difficult to get tickets for the exhibition. If it weren't for Duelin's father, Yang Mu and his friends had planned to wait in the middle of the night to buy tickets. Mu Shui, you have done such a great contribution. Can you take me to play TRM tonight? Duelin, who is a little too thin, rubbed his hands and said hey. Yang Mu certainly knew what he was talking about. The Reality Mecha was originally a mecha virtual reality training system developed by a weapons company PAA for the military. Later, it was acquired by a game company and upgraded to a mecha virtual game, which quickly became popular throughout the galaxy. Yang Mu, who has been a mecha fan since childhood, naturally registered an account a long time ago, and he was still a mecha rank. Compared with the apprentices Duelin and Jia Hao, who were 2 ranks lower, he was naturally considered a master. Speaking of this game, Yang Mu is an old player. He has been playing it for a long time since he joined the army. However, since the incident with Chen Kai, Yang Mu has not logged in again. Because the two met in this game, he no longer plays this game, and he doesn't want to touch on that past, which will only make himself more painful. But now it's different, everything he loves is still there. Okay, let's play a few games tonight, but you have to pay. I was ripped off by a vendor today, and I don't have any money on me. Yang Mu patted his pocket and responded. No problem, leave it to me. As long as Marinho takes me flying, Duelin patted his chest and promised with his wealth. At this time, Jia Hao next to him was not to be outdone, and he stuck to Yang Mu's left arm with a playful smile. Mr. Marinho, look at me, fatty, Yang Mu looked at Jia Hao, whose face was almost smiling like a flower, and smiled and pushed him away. I know, let's go together, but let's go to the mecha exhibition first. The 3 of them reached an exchange of interests, and Jia Hao excitedly shouted twice, and pushed the 2 of them to the entrance of the Science and Technology Museum in a hurry. For young people who are not familiar with the world, the cool mecha is simply the best item to satisfy all the imaginations of middle school students. All young people are deeply immersed in the charm of this kind of steel weapon. After entering the Science and Technology Museum, the 3 of them were immediately attracted by the mecha exhibition stands in the hall in front of them. Wow, Hunter Dragon II, the new work of Coral Company, the fat man who was very lively just now his eyes are almost attached to the mecha, and saliva is faintly dripping from the corners of his mouth. Also, our country's granite improved version, I heard that this mecha is super durable. While Jia Hao was praising him in various ways, Duelin had already taken pictures of the watch and showed it off to the girls on the internet. Yang Mu was naturally not idle. After entering the museum, Yang Mu had been observing the mechas on display at the booth, but these were all mechas from 20 years ago, which were not very attractive to Yang Mu. On the one hand, he came here to keep an appointment, and on the other hand, Yang Mu wanted to come and see the materials of the mechas, and then pretend to be curious and ask about the characteristics of these materials. But that was all. With his current identity, he didn't dare to be stupid enough to ask others for materials and then take them back to repair his annihilation. If people knew that the mechas could absorb materials and repair themselves, Yang Mu would not save humans at all. It would be better to send them for slicing directly. Yang Mu kept walking into the museum, stopping from time to time to look at the introductions of each mecha, asking some simple questions, and then making some comparisons in his mind. Then he continued to look down. In the main booth area of the Halen Science and Technology Museum, Jerry felt very comfortable with the various exclamations and praises in front of his own exhibition area, and the smug expression on his face never dropped. Next to Jerry, there is a super large blue mecha about 10 meters high. The exquisite appearance of the tall mecha and the gorgeous weapon display promotional video in the attack state all make visitors exclaim. At this moment, the sales department under the stage is surrounded by many weapon dealers who come to ask about the price. For such a scene, Jerry thinks it is natural. This mecha is a new type of sea, land and air, 3-purpose mecha developed and produced by the state-owned Creo Weapons Company under PAA for export. This mecha draws on the relevant technical indicators of the PAA Elite Mecha, and then innovates. After years of research and development by the company's scientific researchers, at least among the ordinary mechas in service, This mecha can definitely rank in the top 3. And even ranks first in some performances. This is a powerful mecha that should be called the era revolutionary machine. Of course, Jerry's advertisement is played like this. Jerry believes that these weapon dealers who regard price as their life will definitely go crazy after they quote their own prices later. As an executive of Creo Weapons Company, Jerry has great confidence and ambition for this exhibition. Not to mention anything else, yesterday at the PAJR Xinhun Star Region and the Aota Empire Trade Fair, his colleagues received orders for 5,000 and 8,000 mechas respectively. That was in a place with highly developed technology, which already proved that the performance of this mecha was outstanding and very attractive. Moreover, in a marginal star region like the Xinxing Star Region, these country bumpkins would surely fight for such an advanced mecha. Jerry couldn't stop being ecstatic. Seeing that many people had gathered in front of the booth, Jerry quickly cleared his throat, greeted the staff, and prepared to show off his skills. Everyone, I am Jerry, the director of the sales department of the Creo Empire Weapons Company. First of all, thank you very much for your high attention to our company's mecha. Then let me introduce to you this powerful mecha that can be called the era revolutionary machine, the Blue Giant mecha. This mecha absorbs many advantages of the current mechas in various countries, especially in terms of mobility. The engine it carries is jointly developed with our company's Mecha Research Department and PAA Mecha Research Institute. It has the advantages of large thrust, strong controllability, and more precise vector assist. At the same time, it has lower energy consumption and stronger endurance. Next is the various indicators and data of the mecha tested by our company's professional organization. Please look at the big screen. On the screen, rows of data were listed, making the weapons dealers and audience present stare. Okay, first of all, I want to talk about our company's quotation for this mecha. The standard model is 700 million Yanhuan coins per unit, and the improved space model is 100 million Yanhuan coins. Jerry looked at the figures, nodding frequently in the audience, and the smile on his mouth became thicker. He loudly said the company's quotation. What? So cheap? The weapons dealers in the audience exclaimed in disbelief. The cost of the standard type of ordinary active-duty land mechas in various countries is about 650 million Yanhuan coins, while the space type costs at least 1 billion Yanhuan coins. However, the mechas in front of us are leading in all data, but the price is almost the same, which is almost impossible. Of course, for the elite mechas built by various countries at all costs, that is another matter. I believe that everyone may find our prices a little incredible. But don't worry, because this is because we have improved the relevant materials and reduced the relevant costs, but the reliability of the mecha has definitely not decreased. If you have any questions, you can ask them now, and I can solve them for you on the spot, and I guarantee that everyone will feel at ease. Mr. Jerry, can you tell me why the mobility of the Blue Giant's mecha has improved so much? It may be difficult to achieve it by upgrading the engine technology alone, and weapons dealer in the audience spoke first. This is a very good question. Indeed. Our company has made creative changes in mobility, that is, in terms of structure. You can see the structure of ordinary mechas in service on the screen, and then compare it with our mecha structure. It can be clearly seen that we have increased the structural improvement of the lower limbs of the mecha, and the ejection system is more complete. In addition, due to the installation of a new titanium universal joint bearing, the range of motion of the mecha joints has increased a lot. After our test, this will increase the flexibility of the mecha by about 23%. What about the mecha weapons? Would the increase in the ammunition load also increase the energy consumption of the mecha? The weapons dealers in the audience raised their own questions, and Jerry answered them one by one. Being able to be the head of the sales department, Jerry is naturally quite eloquent. After more than half an hour, seeing that no one in the audience had asked questions, Jerry threw out another tempting condition. Okay, I believe everyone has no questions. Next, everyone who is willing can place an order with our staff. Our company promises that for customers who purchase more than 10 units at a time, we will deliver them safely without shipping and provide spare parts for the entire mecha at half price. There was a burst of applause from the audience. Looking at the weapons dealers who were already discussing non-stop, Jerry was already confident. Such nearly perfect data, although there are some minor flaws that he did not point out, but there is no such thing as perfect in the world. Moreover, whether these people ask or not, it is not his problem. Anyway, when I take them to test a machine tomorrow, these country bumpkins will surely be impressed by the excellent performance of the Blue Giant and go completely crazy. On the stage, Jerry, the sales director of Cray Weapons Company, was fantasizing about future promotions and salary increases, but in a corner of the audience, there were some different voices. This thing always makes me feel a little uneasy. It's all a bunch of deceptive things. Two voices came out at the same time, one steady and old, the other young and green. The voices were not loud, but the two people who spoke heard each other. Dear readers, please collect and vote later. Chapter 5 Yan Shenfu. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Mu turned his head to look at the source of the voice. On the left of Yang Mu, there was an old man standing with a lively look. The old man was wearing a white ancient Tang suit, with thick white hair neatly combed behind his head. At this time, his eyes looked at Yang Mu with some strangeness. Just a brief glance at the old man, Yang Mu knew that what he just said was heard by the old man. He didn't expect that his little venting on the edge of anger would be heard by the old man next to him. Yes, a student-like person said that the top technology product was a scam, and anyone would be surprised. In any case, the best strategy is to run away. Yang Mu quickly made up his mind, turned around decisively, swung his legs, and ran away. Hey, young man, why are you running away? Yang Mu had just walked a few steps away when the old man's old voice came from behind him. It seems that you have the same feeling as me. Damn, I knew that I was being targeted by the old man. It's all my fault. I've eaten nothing but said some nonsense. Can't I save it for dinner? Although Yang Mu heard the old man talking about him, he quickened his pace again, aiming at the small exhibition hall next to him and preparing to slip in. Suddenly, Yang Mu felt a thick hand grabbing his shoulder, and his military instincts made Yang Mu react immediately. Yang Mu's right hand directly clasped it, twisted his body, and prepared to twist the wrist of that hand directly. But before Yang Mu could completely turn his body around, the broad and rough hand moved first, twisted his right wrist, and at the same time, another hand on his arm came up and clamped Yang Mu's right hand tightly. Yang Mu's right hand was unable to move at once. Xiao Zhuang, let go, don't hurt the child, the old voice continued to come, and Yang Mu could see clearly that the person who grabbed his arm was a burly man with bulging muscles. At this time, he was looking at him with a mouthful of white teeth, and then slowly let go of his hand. Young man, I didn't mean it, and I didn't mean any harm in what I said just now, the old man in Tang suit came forward and said with a smile. Yang Mu shook his right hand and looked at the two men with some resentment, but still spoke in a gentle tone. What's the matter with this old gentleman? The old man in Tang suit didn't say anything at this time, but smiled and pointed to the corner next to him, and then walked over by himself. Yang Mu glanced at him, and under the gaze of the strong man named Zhang, he had to follow him. Young man, I just want to know why you said that the blue giant on the stage was a hoax just now, the old man asked kindly. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Yan Shenfu, the honorary curator of Halen Science and Technology Museum. Yang Mu looked at the old man in front of him, rolled his eyes a few times, and said, the guy on the stage concealed something. Oh? I would like to hear more about it, the old man asked with some curiosity on his face. Yang Mu said in a deep voice, it is the universal joint bearing. The data of that thing has not been published. Yang Mu pursed his lips and continued, and I saw that the legs of the mecha also used hydraulic auxiliary devices, and there is no data either. After listening to this, Yan Shenfu's expression became a little serious, and he nodded and touched the few white beards on his chin. This boy with an unremarkable appearance was able to see such a detailed thing, and it coincided with his own ideas. Yan Shenfu was tempted by his talent. However, Yan Shenfu did not agree directly, but continued to ask, there are thousands of parts in the mecha. Just based on these two parts, you can draw such a conclusion. Yang Mu can certainly be sure of this conclusion, and he is very sure. Because, this mecha, he used it in his previous life. Not only that, many PAJR troops at that time had this mecha, but they suffered greatly in actual combat, and the reason was this universal joint bearing and hydraulic device. The defects of the universal bearing itself make it unable to transmit constant angular speed rotation, which also causes the wear of the parts to be unprecedentedly aggravated when the mecha moves too much, and even directly breaks under huge movements or fierce attacks. This is still the case even with the enhanced toughness of the parts. The Cray Weapons Company may have discovered this problem during research and development, So it used a hydraulic auxiliary device in the hope of making up for the shortcomings, but it did not expect that the three major stubborn diseases of the hydraulic device itself made the problem of the mecha even more serious. Heating, vibration, leakage. Various problems emerged one after another during use. In just 1 year, the return rate of this mecha was as high as 71%, and most of the reasons were due to failures in universal joint bearings and hydraulic devices. Because of this incident, Korea Company tried to correct this shortcoming many times, but after the correction was completed, it was found that its superior mobility advantage no longer existed, and it was even worse than the ordinary active mecha before. Especially in a subsequent battle, the failure of the special mission and the death of an elite driver due to the failure of the mecha finally ignited the anger of the armies of various countries. 1.5 years after the release of the mecha, various countries filed a complaint with the trade court, demanding that Korea return the goods for compensation. However, Korea immediately declared bankruptcy and applied for bankruptcy protection. At the same time, PAA intervened, so that the matter was finally settled with an extremely low amount of compensation. But PAJR became the biggest victim. The 4-star regions of Xinhan, Zitang, Zinsong, and Xinming purchased a total of about 40,000 mechas of this type, causing huge economic losses. It also led the mecha research astray and lost precious scientific research time. Yang Mu was also very angry about it, so he said such words in front of the booth when he saw it at the exhibition this time. But Yang Mu is now a high school student. Who would believe such a shocking statement? Even if someone believed it, could they prize such a large company? However, now the problem has come to him. Hearing the doubts of the old man in front of him, Yang Mu had an idea and thought of a way to deal with it. I don't know, but my family runs a car repair shop, and the master in the shop once talked about universal joint bearings, so I wrote it down. Yang Mu pouted and said with a hint of impatience on his face. If you don't believe me, just go and ask. Yan Xianfu was silent for a moment after listening, but suddenly laughed, patted Yang Mu on the shoulder and said, young people are awesome, young people are awesome. You can apply knowledge flexibly, young man, not bad. Xiao Zhuang, where's my business card? After praising Yang Mu, Yan Xianfu reached out and took a business card from the strong man named Zhang and handed it to Yang Mu. This is my business card, young man, you are very good, think about it, let me show you a good way. Not interested, Yang Mu looked at the old man in front of him who was smiling like a flower, shook his head, turned around and was about to leave, but was stopped by the man named Zhang. Yang Mu had no choice but to turn around and look at the old man named Yan, and his heart moved. Did the old man just say that he is the honorary curator? I think the old man has more say in this matter, right? Yang Mu said seriously, then took the business card, put it in his pocket, pushed the sturdy man away, turned around and left this corner of the exhibition hall. Seeing that the old man was no longer following him, Yang Mu was relieved. When he was stared at by the old man just now, Yang Mu felt that he was seen through by him. The burning eyes were as scary as when he reported to the Marshal of the Star Domain Fleet. Speaking of the Marshal, it seems that his surname is also Yan? Yang Mu shook his head, shook off those messy thoughts, took out his watch and sent a message to Jiahao and Duolin, and walked quickly towards the exit of the Science and Technology Museum. This Science and Technology Museum, Kanst A. In the corner of the Science and Technology Museum, Yan Xianfu's face was still smiling, but his eyes were always staring at the direction where Yang Mu left. Xiao Zhuang, what do you think of this kid's explanation? Yan Xianfu asked the man surnamed Zhang. Old Yan, I think it's far-fetched. A powerful voice came out of the strong man's mouth, and his face was no longer honest, but replaced by a serious and shrewd expression. Then do you think this kid really knows something? This Zhang Liang is not sure how to judge, the strong man said hesitantly, frowning again. However, when he tried to break free just now, he used very professional skills, as if he wanted to counter me. Oh. In this case, this guy is even more exciting. Let's go and find fault with a blue giant. I can't just sit there and watch this kind of thing with big defects. After saying that, Yan Xianfu squinted his eyes and touched his beard again, and continued to tour the exhibition hall with his hands behind his back. Brothers, please collect and vote. Greek letter Omega. Chapter 6 Reality Mecha. After waiting for more than 10 minutes under the big tree in front of the Science and Technology Museum, Yang Mu finally saw Duel and Dragon Jiahao out of the Science and Technology Museum. Boss, I've brought him to you. Doolin pushed Jia Hao to Yang Mu's side and said while scratching his head. Mu Shui, why are you calling us out so urgently? I haven't finished watching yet, Jia Hao pouted and asked with some reluctance, as if he had seen a big chicken leg and said, hey, young man, it's time to go, you don't have that chicken leg. This was a fatal blow to Jia Hao. Yang Mu shrugged and said helplessly, there's nothing to see, so I'm coming out. Let's go. Did you want me to take you to play TRM? Let's go now. As soon as the words came out, Jia Hao and Doolin were shocked by Yang Mu's words and were stunned. Mr. Mu, you are not having a fever and your brain is confused, right? This is a mecha exhibition. A mecha exhibition. The mecha exhibition you have been looking forward to for more than a month. You actually came out like this, Jia Hao asked as if he had seen a ghost, and wanted to touch Yang Mu's forehead. Doolin also nodded frantically. Boss, you have changed. Don't you love those cool mechas that can fly and hide and do everything? Seeing the two of them looking so disappointed, Yang Mu grinned and opened Jia Hao's fat hand, walked up, and patted their hair hard. What are you thinking about? I mean, I have finished watching it, so I asked you to come out. Jia Hao looked at Yang Mu deeply, and was relieved when he was sure that Yang Mu was serious. Oh, that's good, Jia Hao nodded in sudden realization, but suddenly remembered something and said with wide eyes, damn, Mu Shui, you're done watching, why are you in such a hurry to ask us to do it? I thought you were in trouble. Oh my god, my favorite mecha is in the next exhibition hall, and I was about to see it, but Doolin pulled it out. Doolin said indifferently, I didn't see enough mecha exhibition this time, I'll ask my dad to find some tickets next time. Playing games is more important. Oh, chatting with girls is also important. Looking at the live performance of the two funny people in front of him, Yang Mu could only cover his face to show his speechlessness. Okay, let me ask you a question, do you know who Yan Shenfu is? Yang Mu interrupted the performance of the two people who were still unsatisfied and asked. Ah, Yan Shenfu? Who? Jia Hao asked puzzledly, and Yang Mu took out a business card from his pocket and handed it over. There were only 3 bold words Yan Shenfu on the business card, and a string of contact information. Yan Shenfu. I'll check it online. Doolin also leaned over, looked at the name on the business card, opened his watch, and searched online. After a while, Doolin found the result online. Found it, Yan Shenfu, a Chiang star from the Nuhan Star region, an academician of the National Mecha Research Institute. The chief engineer of the 10 Snake series of mechas. Damn. Boss, this is a great man. Doolin flipped through the results on the encyclopedia and exclaimed. What? Let me see. Jia Hao also hurried over. Yang Mu, who heard all this, was also very surprised and also walked forward to check. After browsing the content on the encyclopedia and carefully looking at the photos on it, Yang Mu confirmed without a doubt that the old man he had just met was actually an extraordinary figure. Mu Shui, awesome, you walked around inside and actually met such an extraordinary figure. No wonder you came out so early. I surrender. Jia Hao gave the business card back to Yang Mu and said enviously. Doolin put away the watch, put his hand on Yang Mu's shoulder, stepped on Yang Mu's bicycle, and said. If you ask me, this is because our boss has a strong personality. Such a person has to give our boss a business card, right? Yang Mu didn't listen to the two people's jokes. He just quietly put away the business card and memorized the name in his heart. Yan Shenfu, he had never heard of this name in his previous life. Perhaps his circle did not intersect with him. But now that he has met him, and he's a big shot in the mecha industry, he should pay more attention to him. Maybe he can help him solve some problems in the future. Okay, let's go. Let's go to the Tam battlefield to kill all around. Compared to this news, Doolin is more concerned about his game. Boss, you promised that you must take me flying today. That's right, Marinho. You have a heavy burden on your shoulders. Jia Hao pinched his throat and said in a deep voice. Yang Mu didn't know what to say to these two guys. They're almost adults, can't they talk properly? Smiling and nodding, Yang Mu untied his bicycle and followed the two people to the nearest Tam experience hall. Reality Mech is a semi-immersive game. In other words, when players experience the game, they need to wear a holographic helmet, hold the somatosensory grip, step on the motorized pedals, and operate the mech to complete various operations to get the game experience. But this game is not a completely immersive game. Players will not feel anything when they are killed. They will just be locked by the system and the mech will be judged to be damaged. However, such a set of equipment is not cheap. The price on the internet is as high as 10,000 yen on coins. Therefore, in order to facilitate more players to participate in the game company of Reality Mech cooperated with game experience stores on various planets to launch a game operation warehouse for ordinary players. Yang Mu and his two friends turned a corner at the intersection and came to an experience hall not far from the Science and Technology Museum under the familiar guidance of Doolin. Students? Swipe your student card. The owner was a tall and thin man wearing glasses. When he saw Yang Mu and his two friends come in, he spoke. Doolin walked over, handed the student's card to the tall and thin man, and said, "Brother, let's open a small room with 3 operating rooms." The tall and thin man did not speak. He took the student's cards of the 3 people and scanned them on the computer. He confirmed that the 3 were all over 16 years old, and then nodded and said, "How long will it take, and whose card will be swiped?" This game originally had no age limit, but after several incidents of students becoming addicted and several attacks from public opinion, Reality Mech launched an anti-addiction system, and students must use their ID cards to go online. Moreover, children under the age of 16 are not allowed to go online in any experience hall. Of course, this is not a difficult thing for children from wealthy families. Yang Mu did not ask Uncle Lei to buy him such expensive gaming equipment, so he worked hard until he was 16, and he could not wait to register an account. And he has been playing until now. Swipe mine, and open it for 2 hours first. Doolin handed over the payment code on the watch and replied. The tall and thin man nodded, operated on the computer, and then handed the 3 aluminum plates and student cards to Yang Mu and the other 2. Room T. Turn right after entering. Doolin took the things and walked in with Yang Mu and Jia Hao. Yang Mu turned his head to look at the smoky public area around him, pursed his lips, and didn't look at it for long. In his previous life, he had been to many experience halls, but he had never been to the Science and Technology Museum. Now it seems that basically all experience halls are similar. The public area is smoky and noisy, and the VIP area is not much better. Entering the small private room, there are 3 game consoles facing the door in the dim small room of more than 10 square meters, and there is a small sofa, a small coffee table, and a few bottles of mineral water next to it. The waiter also brought in a plate of fruit that looked fresh but very small. For such a small amount of things, the charge is so high, and the taste of this fruit plate is not very good. The fat man was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He immediately occupied the game console that looked the newest, and ate the fruit plate with one hand. "If it's free, I can eat this place out of money." Doolin looked at Jia Hao with bulging cheeks with disdain. Yes, Uncle Jia is awesome. Uncle Jia is mighty. Uncle Jia will take us flying. That's right, just wait and see. Jia Hao did not refuse, and said proudly. Yang Mu shrugged his shoulders, not having any feelings about his childhood friend who seemed to be half-witted. He inserted the aluminum plate in his hand into the operating cabin, and the semi-enclosed operating cabin unfolded, and Yang Mu sat in it. There was a leather-red seat in the operating cabin, and a gaming helmet was placed next to it. There were 2 rolling pin thick sticks at both ends of the gaming cabin, which were the somatosensory controllers. Seeing that Yang Mu had already entered the gaming cabin, Jia Hao and Doolin did not stand, and entered their own gaming cabins. Yang Mu inserted his student card into a card slot next to him, and the lock on the gaming helmet popped open. Yang Mu adjusted the comfort of the seat, put on the helmet, and picked up the somatosensory controllers with his left and right hands. Although the helmet is not fully enclosed like the holographic helmet on the Annihilation, it also covers most of the head. Yang Mu can even smell the hair of the last person who wore this helmet. It smells a bit sweaty, and the smell is delicate but continuous. It seems that the hair of the last person must be very oily. I'm getting off topic. After putting on the helmet, the screen on it slowly lights up, allowing the eyes to slowly adapt. A login interface appears, which has automatically entered the account and password by identifying the student card, waiting for Yang Mu to enter the secondary password. M2,160,922 Yang Mu said, and the system automatically entered this secondary password. Wait until the supernova explodes. Welcome to the Reality Mecha. Moderate games are good for the body and mind, and academic studies are the most important. Don't get addicted. The gentle female voice of the game system sounded, and Yang Mu's mouth twitched. It's not because of how sweet the voice is, but because of his nickname. It's really. When he was 17, Yang Mu naturally liked such a name, but now he is 37 years old. Seeing this name, he feels ashamed. Okay? Without saying too much, as soon as he entered the game hall, Yang Mu immediately spent 50 game coins and changed his name to Annihilation. As for why he chose this name, on the one hand, it was because it was the name of his mecha, and on the other hand, it was because the first letters of these two words were im, which just happened to fit the first letters of his name. So Yang Mu decisively changed the name in the game to Annihilation. Anyway, in this time and space, no one knows that this mecha really exists. As a game name, it also seems to be more stylish and mysterious. Wow, Marinho, why did you change your name? If I hadn't seen your ID number, I would have almost lost it. Okay, at this time, Jiahao came over with Duelan. Annihilation? Well, this name is okay, but it's still a little worse than ours. Jiahao commented on it, but Yang Mu was frowning. Eat well to lose weight, miss you for 366 days. It seems that the nicknames of these two guys are even more disgusting. Yang Mu held back the idea of complaining and said, Duelan, you choose the mode and map, and I will help you to level up, okay? I'm just waiting for you to say this, boss. Let's form a team first, and I'll take care of the rest, Duelan said excitedly, and at the same time sent a team invitation to Yang Mu and Jiahao. Wait for me to add 2 friends. Duelan stood in front of Yang Mu and slid the virtual panel, searching in his friend list. It seems that no one is online at the moment. Jiahao, where are you? Duelan looked through it for a long time without any results, and asked Jiahao. Don't ask me, the people here are even worse than me, and adding them will only hinder us. Yang Mu also flipped through the friend list and saw that Chen Kei's game number was not lit up, so he spoke. Let's just start and let the system match freely. Duelan nodded, selected the team mode, chose a random map, and clicked start. The interface of the game helmet loaded, and then the screen flashed to the mecha preparation area. This is the place to match teammates before the game officially starts. It is also a place for each team to discuss tactics and select mechas. Yang Mu glanced at the IDs of the 2 matched teammates. Meow 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 meow, I will lead the charge. Huh? 2 more nicknames that are hard to describe. Yang Mu suddenly felt that he was going to suffer from obsessive-compulsive disorder from nowhere. Dear big guys, please collect and vote. Chapter 7 Live Broadcast. Looking at the 4 players in the preparation area, Yang Mu resisted the urge to complain about the nicknames and prepared to start choosing mechas. The various mechas in the real mecha are modeled after the data of modern mechas. Although they only have the appearance of real mechas, they are enough to make players willing to pay for them. In addition, in order to simplify the difficulty of operation, the game uses a very simple operating system, with only somatosensory handles and foot controllers. If it were a real mecha, in addition to the handles and pedals, there would be many buttons to pull the brakes on ordinary mechas. Yang Mu's Annihilation is better, because it is an improved version of the Elite mecha. There are only a few rings in the cockpit to fix the body shape. All operations rely on Yang Mu wearing a somatosensory suit to complete. The various actions of the mecha can become more handy, but the difficulty is still very high. I choose the output type. A crisp and pleasant voice with a little sweetness suddenly sounded. It turned out to be a girl, rare. This girl, girls don't want to fight and kill, I'll take this position, Duelan simulated character spoke, full of coquettishness. On the question of whether to choose a mech or a girl, Duelan stood up for a rare time. Mechas that focus on firepower attacks have always been Duelan's favorite, but his blindly washing the ground every time is also very speechless. Duelan selected a fire dragon mech from his mech list. The most eye-catching thing on the red fuselage is the hands and feet and the huge weapon box on the back. Is that so? Well, then I'll choose the defensive type. The girl didn't fight for it, but just said a little disappointed. Oh, sorry, girl, I've chosen this position. Girls shouldn't be beaten casually. Jiahao also spoke at this time, and directly extracted a sturdy earth mech from the database and climbed in smoothly. Ah. Okay, then I choose the reconnaissance type. This is mine. The player nicknamed I will definitely lead the charge said coldly. Domineeringly chose an improved Nightblade V mech, sat in it by himself, and closed the hatch. Ah. Okay, then I choose, woo woo woo, you are bullying me. The girl started to complain before she finished her words. The reason was simple. When they were discussing which mecha to choose, Yang Mu had already silently chosen a smasher to fill the position of long-range sniper. As for why it was this one, it was because only this mecha had the best equipment. The remaining one was the position of the mecha whose comprehensive performance was mainly based on command. If it was an ordinary team, everyone would definitely compete for that position. But when it came to Yang Mu, Dulan and Jiahao would definitely listen to Yang Mu, and it was unknown whether the other cold guy would listen to the command. So it was really hard to say who would listen to whom. The girl suddenly became a commander without troops. No wonder the girl said they were bullying. At this time, in a room on a distant planet, a girl with short hair and exquisite dress was playing a game in an advanced game cabin, and next to her was a projection computer, which was broadcasting the girl's game live. Many bullet comments passed by from time to time, and the bullet comments that swipe past read shameless and no man is a good thing, except for those who watch Zixie's live broadcast. Obviously this player is a streamer, and now what Yang Mu and others are doing is being broadcast live, and then being madly complained by the streamer's fans from various planets. I just don't know if this streamer is a real streamer or an entertainment streamer. Don't cry, sister, just stand behind me, this time you will definitely be promoted. Dulan stood up at this time, wanting to show his mighty male image. That's right, sister, don't worry, this time it's absolutely stable, Jiahao also assured loudly. But, your 2 ranks are not as high as mine, the girl cried and chose a kill in universal mecha, and said in a low voice. The scene was suddenly a little awkward. Indeed, the ranks of Dulan and Jiahao's apprentices are really not enough compared to the rank of the girl's mecha. Haha, what Zixie said is right, show off to these rookies, I am the boss and I gave Zixie a spaceship. The program is loading, welcome to the mecha battlefield. As the electronic sound played, the 5 mechas of Yang Mu and others appeared in a corner of the virtual battlefield. Savannah, I like this map, Dulan was the first to speak. Such an open terrain is most suitable for firing. Yang Mu moved around a little to get familiar with the mecha, then controlled the mecha to look around, opened the public channel, and said, everyone, pay attention, the team should not be too scattered, scout and check the situation within a radius of 3 kilometers, and the 3 of you walk together. Okay, Yiren responded coldly, and then flew away. Okay, boss, Mu Shui, Dulan and Jiahao also responded. Ah, I'm following the sniper, right? Don't you need to help scout the terrain? The girl was a little confused and asked. Yang Mu controlled the mecha of about 6 meters to climb up a big tree with a thick trunk next to him. No, this kind of plain terrain, with only a few hills and mountains, has a wide enough field of vision. One person can scout. Although it was a game, Yang Mu took it seriously because of his decades of instinct. Ah, are we just going to wait? The girl asked again. Should we find someone to kill now? Yang Mu grinned. He didn't expect this girl to be so eager to fight. She didn't analyze the current terrain conditions at all. Are players so tough at this time? In this kind of open terrain, the first thing to do is not to scout the surrounding situation, but to hide yourself first. A major disadvantage of the plain terrain is that when you can see the enemy can also see you clearly. Wait, Yang Mu turned the words he wanted to complain about this player into this word. Wait, the girl asked in confusion. Wait for what? Just when the girl was confused in the game, arguments began to appear in the barrage of the live broadcast. Isn't this guy a fool? He told everyone to stay where they are and wait for death, that's right. This guy doesn't shoot his sniper properly, but gives blind orders. He's a scumbag at the mech level. I'll go online and beat him up. Don't say that, everyone. That guy's idea is right. The most taboo on plain terrain is to be discovered in advance. You must hide yourself first. This guy looks a bit professional. Zixie, you should cooperate with him more. Maybe you can easily win this time. But the female anchor Zixie they were talking about was wearing a helmet and couldn't see the barrage they sent at all. When the live broadcast room was noisy, Yang Mu had received feedback from the Nightblade mecha. There is no situation within a radius of 3 kilometers. There is gunfire at 1 o'clock in the east-northeast direction. Dulan and the others saw the news, but did not move, waiting for Yang Mu's news. After carefully checking the map and combining it with the news sent by Nightblade, Yang Mu had a little idea in his mind. After turning off the camouflage system, Yang Mu jumped off the tree trunk and said to Dulan and the others, go forward, toward the place where the gunfire is coming from, which is northeast of the east. Go over there for reconnaissance, and Yaren should pay attention to your concealment. Dulan and Jiahao stood up without hesitation, found the right direction and went over there, while the Killin called Zixie walked to Yang Mu's side. Hey, do you want to go over there to kill people? I like it. The girl said excitedly. Yang Mu looked at the rich mecha with red paint, and didn't want to talk to him, but in order to make the operation go smoothly later, Yang Mu still spoke. Killing people is not the main thing, seizing the energy battery and replacing our equipment is the main thing. After Yang Mu finished speaking, he controlled the mecha to move forward, leaving Killin confused. Yang Mu decided after everyone had chosen their mechas. The equipment of the Nightblade and Kirin mechas was very good, but the mechas of the three of them were not so good. Although the mecha types were good, the weapons and armor were still very weak, and they had to be replaced to ensure that they would not be shot by someone. So Yang Mu chose the replacement of mecha equipment as the #1 task. Seize the energy battery? Change the equipment? Is this necessary? The girl looked at her full set of hardcover equipment and felt a little puzzled. This guy is pretty good. He knew that his mecha was not good at the beginning of the grassland, and knew that he had to take energy and change equipment. He has some ideas, someone else said in the live broadcast room. On the battlefield of the savannah, the mechas driven by Yang Mu and others were rushing to the target location at the fastest speed, and the Nightblade mecha that had preceded them had already arrived at the battlefield. 3 mechas were found. The battle is over and the battlefield is being cleaned up. The cold voice of the Nightblade came from the communication channel. After listening to this, Yang Mu immediately ordered Dulan and the others to take position on the back slope of the hill, while he controlled the mecha and ran towards a group of tall trees on the hill. After finding a tree 3 or 4 meters high, Yang Mu took down his gun, stuck the muzzle out from the branch, and opened the camouflage on his whole body. This wave of operations caused people in the live broadcast room to discuss again. Okay, he knows how to use the tree as a shield. This guy is good at it. What? Is this guy going to the commanding heights at this time to be a live target? The live target? You are probably still a primary school student. Bah, I can't use you to insult a primary school student. Yang Mu is very familiar with such actions. He has not participated in special missions on the planet for several years before and after becoming the captain of the starship. But this ability has become an instinct. As long as he arrives in an environment, Yang Mu can do the best operation in that environment. Kala. Yang Mu took off the folding long-range sniper rifle from the weapon rack on the back of the mecha. The mecha arm was directly locked with a slot on the gun, and the bullet was automatically loaded. The muzzle, as big as a machine gun, flashed a faint light, pointing directly at the 3 mechas in the sparse woods on a plain in the distance. Stone Shield, Viper and Cold Front have 3 attributes of defense, command and reconnaissance, with medium performance, but good equipment. After reading it, Yang Mu was ready to command everyone to eat this piece of meat. Hey, the opponent is easy to fight, let's go straight at it. A sweet voice suddenly sounded in the channel, startling Yang Mu, who was concentrating on looking down the mountain. Turning his head, Yang Mu found that next to the tree where he was standing, the red-painted Killin was holding the tree trunk with one hand and holding an electromagnetic rifle with the other, standing under the tree and looking out. Oh my god. Yang Mu was immediately confused by this Killin mecha. It would have been fine if it didn't lie on the top of the mountain in front of it, but you should have turned on a camouflage. Also, didn't I ask her to follow Dulan and the others? Is this guy here to act cute on the battlefield? Yang Mu's heart was suddenly trampled by thousands of extinct alpacas. Lie down. What are you doing? Yang Mu said loudly in the channel, confusing others. And this Killin realized it later, and the girl named Zixi was still startled by Yang Mu's sudden roar. Ah! What are you doing? You scared me to death. Killin and slowly lay down, and the camouflage on the fuselage was still not turned on. The battlefield was painted red, and it was the most dazzling bright red. If it was on the battlefield, this guy would have died long ago. Yang Mu sighed in his heart, and ignored her. He raised his gun and aimed at the mechas in the distance. The opponent had not yet arrived at the battlefield, and was still concentrating on cleaning the battlefield. Monkey, have you seen the target? Yang Mu asked. Dulan's voice came from the channel. I have seen it. Do you want to turn on the radar to lock it now? No hurry, listen to my gunshots, and fire the missiles immediately when the gunshots. Remember that the laser radar must lock the opponent's feet. We still need them to change equipment, okay? Seeing that Dulan already understood, Yang Mu turned his head to control the mecha, and the scope of the huge sniper rifle was covered with the head of the Stone Shield defensive mecha, and then he decisively pulled the trigger. A little blue flame came out of the muzzle of the sniper rifle, and almost at the moment of firing, several mechas that were cleaning the battlefield at the foot of the mountain noticed it, but before they could open their defenses, the bullets had arrived, and the stone shield fell straight down. Many parts and fragments burst out of the head, and the whole HUD was basically shattered. The next second, 4 missiles rose from the middle of the mountain and whizzed towards the other 2 mechas at the foot of the mountain. Nightblade is ready, Fatty rushes directly, Killin follows behind Fatty and cleans up quickly. Yang Mu calmly issued the order, firing the sniper rifle in his hand non-stop. 2 more shots, one shot directly hit the cockpit under the chest armor of Stone Shield. And the other shot directly hit the mechanical right leg of Cold Front, directly preventing the reconnaissance mecha from performing its functions. Wow, this shooting skill is awesome, and every shot hits the target. This must be a small account opened by some great god. This strategic attack arrangement is something that a rookie at this level would never think of. Some viewers in the live broadcast room have already focused their attention on Yang Mu, and some even urged Killin to commit suicide in the barrage, so that they could switch the death view to Yang Mu. The missile exploded at the foot of the mountain, splashing countless dust, and the 3 mechas of Doolin and others rushed down and effortlessly eliminated the remaining 2 mechas. The battle ended perfectly in a moment. Dear book friends, please collect and vote Greek letter Omega. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8, The Mantis catches the cicada and meets the yellow bird. The battle ended in the blink of an eye. Several people present felt extremely happy. The girl was even more excited and shouted in the channel. So fast, ahem, sister, don't talk like that, brother will think wrongly. The fat man overturned the stone shield on the ground and pulled out the energy battery inside. No, sister, this is called letting go of nature, brother likes it. Doolin slowly controlled the mecha to rush to the battlefield, looking at the broken mechas and parts on the ground, and teased. Yang Mu licked his lips, but felt that he was still unsatisfied. Hurry up and clean up the battlefield, and then leave here. The first position scan is about to begin. In this game, although the map where the player is located is very large, every 5 minutes, the system will feed back the location of the mecha squad on the entire map. But each mecha squad will only feed back one signal point. In other words, if it is a mecha squad, you can only know the location of one mecha, and you have no way of knowing the location of the remaining mechas. Only when the mecha carrying the signal is killed, the signal of the mecha team will appear on another person in the team. So there is a huge operating space, which allows players to have a sense of game experience and makes the game more exciting. The signal source of Yang Mu's team is now on Jiahao, and Yang Mu is the 4th to take over. Putting the huge sniper rifle on his back, Yang Mu jumped down from the tree and controlled the mecha to fly down the hill. This mecha is a universal mecha for sea, land and air, which is convenient for attack and defense everywhere, but the energy consumed by flying is too much, and the flight time is not long. So Yang Mu needs an energy battery. Landing steadily on the battlefield, Yang Mu inserted the energy battery handed over by Jiahao into the energy slot that had been removed from the old battery, and the energy reserve of the mecha suddenly increased from 53% to 87%. Don't bring too many things, replace the main equipment, and leave here immediately. Yang Mu replaced the front armor, then greeted everyone, and rushed into the dense forest in front of him first. The several mechas behind him also brought things and followed into the dense forest. As for the Nightblade, it didn't need Yang Mu's command at all, and had already reported the situation of the first 5 kilometers to the channel. Killin, what are you doing? Why didn't you confirm that the other cockpit had finished the attack? In the general channel, Yang Mu was loudly scolding the girl. The reason was that because of her negligence, the fat man's mecha was attacked by a falling mecha. The reason was that he didn't confirm the kill information and was bitten by the opponent. Fortunately, Yang Mu reacted quickly and killed the opponent directly. Jiahao's mecha replaced parts on the spot and can still be used, but the performance has been greatly reduced. I didn't see it. A weak voice came from the channel. Okay, boss, everyone makes mistakes. Isn't it still usable? Jiahao didn't care, but persuaded Yang Mu. Yang Mu was not really angry, but the strict style of the military made Yang Mu unable to tolerate such small mistakes that should not be made, even in the game. Yang Mu didn't reply, but controlled the mecha to move forward towards the dry river. The position information of the mechas in the whole map was fed back at this time. In addition to Yang Mu's team, the 2 mechas that had just been killed had 2 other teams, one full and one 3-person. Along the way, Relying on Yang Mu's precise command, the team had killed 11 mechas, and even Nightblade was willing to listen to Yang Mu's command. But before he took a few steps, Yang Mu stopped, gestured to the 4 mechas behind him, and stood close to the river rock wall. "What's wrong, boss?" Dulan asked. "I heard the sound of branches breaking in my headphones," Yang Mu said in a deep voice. "Nightblade, go investigate." A slender mecha not far behind Yang Mu opened its camouflage, started the horsepower, and left directly behind everyone. Yang Mu was searching for the target in the airborne radar until the sound of the branches just now sounded again. "That's right. There are people. And they are somewhere here." Seeing that Nightblade had not sent any information yet, and the position information of his team had just been fed back, the other party must have known the location information of himself and others. But he did not receive any information about the location of the mecha here. If the other party surrounded him, the terrain in the river would be extremely unfavorable to him. So Yang Mu was ready to take a risk. The arm of the mecha was buckled on the rock wall. Yang Mu dug a piece of rock and threw it out. The sound of clattering sounded, and until it stopped, Yang Mu did not hear any strange sound. No abnormality was found. The cold voice of Yi Ren came from the channel. "This is strange. I clearly heard the sound, and twice. How could it disappear?" Faced with a strange situation, Yang Mu was undecided for a while, and Yang Mu had to make a decision. Keep moving forward. Now he can't find this target, but his team has exposed its position. In order not to lose teammates in this position, Yang Mu can only do this. But Yang Mu still kept a small mind, that is, let Killin walk in front, and he walked at the back to prevent someone from attacking from behind. As for the one who stepped on the mine in front, Yang Mu thought so. If it weren't for the fact that this mode had to be a team of 5, that drag would have been kicked out of the room by himself. Boom! Before they had walked for a few minutes, the sound of artillery shells suddenly rang out in front of them. It seemed that the Killin had really stepped on a landmine. Yang Mu quickly manipulated the mecha forward and saw that a few hundred meters away, the Fat Man's Earth mecha was holding on with a defensive force field, while Dolan fired a round of smoke bombs at the place where the Killin was. The Killin mecha hid behind the Fat Man and fired fiercely. Yang Mu quickly found a stone and aimed the sniper rifle in his hand at the battlefield. He saw 3 mechas standing on the slope in the distance pouring out firepower crazily. Bang! Bang! Kara Kara! Yang Mu fired 2 shots, and the opponent's 2 mechas suddenly shut down. Just as Yang Mu aimed at the 3rd mecha, the sniper rifle's kinetic bullets ran out. As a last resort, Yang Mu had to manipulate the mecha to rush forward, and then use the rifle with a shorter range to support. But before Yang Mu arrived at the place, the 3 slightly damaged mechas of the opponent began to fire again, and one of the Hummingbird reconnaissance mechas was moving forward with all its strength, aiming directly at Dolan, who was providing firepower support. His goal was to clear the firepower point from Dolan. Seeing that the Hummingbird was about to contact Dolan at a distance, Dolan seemed not to notice and was still firing at the main battlefield. It was too late. Yang Mu operated the handle in his hand for a while, stepped on the pedal, and the engine behind the Slayer mecha was fully powered, spraying directly towards Dolan's position. "What does that Slayer want to do?" someone shouted on the barrage in the live broadcast room. "Does this guy want to save that firepower mecha? It seems too late, Dolan. Be careful to avoid it." Dolan finally reacted in the last few seconds before the Hummingbird approached him, and the close-range machine gun fired directly. Dolan twisted his body and also fired fiercely at the swooping Hummingbird. But the distance was too close, and the opponent was obviously within reach. Dolan seemed to realize this, and the channel was filled with his voice cursing the opponent for being despicable. Yang Mu had also arrived at this time. Perhaps because the engine was overloaded, Yang Mu arrived a little earlier. But Yang Mu did not stop to tear open Dolan's mecha, but continued to fly in the direction of the Hummingbird. Fighting head-on is the way to turn passivity into initiative. The opponent also discovered the oncoming breaker, stretched out the chainsword in his hand, and actually intended to attack the breaker directly. Both sides rushed towards each other at a rapid speed. Yang Mu could even see the paint lines on the head of the opponent's mecha. In the next second, the movements of Yang Mu's hands and feet changed at the same time. The main engine behind the mecha stopped working, and the auxiliary engines of the limbs began to increase firepower, allowing the breaker to twist its body in the air. It was like a sports car at a speed of 200 yards per hour came to a corner and braked. The huge fuselage of the breaker twisted in the air, and the opponent's hummingbird seemed to be shocked by the operation of the breaker. The next second, the two mechas staggered, the hummingbird's chainsword missed, and the light knife in Yang Mu's hand had already inserted straight into the opponent's operating compartment. The victory or defeat was immediately determined. Yang Mu was more skilled. Beautiful. I told you this guy is not simple. A rookie can't do such a move. I'm starting to change my opinion of this guy. The people watching the game in the live broadcast room saw the scene clearly from the anchor's perspective. Some even captured the video and prepared to post it on the game forum. Yang Mu fell to the ground with a mecha. He was relieved when he saw that the system determined that the opponent was dead. On the other side, the Nightblade mecha had also succeeded in a sneak attack. Killen seized the opportunity and ended the battle directly. This guy seems to be useful. Yang Mu looked at Killen's operation and nodded involuntarily. His opinion of her improved a little. Suddenly, a gunshot came from nowhere. Yang Mu twisted the mecha to look at the battlefield. He saw that Jiaohao's cockpit had been shattered by a high-explosive bomb, and the system immediately determined that Jiaohao was dead. That shot accurately caught the opportunity when the force field shield of the Earth mecha failed and fired, and it was a one-shot kill. The last team appeared. Dear friends, please collect and vote. Chapter 9 Fantasy Mecha. After dealing with the three mechas, there were only two fully staffed teams left in the field, and the gunshot just now meant that the last team had launched an attack. But I was in the light, and the enemy was in the dark. Now my side is in a passive situation. The situation is very unfavorable. Yang Mu made an evasive move without thinking, and said to the channel, "The enemy has discovered us, each of us hide, protect the output, and the enemy's firepower coverage is expected to arrive." Before the voice fell, dozens of missiles whizzed in and hit the place where several people just stood, splashing clouds of dust. Yang Mu manipulated the mecha to roll a few times, got into a low forest, and instantly turned on the simulated camouflage. Fuck. Damn, you sneaked up on me, and I died like this. Jiaohao's howling came from the channel, but no one answered him. The sniper rifle was in hand. Although there were no bullets, the scope could still be used. Using the scope, Yang Mu finally saw a part of a mecha head exposed in a depression in the distance. Monkey, do you have any more missiles? Dulan had just manipulated the mecha to hide behind a red rock when he heard Yang Mu's voice. There are three more, where to shoot? Dulan immediately realized that Yang Mu had found someone and asked. Yang Mu stared at the depression in the distance, and after confirming that he was not mistaken, he said, "There is a small depression at the 7 o'clock direction. Shoot all your missiles there. Remember to change positions after shooting." "Okay," Dulan responded, aiming slightly, and fired the last three missiles in the weapon slot behind him. "Go straight after the explosion?" Killen asked in the channel. Yang Mu shook his head. "No, we only have 4 mechas, and the opponent's 5 are all here, and we don't know the specific location yet. What should we do then?" the girl asked again, obviously considering Yang Mu as the backbone of everyone. Yang Mu was not idle either. He observed the surroundings with a scope and looked at the topographic map. A plan gradually came to his mind. Retreat, push to the valley between the two hills behind. Yang Mu aimed at the dusty depression and issued an order. The terrain in that small valley was higher and there were more shelters. At least it would allow Yang Mu and others to take a breath and think about the next solution. "Okay," Dulan responded immediately and took action directly. Killen also followed him into the valley. But before Dulan's mecha took a few steps, a gunshot rang out, and the screens of Yang Mu and others showed that Dulan was killed. Damn, what's going on? Is this guy a human? Oh my god, you and I were killed by the same person. That guy must have cheated. Jiaohao and Dulan's complaints came from the channel. Killen slipped back to the hiding place just now and dared not move. At the moment when Yang Mu heard the gunshot, his nerves suddenly tense up. It was the same gunshot again, but he couldn't find it in his field of vision at all. That guy either has good skills or good equipment, or they connected an external auxiliary program. What should I do? My mecha is almost out of power. In the channel, the girl was a little confused by the sudden situation and said weakly. The other side must have cheated. How can a rookie be so accurate and kill a kid with one shot? Maybe he's here to bully the low-ranked ones. Yes. Isn't the one lying down right now also? In the barrage, the screen peepers had another topic to debate. Yang Mu lay there, his brain working frantically, thinking about how to solve this problem. Now, there are only 3 mechas left on his side, and there are still 4 on the other side. Even if everyone has one, the last mecha that fired a cold shot will definitely destroy his side. I have an idea. Suddenly, the taciturn Nightblade driver spoke. Yang Mu flashed a hint of doubt. What's the plan? Use the killing as bait. I've already locked onto 2 targets in the depression. If you just hold them off, you'll have a chance. You're willing to betray your teammates. Yang Mu couldn't believe the other party's proposal. Don't worry, this is a private channel. And, this is for the sake of winning the game. Yi Ren's cold voice came. How about it? Do you want to do it? Yang Mu glanced at the screen. Coincidentally, the 5 minutes had passed, and the system's location information was fed back again. A light spot appeared on Yang Mu's screen, and its location seemed to be in a piece of wasteland not far in front of him. The Killen Metro was the 3rd Metro to take over the signal source. Now that her location information had been fed back to the other party, it only had this one function now. Use it as bait to lure out the other party's mecha. In a flash, Yang Mu agreed to his proposal. Okay, pay attention to the timing. Yi Ren's channel had already fallen silent. Yang Mu knew that guy was ready to kill. But before that, there was one thing to do. Killen, suppress the big rock at 5 o'clock with firepower. Yang Mu pointed to the wasteland where the light spot was and said, "You know the location of the other party's light spot, right? Leave it to me." Yang Mu's tone did not change, and he said, "Yes, that's it. Suppress it with firepower immediately. I'll kill him." The girl immediately felt that she had a target, and responded happily, and then she jumped out and poured firepower on the rock. Bang! Another gunshot came from nowhere. The screen prompted the death of the Killen mecha. I'm dead," the girl shouted unwillingly. The girl in the game room took off the holographic helmet on her head, revealing a delicate little face and soft short hair. Smoothing her messy hair, the girl's face was a little puffy, but she still cut a death vision to Yang Mu first. When Killen fell, the opportunity came. Yang Mu saw that Nightblade had already appeared in the depression and launched an attack. Yang Mu was not far behind. The body of the destroyer bounced directly from the bushes and fired a burst of bullets at a patch of grass in the distance. The girl's test just now had allowed Yang Mu to determine the exact location of the mecha. Regardless of whether the mecha was the one that fired the cold gun, Yang Mu now had only one task, which was to kill him decisively and then help Nightblade. The bullets passed over the wasteland, and a mecha stood up on the dense and yellow grass. It was taller and more ferocious, and the camouflage color still couldn't cover its gorgeous body that was far superior to ordinary mechas. Fantasy mecha. Wow, a fantasy-level mecha appeared in the rookie bureau. The local tyrant is here, someone shouted in the live broadcast room. Yang Mu naturally saw the mecha that appeared on the wasteland, but he didn't expect it to be a fantasy mecha. For a while, his mind was buzzing. There are 2 types of mechas in the game. One is the ordinary mecha that is directly based on the real mecha as a prototype, which is also used by most players. But in addition to this, the game company has also developed some more advanced mechas, called fantasy mechas, just like the elite mechas developed at all costs in reality. Someone once calculated that if you want a fantasy mecha, you have to spend at least millions of yen on coins. And this fantasy mecha that appears in high-end games actually appeared in this low-end game. Yang Mu was amazed at the opponent's super equipment strength, but now there is no time to hesitate. The entire mecha of the destroyer has been exposed to the opponent's gun. In just one round, his destroyer will become a pile of broken parts. What should I do now? Yang Mu was also anxious for a while. He didn't expect that he would encounter such a rich man in a rookie game, driving a fantasy mecha to play a rookie game. The power of his destroyer can't be compared with that of the opponent. Yang Mu's brain was thinking quickly, while manipulating the mecha to do various flexible mecha evasive actions. That's right, it was to dodge. When the fantasy stood up, Yang Mu's advantage of first attack no longer existed, and now he was suppressed by the mecha. The equipment's strength was completely crushed, and Yang Mu could only rely on his outstanding driving skills. The mecha kept changing its trajectory on the ground to avoid the whistling bullets. Good news came at this time, that is, Nightblade had solved a mecha in the depression, which was slightly weakened. But the situation was still dangerous. The fantasy mecha in front of him was enough to turn the whole battle situation around, even if there was only one left. Yang Mu had no time to think about it. Yang Mu threw away the sniper rifle on his back and the weapon rack, and rushed straight to the fantasy mecha with a light knife and force field shield. Are you looking for death? In a luxuriously decorated room, a bald man sat in the game cabin, looking at the raider rushing towards him. This guy was the driver of this fantasy mecha. Yang Mu was not looking for death. Only if he got close enough could he win. His mecha was a sniper mecha, but his firepower and armor were not as good as the others. Only if he got close enough could he win. Even if it was just a little bit, it was better than nothing. The slender raider made a series of complex evasive moves under Yang Mu's operation. The elite driver's operating instinct was stimulated at this time, and he cleverly dodged the bullet a second before it hit him. Strange, this movement, I'm afraid ordinary people can't learn it. The perspective of the live broadcast room has switched to Yang Mu. In the third-person perspective, Yang Mu's various strange movements dazzled the people in the live broadcast room. Duolin and Jia Hao also discovered Yang Mu's magical operation, and they were all yelling, like chicken blood. Yang Mu's headphones were full of the howling of these two guys, but now he was concentrating on watching the other party, and he had no time to block out the noise and could only let them do what they wanted. 20 meters. 15 meters. 10 meters. Yang Mu's mecha was about to approach the enemy, and was also suppressed more fiercely by the enemy's firepower. His main armor had been hit by several bullets. But it didn't matter, the mecha was about to meet him face to face. Let's see who is better in close combat. But at this moment, the gunshot that came from nowhere appeared again, and Yang Mu's eyes suddenly widened. Yang Mu made an emergency evasive action at this time, but the speed was not as fast as the speed of the bullet. The right arm of Yang Mu's mecha was hit hard and the fuselage shook greatly. Not only that, the fantasy mecha also seized this opportunity, with a light knife flashing in its hand, and it attacked the cockpit on the chest of the destroyer. Boss, hide quickly, make evasive actions. Duolin's roar came from the channel. Yang Mu certainly knew that he had to make evasive actions, but in this situation, what can he do? Seeing that the sword was about to penetrate his cockpit, Yang Mu suddenly stepped on the accelerator with his right foot to the maximum. The main jet behind him entered the overload operation mode again, and the mecha tilted to the left. Swish, the light blade of the fantasy mecha still stabbed into the torso of Yang Mu's mecha, but it passed by the cockpit of the destroyer and did not penetrate into the cockpit. Without waiting for the opponent to cut the mecha with the sword, Yang Mu clamped the shoulder of the opponent's mecha with his left hand, and the main jet was still spraying at full force. The two mechas rolled into a ball and stirred up a wave of earth. The two mechas twisted together, rubbing against the ground and sliding forward. Yang Mu was still struggling, trying to adjust his position so that the muzzle of the machine gun in his left hand could face the operating cabin of the fantasy mecha, because the right arm of his mecha was completely useless. I will lead the charge and die. This message suddenly appeared on Yang Mu's operating cabin. I can't help you. I'm being targeted by that sniper. I can only die with one of the enemy's mechas. The remaining sniper can only rely on you. Are you kidding? How can I complete a 1-on-2 fight? Yang Mu didn't expect that the Nightblade couldn't hold up, and now he is almost scrapped. In a flash, Yang Mu changed his strategy and stopped wrestling with the fantasy mecha. Instead, he controlled the right foot of the mecha. There was a protruding armor component on the knee of the right foot. It was originally used to help the mecha fix when kneeling and shooting, but now Yang Mu wanted to use it to smash the opponent's cockpit. Because the component was in the shape of a fork. Without saying a word, Yang Mu opened the jet on his right foot to the maximum and hit the side of the main armor on the chest of the opponent's mecha. Under the violent impact, the main armor of the fantasy mecha showed signs of loosening. After a few more kicks, Yang Mu's attack worked. A large piece of the side of the main armor had been kicked off, and Yang Mu could already see the cockpit. The two mechas were still twisted together. The fantasy was not to be outdone and was already manipulating the lightsaber to cut upwards. In just a few seconds, the right half of the raider would be completely cut open. Fortunately, the mecha in the distance, perhaps for fear of accidental injury, did not shoot. Yang Mu could already clearly feel that the operation on the right handle could no longer control the parts of the upper right body of the mecha, so he hit the opponent's cockpit even harder. Success or failure depends on these few seconds. Finally, the two mechas that were pushed forward by Yang Mu's thrusters stopped after hitting a large piece of red rock. Yang Mu finally found the point of force. At the moment of collision with the red rock, Yang Mu's knee armor parts deeply penetrated into the opponent's cockpit. Complete the kill. Yang Mu released the mecha that had been locked by the system, but he himself could not move. Energy remaining 2%. Looking at the energy that has reached the bottom, Yang Mu can only accept the reality helplessly. This little bit of energy is not enough for him to advance 1 kilometer, let alone to fight again. It seems that this time he will lose. Brothers, please collect it and vote for it later. Chapter 10 Victory. Energy remaining 2%. Looking at the bright red prompt in the upper right corner of the screen, Yang Mu has decided to give up. At this moment, a gunshot was heard from a small slope in the distance opposite Yang Mu. That's right, it was on the slope, and Yang Mu just happened to see the dry grass being blown by the muzzle airflow. And that position, in the slope. It was also where he heard the sound of branches breaking. No wonder there was no way to find that guy, it turned out to be hiding there. Yang Mu didn't know where the anger came from. With 2% of the power, he controlled the left hand of the destroyer and forcibly pulled up the fantasy mecha to block himself. Bang! The huge impact arrived immediately, and a huge smoke and dust exploded directly. However, the fantasy mecha is worthy of being a fantasy mecha. It still persisted under such an impact, but a big hole was chiseled on the surface. Is the sniper rifle of that mecha so powerful? Yang Mu looked at the huge and deep gun hole on the back of the fantasy mecha and was very surprised. His sniper rifle can't do such damage. With such a big hole, how can an ordinary mecha like himself withstand it? No wonder the mechas of Fatty, Dulan and the girl were blown up directly, and Nightblade was forced to die together. Wait? With such damage and such a sniper rifle, could it be another fantasy mecha? Yang Mu suddenly realized that the mecha that almost wiped out his team might also be a fantasy mecha. If that was the case, then he was really lucky today, encountering 2 fantasy mechas in a row, and they were in the same team. Thinking of this, Yang Mu felt tough in his heart, and didn't want to be killed like this. No matter what, he had to beat the opponent to bleed. Relying on equipment to bully people, it really gave him face. Thinking of this, Yang Mu used his only left hand to grope for the weapons on his body, but found that there was only an electromagnetic rifle, which was already damaged. No gun, no energy. How to fight back? Yang Mu, who was in trouble, looked at the mecha on his body, and suddenly noticed a machine gun on the fantasy mecha in front of him. Yang Mu's eyes lit up. Use this. The machine gun of the fantasy mech was set to single-shot mode. Its range and lethality were comparable to those of a sniper rifle. But before Yang Mu could reach out, another shot was fired from the opposite hillside. Yang Mu had to use the limited power to increase the power of the fantasy mech. Another deep hit hit the fantasy mech, splashing clouds of dust. No more time and energy could be wasted. Yang Mu's face became a little serious. He grabbed the machine gun on the fantasy mech's weapon rack with his left hand, twisted the muzzle, and pointed it at the hillside. Fortunately, this was a heavy machine gun, or more accurately, a cannon. It had enough range, but the accuracy was a little low. But Yang Mu had his own way. After setting the machine gun to single-shot mode, Yang Mu aimed slightly at the hillside in the distance and pulled the trigger. The bullet was fired, but it missed. Yang Mu did not give up. Based on the point of impact just now, he slightly moved the muzzle and pulled the trigger again. Another shot, and it missed again, but it had already threatened the mecha hidden in the hillside. The mecha arched its body and drilled out from the hillside. The smooth body, thick limbs, and the clear shape of the opponent made Yang Mu feel a little relieved. It was not a fantasy mecha, but just a well-equipped night owl. If that's the case, then there's a chance. Seeing that the opponent began to move, Yang Mu increased the speed of pulling the trigger and fired wildly at the hillside. Under Yang Mu's precise shooting, Yang Mu's bullets all shot at the foot joints of the fantasy mecha as if they had eyes. After a volley of bullets, Yang Mu achieved results. The mecha was hit and its flexibility was greatly reduced. The opponent may have also discovered it, so he was ready to give it a try, twisting the muzzle and aiming at Yang Mu as well. Yang Mu pulled the trigger first, and a series of bullets rushed straight into the opponent's cockpit. The opponent's gunshots also sounded. The game is over, congratulations to your team for winning, the mechanical female voice of the system sounded in the headset, and Dulan and others cheered, and the whole team channel was filled with the howling of the two. On a distant planet, the barrage of the live broadcast room of the girl named Zixi was also full of what happened. I must have seen a ghost today and got operation. The barrage passed by. This was a thrilling game, with ups and downs, and more hearty. The short-haired girl also smiled, and her 2 small canine teeth looked particularly dazzling. Hearing the system prompt, Yang Mu also breathed a sigh of relief. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, took off his helmet, shook his head, and dispersed the trance just now. I didn't expect that this last blow could have a big reversal of the ending. Marinho, when did you become so powerful? This operation, this positioning, no, you must teach me. The fat man's voice came from the speaker of the helmet, with an extremely admiring tone. Doolin interrupted at this time and said, Boss, teach me. If you teach me, I will pay for your use of the computer in the future. Bah, you actually used money to tempt Marinho. What is your intention? You evil capitalist, said the fat man. What is your intention? Listening to the two people's jokes, Yang Mu just smiled, rubbed his face with both hands, and adjusted his state a little. Are you going to fight or not? If not, I will go home. Jiaha and Doolin's voices stopped abruptly. Fight, you must fight. If you don't reach the level of a mechanic today, you won't go back, the fat man said without hesitation, not caring about arguing with Doolin. Doolin also followed and echoed, that's right, you must reach the level of a mechanic today. Let's dominate the entire battlefield. Yang Mu just smiled, and under Jiahao's urging, he put on the holographic helmet again and entered the game. In a large internet cafe in Halen City, a dozen young people were gathered in front of a game cabin, waiting for the people inside to come out. 10 minutes ago, they had just witnessed a very exciting game here. And the person in the game cabin was also a participant in this exciting game. The game cabin was opened, and the person sitting inside had taken off the holographic helmet and put the handle aside. At this time, he was sitting in the seat with his eyes closed, and I don't know what he was thinking about. Hey, kid, the game is over, why don't you hurry up and get out of my game cabin? A yellow-haired young man propped up the door of the game cabin and said to the person inside without any courtesy. It turned out that the person sitting inside was helping to play on behalf of others. The boy in the cockpit had distinct facial features, and his golden hair was spread out, each strand was crystal clear. He was a handsome guy. The blonde boy opened his eyes, and a trace of hostility flashed in his black pupils, but it disappeared immediately. Instead, he stretched out his slender right hand and spread it in front of the yellow-haired boy. The yellow-haired boy raised his eyebrows, showed a disdainful expression on his mouth, took out a card from his pocket, and prepared to pay. Paper money, no electronic money. The blonde boy glanced at it and said lightly, "You're really a troublemaker." After hearing this, the yellow-haired man's expression became a little impatient, but considering that the other party had helped his account to reach 2 levels, the yellow-haired man endured it and took out a few crumpled bills from his younger brother's pocket, then took one and handed it to the boy. Not enough, 300, the boy put the banknote in his other hand, turned his eyes, stared at the yellow-haired man, and said coldly, "Tisk, I'm telling you, this is the only one, take it or not, get out of here." The yellow-haired man snorted coldly, his attitude suddenly changed, staring at the blonde boy, and said fiercely. The blonde boy sighed, but still raised his legs to get out of the game cabin, while the yellow-haired man raised a smile at the corner of his mouth and was about to sit in the game cabin. But a hand with slender fingers blocked him. "In this life, no one has dared to default on my debt." The blonde boy's voice was still calm, but the violent aura in his eyes emerged again. The younger brothers of the yellow-haired young man seemed to understand what he meant. They all stood beside him, rolling up their sleeves and looking at the blonde boy. "Boy, don't refuse a toast. I'm already thinking highly of you by giving you 100 yuan today." The yellow-haired young man was not afraid. He still stared at the blonde boy with an expression that showed he didn't recognize any relatives. "Be smart, now. Get out of my sight. Get out of my sight." As soon as the yellow-haired young man finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed. The yellow-haired young man suddenly bent his body and took a few steps back, because the blonde boy's fist had hit his stomach. "Damn it. Hit him," the yellow-haired young man said angrily after catching his breath. Seeing this, the younger brothers around the yellow-haired young man immediately showed a fierce look on their faces, and they waved their fists and came towards the blonde boy. But the next moment, these people were knocked to the ground by the blonde boy, and they covered their stomachs, hands and feet, and wailed on the ground. You actually have a second-level physique." The yellow-haired man, who had been hit several times, lay on the ground with a look of surprise on his face. After the interstellar era began, in order to enable humans to adapt to the environment of sailing in the universe, humans developed a series of drugs to enhance the physique of human explorers. Later, after many changes, through the combination of drugs and training, human physique can be slightly enhanced. In order to distinguish this degree of enhancement, humans have set 9 levels. First level physique, each ability is enhanced by 5%, second level physique, enhanced by 10%, and so on. Each physique will be enhanced by 10% on the previous level. And these physical evaluations will be used as an important parameter for the country's various talent selections. Normal people can usually reach the first level physique after regular exercise and some drugs, but it also requires a large amount of money. In the future, the money spent on each physical upgrade will increase exponentially, and the probability of failure is still very high. In short, in Halen City, there may be one person with a first level physique in 5, but there is hardly one person with a second level physique in 100. But now, the yellow-haired boy was surprised to find that there was a person with a second level physique standing in front of him. A few days ago, the yellow-haired boy barely reached the ability of a first level physique through his unremitting efforts. He thought that he would be hard to beat in this small territory, but he didn't expect to suffer this. A power leveler is so strong. It seems that he is still a student. The blonde boy heard the other party's surprise, but did not speak. He just bent down to pick up the few banknotes scattered on the ground, flattened them carefully, put them in his pocket, and turned away. Perhaps he was still not satisfied. The blonde boy stopped after walking a few steps. Then he turned around and walked to the yellow-haired boy again, searched the pockets of the yellow-haired boy and several of his younger brothers, and then walked away with his head down. The other people in the internet cafe were standing aside and watching this somewhat funny scene. A thug who wanted to default on his debt was robbed by a power leveler. The strange thing was that the power leveler had a second level physique, but he came to do this and only wanted paper money. The network administrator of the internet cafe had long been mixed in the crowd. He wanted to stand up for Wang Mao, but when he heard the 4 words physical fitness stage 2, the network administrator immediately retracted his head and returned to his seat as if nothing had happened. This is a big boss, you can't afford to offend him. In the next few days, this incident became a topic of conversation in this internet cafe. A boy who relied on helping others to level up games actually had the strength of the second stage of physical fitness. Back to where Yang Mu and the other 2 were. After more than an hour, Yang Mu walked out of the experience store with Dulan and Ji Hao, who were still reluctant to leave. They said goodbye at the intersection and then rode home alone. It was already past 5 in the afternoon. Although the sun had not yet reached the top of the western mountain, the red sunset had already begun to dye the western sky blood red. Yang Mu looked up and looked at the red sun, feeling quite emotional. An ordinary day in Halen City passed just like that. Tomorrow, the sun will still shine brightly. At 8 o'clock in the evening, a moderator suddenly uploaded a video clip in the reality mecha game forum, and gave it a big title. Rookie Mecha madly abuses fantasy mecha. In the video, it was the mecha controlled by Yang Mu, holding a light shield and a light sword, charging at the fantasy mecha. 10 minutes later, the entire forum was boiling. Please collect and vote D equals B. Chapter 11 Warmth. Facing the setting sun, Yang Mu rode his bicycle slowly, humming a little tune as he slipped into the community and headed towards his own small building. In the yard, Lei Shangwu had already returned and was working in the yard with Lei Ming and Lei Hong. Lei Shangwu was trimming the lawn and shrubs in the yard, while Lei Ming and Lei Hong were following behind with brooms. Although the 2 little guys were slow in their movements, they were working hard to clean up. Yang Mu pushed his bicycle to the gate of the yard. The lively Lei Hong immediately noticed him and shouted loudly to the people in the yard, "Brother is back." Lei Shangwu also heard it, straightened up and looked at the gate of the yard. Yang Mu put away the bicycle, carried it into the yard, and greeted Lei Hong. "Lei Ming, are you sweeping the floor?" Yang Mu touched Lei Hong's round head and put the bicycle in the garage. "Little Mu is back." Lei Shangwu also greeted Yang Mu, then continued to trim the shrubs in front of him with scissors. Yang Mu responded, put his things away, then took a pair of big scissors from the garage and went to the yard to help prune. Lei Shangwu saw this and said with a smile, "Xiao Mu, don't you take a break and drink some water?" Yang Mu shook his head and smiled as he pruned the bushes in front of him. "No, how can I feel tired when I go out to play?" Lei Shangwu laughed and opened his mouth, wanting to say something else, but looking at Yang Mu who was helping, he didn't know what to say. After a moment of embarrassment, he had to pick up the scissors and started pruning. "Brother, you can't prune like this, you have to cut it shorter, otherwise it will grow back all of a sudden like Dad said." There was only the sound of the scissors clicking in the yard, and Lei Ming, who was standing by to clean, spoke up, holding a broom and standing beside Yang Mu, pointing a finger at the bushes that Yang Mu was pruning. Okay, it's fine if you cut it this short, how about leaving it a little longer? Yang Mu turned his head to look at Lei Ming, who had a serious expression on his face, and agreed with a smile. While asking Lei Ming, he gestured on the bushes with scissors. The younger Lei Hong also came over to join in the fun. The two little guys were vying to instruct Yang Mu to trim the bushes, and then they stood face to face with a broom and argued about the topic of the younger brother should listen to the older brother and the older brother should give in to the younger brother. Yang Mu, who was standing aside, laughed out loud. The yard was suddenly filled with a sound of playfulness, so lively. At this moment, Lei Shengwu seemed to have found a topic again and asked, Xiao Mu, the college entrance examination is coming soon. Have you thought about which school to go to? Yang Mu stood up from Lei Ming and Lei Hong who were playing and joking, looked up at Lei Shengwu, thought for a moment and said, I haven't thought about it yet. I mainly want to hear your opinions, Uncle Lei, and my mother. Anyway, we'll see when the time comes. Lei Shengwu stopped what he was doing when he heard Yang Mu say this. He had a doubtful look on his face. After thinking for a while, he said to Yang Mu, if I were to say this, I would definitely encourage you to study finance, so you can make a lot of money in the future. Lei Shengwu finished speaking and laughed again. But this is just my opinion. Your mother will definitely not let me make the decision on such a matter. Yang Mu picked up the branches he had just cut with a broom and nodded. Well, it depends on what my mother thinks. She said I'll go wherever I go. Lei Shengwu also nodded, but his expression was a little lonely. Putting down the scissors in his hand, Lei Shengwu supported the railing with one hand and pinched the cut branches with the other hand, looking at the setting sun in the distance, wondering what he was thinking. Seeing that Uncle Lei was silent, Yang Mu put the garbage at the gate of the yard and bent down to pick up the tools on the ground. Tell me, if you were allowed to go to military school, would your mother agree? Lei Shengwu, who was silent for a while, suddenly said this. Yang Mu, who was bending down to pick up the tools, heard this and froze for a moment. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Mu stood up and picked up the tools in the yard by himself, saying, I don't care, but I guess my mother won't agree. Lei Shengwu still looked at the setting sun in the distance, his eyes full of golden light. Xiao Mu, let me ask you, if there is a chance to go to military school, will you go? Yang Mu, who picked up the tools and stood up, lowered his head and took a deep breath, grinning again and again, blinking his eyes randomly, and spoke. I want to. This is Yang Mu's heartfelt words. Even after rebirth, Yang Mu still yearns for that place full of passion. Hearing this, Lei Shengwu seemed to let go of something. He turned his head and looked straight at Yang Mu. After a moment, he said, Xiao Mu, Uncle Lei will make his position clear first. If you want to go to military school, Uncle Lei will definitely support you. Lei Shengwu said this, took a deep breath, lowered his head and looked at the scissors in his hand, his thumb clasped the plastic mat, and his eyes gradually became deep. After all, this is your father's last wish. Yang Mu, standing in place, heard this, and his heart was like a heavy blow. In his previous life, in order to escape from this home, he resolutely chose military school, hoping to inherit his father's career and make his dead father proud of him. At that time, Uncle Lei did not object, but instead tried his best to help me, who failed the exam, to open up all the joints and run around for me. At that time, I just thought that these were what Lei Shengwu should do. But I never thought that this was Uncle Lei fulfilling his promise to his father. Uncle Lei, Yang Mu looked at Lei Shengwu, and saw the traces of time on his face and his gradually graying temples. Yang Mu was suddenly a little speechless. Lei Shengwu said nothing more, but bent down to pack up his tools. Some things, you have grown up, and I have to tell you, Yang Mu suddenly felt that he might have missed a lot of things in his previous life. Did he really know the truth? Did he really understand the dedication of Uncle Lei to him? At this moment, Yang Mu's heart was full of mixed feelings. Brother, it's time to eat. Mom is calling you to eat. When Yang Mu was stunned, Lei Hong ran over and pulled Yang Mu's hand, pulling Yang Mu out of his thousands of thoughts. Yang Mu took a deep breath, forced a smile on his face, pushed back the tears that were looming in his eyes, squatted down, and picked up the 7-year-old Lei Hong. Okay, let's go eat. Yang Mu smiled and hooked Lei Hong's little nose, and carried him into the house amid Lei Hong's laughter. Lei Hong is so shameful. He still needs to hold his little brother when he's so big. Lei Ming, who also came out to call Yang Mu for dinner, looked at his brother being held up, his eyes full of envy, but his mouth was still stubborn. Suddenly, a strong arm took Lei Ming and held him up. Lei Shangwu laughed, held Lei Ming, and went into the house with Yang Mu. During dinner, Yang Mu told everyone about today's mecha exhibition for the first time. For the first time, he was willing to open his heart and show a smile from the heart in front of his family. After dinner, Yang Mu took a shower and returned to his room. He lay on the bed, looking at the world with dim lights and the bright starry sky outside the window, feeling particularly fulfilled. Yang Mu took out his father's medal, took it in his hand and looked at it, and then put the badge under the pillow. With his hands behind his head, lying on the bed and looking at the night sky, Yang Mu's face showed a smile. On the second night after rebirth, Yang Mu's chest was full of warmth. Comrades, please collect and vote. Chapter 12 Clues. In the early morning, the slightly cool air climbed into the window with the wind and blew into Yang Mu's room. Although it was not as fresh and pleasant as the mountains and forests, it could boost people's spirits and face a new day. Today is Monday. Classes start at 8 o'clock in the morning. Yang Mu got up early in the morning, ran 2 laps in the community in sportswear, and waited until his body was slightly sweaty before returning home to take a quick shower. At the instruction of his mother, Yang Mu carried his school bag, put on his school uniform, took his mother's breakfast, and rode his bicycle to school. Along the way, Yang Mu was thinking about Chen Kei's birthday while eating breakfast. If I remember correctly, May 1st is Chen Kei's birthday. Although Chen Kei herself probably doesn't know about this. Yang Mu knew it because Chen Kei mentioned it inadvertently once, so Yang Mu remembered it and kept it firmly in his mind. Chen Kei went to girls' school in Heilun City. As far as Yang Mu knew, that school was in the opposite direction of Heilun No. 1 middle school where Yang Mu was. So if he wanted to give her a surprise, then it probably wouldn't work to create an encounter at the school gate. In that case, the market should be the best place. But what gift should he prepare? Yang Mu was thinking about the various steps of this matter wholeheartedly, and he didn't notice that behind him, a fat body was riding a bicycle behind him. Jiao Hao saw Yang Mu riding a bicycle from a distance, and wanted to catch up and say hello, but when he got closer, Jiao Hao found that Yang Mu seemed to be thinking about something. He was so focused that he didn't even hear him calling him just now. Hey! Mu Shui! Jiao Hao stepped up, rode the bicycle side by side with Yang Mu, and reached out to pat Yang Mu on the shoulder. Yang Mu, who was thinking about a solution, was startled by Jiao Hao's move and almost jumped off the bicycle. After stabilizing the handlebars, Yang Mu finally realized that it was Jiao Hao. Fatty, what are you doing? You scared me to death. Yang Mu glared at Jiao Hao and said. Isn't it that you're not scared to death yet? Jiao Hao said with a pout. When Yang Mu heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a malicious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hey, fatty, I've been giving you face recently, but Jiao Hao had already seen through Yang Mu's thoughts first, and with his fat legs exerting force, he pedaled his bicycle towards the school gate not far away. Fatty, stop right there. Yang Mu saw Jiao Hao riding away on his bicycle, and he was unwilling to be outdone. He threw his school bag aside, held the handlebars with both hands, and exerted force on his feet to catch up. Heilun No. 1 Middle School, the most outstanding middle school in Heilun City, is not to say that this middle school is the best, but the talents cultivated in it are first class. In the decades since the school was founded, some of the students who graduated from this school have become famous scholars, some have become wealthy people who are as rich as a country, and some have made outstanding achievements in the military and political circles, making it a prestigious middle school on Heilun Star and even the New Star domain. In particular, Zheng Hai, the current chief governor of the New Star domain, graduated from this middle school. Today you are proud of your alma mater, tomorrow your alma mater will be proud of you. One more point, kill 10 million people, we have only one goal, that is the stars and the sea. Before Yang Mu reached the teaching building on his bicycle, he saw various banners hanging along the road in the campus, as well as the slogans scrolling on the holographic screen on the main teaching building, which made him feel a unique hot intense atmosphere. After locking the bike, Yang Mu clamped Jiao Hao's neck and pulled him towards the classroom. Relying on his memory, Yang Mu once again stepped into the familiar yet unfamiliar classroom. All kinds of sounds came at once. Some people were playing, some were discussing questions, and some were watching videos on the internet and laughing. Others were shaking stools and turning tablets. No one in the whole classroom was idle. and they were all wantonly squandering their brilliant youth at the age of 17. Seeing this scene again, Yang Mu didn't know why, but he felt goosebumps all over his body and shuddered twice. After graduation, he and his comrades recalled their high school life. At that time, his comrade said with emotion that it would be worth it even if he used 1 year of his life to exchange one day to go back to the high school years. At that time, Yang Mu agreed very much, but he could only sigh that time passed and years were wasted. But now, reborn 20 years ago, Yang Mu can feel this obscure youth again, even if there are only 1 or 2 months left. Relying on his memory, Yang Mu came to his own desk in his memory, walked straight over, put down his school bag, and then opened the window next to him to let the air with sunshine fill the classroom. The second to last seat by the window, an excellent position, allows Yang Mu to look up at the sky outside at a 45-degree angle when his thoughts are flying. When the afternoon sun hits the classroom, it can also give Yang Mu an extremely gorgeous profile. Yang Mu sat on the stool, touching these familiar things, and a smile inadvertently appeared at the corner of his mouth. After putting away his things, Yang Mu casually opened the desktop computer, signed in on it, opened the web page, and searched for birthday gifts that he could give to Chen Kai on her birthday. After a while, the bell rang for class. The first class was a Chinese studies class, taught by an old teacher named Guo. Yang Mu also collected his thoughts and prepared to concentrate on listening. At this time, Jia Hao, who was sitting behind Yang Mu, quietly pushed Yang Mu and said in a low voice, "Mu Shui, monkey hasn't come yet." Yang Mu looked at the table behind the far right, and sure enough, there was no one in the seat. Dulin hadn't come yet. Yang Mu just thought that monkey got up late, so he didn't take it to heart. He comforted Jia Hao little and continued to listen to the class seriously. After the first class, Dulin hadn't come yet. After the class in the morning, Dulin hadn't come yet. Before lunch break, Yang Mu called Dulin, but Dulin didn't answer, just replied with a message. "I feel a little uncomfortable today, it's okay." When Yang Mu saw this message, he felt something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. He just felt like he had forgotten something and couldn't remember it for a while. In the afternoon class, when the geography teacher talked about interstellar immigration, Yang Mu suddenly had a flash in his mind and finally remembered what he had forgotten. It was something related to Dulin. Something that made him very angry. In class, Yang Mu thought about that thing, and his guesses in his heart became deeper and deeper. His fists clenched tighter and tighter, and the expression on his face became a little stiff. As soon as the bell rang in the afternoon, Yang Mu hurriedly packed up his things, and then grabbed Jia Hao and asked him to take him to Dulin's home. Chapter 13 Unwilling. When Jia Hao felt that he was about to die of exhaustion, Dulin's villa finally appeared in his and Yang Mu's sight. Hoo-hoo, Jia Hao panted heavily, pushing the bicycle with difficulty and following Yang Mu to Dulin's door. "Boss, slow down, wait for me." After seeing Dulin's house, Yang Mu hurried over. Jia Hao, who had finally slowed down, had to speed up again to catch up. When he arrived at the door of the villa, Yang Mu knocked on the door without saying a word. After a while, the door opened, and it was Dulin who opened the door. "Monkey, are you okay?" Seeing that it was Dulin, Yang Mu immediately stepped forward, looked Dulin up and down, and asked with concern. Dulin was a little puzzled by Yang Mu's sudden expression. Looking at the serious expression in Jia Hao's sweaty face, Dulin asked in a strange way. "No. It's okay, boss, you. Why are you here?" Dulin quickly opened the door and let Yang Mu and Jia Hao in. "It's good that you're fine." Yang Mu saw that Dulin seemed to be fine, and the stone hanging in his heart fell down immediately. "Monkey, you don't know, Marino just rushed me all the way to you, and I was almost exhausted to death." Panting, Jia Hao walked straight into Dulin's house, walked into the kitchen, poured himself a glass of water, and drank it down. Knowing that Yang Mu dragged Jia Hao here, Dulin's face suddenly showed a trace of nervousness. Yang Mu walked into Dulin's house and was about to ask if anything had happened recently, but he immediately felt something was wrong, because Yang Mu smelled a little blood, not strong, but Yang Mu could tell it. And it was not the smell of livestock blood, but the smell of human blood. Yang Mu immediately turned around and asked with concern, "Dulin, are you injured?" Dulin's expression froze, his brows slightly frowned, and then he laughed and said, "No, what's the injury? Where am I injured?" Dulin patted himself on the body and spread his hands to prove it. "Boss, why do you ask that?" Yang Mu stood still, and glanced at Dulin, making sure that Dulin was indeed not injured. But this smell was definitely right. Yang Mu asked Dulan with a serious face, "Dulan, tell me the truth, is there anything wrong with you or your family?" Yang Mu's tone was unusually firm, and Jiao Hao, who was standing aside to rest, was puzzled. His boss hurriedly pulled him over just to make sure if Dulan was injured. Dulan looked like he was fine, right? But the boss didn't want to be the kind of person who joked around, and Jiao Hao's expression became a little serious. Just when Jiao Hao wanted to ask Dulan, Dulan spoke himself. "I'm not injured, and my family is not injured either, it's just," Dulan paused, glanced at Yang Mu, and chose to speak out. "Someone got into trouble at my dad's construction site, and someone killed him. The smell of blood came from when my dad sent the workers to the hospital." "What? Someone died? Is Uncle Victor okay?" Jiao Hao was shocked and asked in disbelief. In Jiao Hao's memory, that tall and thin uncle was a very important figure, a man who could walk sideways in Halen City. How could he be bullied like this? Yang Mu was also surprised and asked, "Uncle is injured? What happened?" Dulan shook his head, clenched his fists tightly, and said with gritted teeth, "It happened last night. The workers at the construction site said that someone was causing trouble there. My dad went there but failed to solve the problem. Instead, a conflict broke out. The workers helped my dad, but were beaten by the other party. My dad said that the people over there are very powerful and have colluded with several large groups. My dad's friends don't dare to intervene. This morning, my mom has already taken my sister away from Aquamarine. We're leaving too." "Leaving Aquamarine? Where to?" Yang Mu asked immediately, and the worry in his heart was once again lifted. "I don't know. My dad said to leave first and talk about it later." Dulan shook his head again, with a lonely tone. "Boss, Haozi, I'm sorry. I didn't want to make you worry." Yang Mu didn't say anything, and his mind was frantically recalling what happened at this time in his previous life. In his previous life, if he remembered correctly, Dulan suddenly left Aquamarine at about this time. There was no news at the time, and Dulan had not come to class for 2 consecutive days. Yang Mu and Jiao Hao went to find Dulan, only to find that Dulan's family had already left and had no news. Until 5 years later, when Yang Mu was 23 years old, he met Dulan again when he participated in a mission to attack an interstellar black mine. At that time, Dulan was a slave miner who was abused and dying. Yang Mu will never forget that the skinny and scarred miner in front of him suddenly called out his name. When he confirmed that he was Dulan and shouted for the military doctor to come, Dulan died in his arms because of his serious injuries. For this reason, the angry Yang Mu ignored the orders of his superiors, manipulated and flattened the black mine alone, and personally killed a black-hearted mine owner. If Yang Mu had not been reborn, he would not know the ins and outs of the matter, let alone Dulan's experience after leaving. Then Yang Mu would only wonder why Dulan left without saying goodbye, and feel sorry for it. But now, Yang Mu knows everything, knows that the source of the matter is Dulan and his friends left the Aquamarine, and knows that Dulan will die in 5 years. Then he can't just sit back and watch. Regardless of whether this incident is the cause of everything, I must do something. This is my brother, my good brother. Yang Mu's breathing became rapid, and his anger was like a volcano about to erupt. Yang Mu stood up and looked at Dulan, who was worried. "Dulan, where's Uncle Victor?" "Where is he?" Dulan looked up at Yang Mu, then looked at the second floor. Yang Mu understood and walked to the second floor. He was going to talk to Dulan's father. No matter what, he must change the direction of this matter. Such history must not be repeated, never. But before he went up, Yang Mu happened to meet Victor, who was carrying his luggage downstairs. Victor's ancestors were Westerners on Earth. After so many generations, he still has obvious characteristics, but it is also because of this that this unique handsomeness was also passed on to Dulan. But now, Victor's face is a little tired, one hand holding the communicator and the other hand holding a huge suitcase. Victor, who was carrying a suitcase, was checking the flights leaving Aquamarine Star. It was not until he was about to go downstairs that he noticed Yang Mu standing on the stairs. Victor looked at Yang Mu intently and recognized that this well-proportioned and handsome boy was his son's friend. Yang Mu? Really? Victor frowned, but still tried to look at Yang Mu calmly. "You came at the right time today. I was planning to let Dulan go and say goodbye to you," Victor said with a smile, and continued to walk downstairs with the luggage. "Dulan, you chat with your friend for a while, we should leave soon." Victor continued to check the information, but was blocked by Yang Mu's outstretched hand. Victor raised his head, with a trace of doubt on his face. "Uncle Victor, can you tell me about this matter?" Yang Mu looked into Victor's eyes seriously and said seriously. Victor also glanced at Yang Mu a few times, then looked at Dulan, who was lowering his head, and a helpless smile appeared on his face. "It's nothing, just a change of place to live. Dulan can still meet you in the future." Victor smiled and pushed away Yang Mu's hand, blocking him, carrying his luggage and slowly going downstairs. Uncle Victor." Yang Mu didn't want to give up just like that, so he turned around and said loudly to Victor, "This matter may be very serious, but has it reached the point where the whole family must flee? Dulan will take the college entrance examination in 2 months. If you leave like this, are you going to ruin Dulan's future like this?" Yang Mu said loudly, but Victor chose to remain silent. Looking at Dulan, Yang Mu couldn't believe it. His good buddy who played with everyone yesterday was going to leave quietly like this now. And thinking about the future. His good brother might still die in that black mine. Thinking that he knew everything but couldn't do anything. Yang Mu's unwillingness mixed with anger burst out with his words. "Uncle Victor, I don't want to lose Dulan just like this. Lose this good brother. Dear big brothers, please collect and vote." Chapter 14, The Sea of Loneliness in My Heart. Yang Mu's roar finally stopped Victor, who had already walked to the living room, and also made Dulan's depressed mood gradually turn into sadness. "Boss, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I can't get into any good school." Dulan, standing in the living room, looked at Yang Mu's excited expression, and his expression became a little trembling, but he still forced himself to show a crying smile, trying not to let the tears flow out of his eyes. Looking at Jiao Hao, who was looking at him with complicated eyes, and Yang Mu, who was standing at the stairs and trying to hold back his grief and anger. Dulan recalled every bit of the past 3 years. In the first year of high school, it should be a time when the sweet-scented osmanthus blossomed very early, and the peonies in the campus flower bed had not yet withered. The air of the whole campus was filled with a mixed sweet smell. Very sweet, from the tip of the nose to the tip of the heart. This is the season when the old students leave and the new students report, and it is also a season when the campus is revitalized. Dulan can still remember clearly that in order to make a good impression on the classmates who would study with him in the next 3 years on that brand new day. That day, for the first time, he asked his father to choose a set of mature clothes for him, and then asked his mother to dress him up carefully, and prepared many gifts for the new classmates he was about to meet. He also made a bet with his younger sister on how many people would become his friends today. That day, he stepped into the campus with vigor and joy, walked into the class with joy, looked at the pairs of eyes staring at him, and heard exclamations. At that moment, the world was really wonderful to the extreme. That day, he introduced himself politely and gave gifts to every classmate in the class. At that time, Dulan remembered that the female classmates had sparkling eyes. At that time, he thought that he really found something called friendship here, in this high school class. Every day after that, there would always be classmates around him who talked to him, and he would share his experiences with them and tell them things they didn't know. At that time, they would always show envious expressions. All of this made Dulan's everyday very fulfilling. But in fact, I am just a small bug wrapped in a bubble. At the beginning, I was surrounded by the colorful walls of the bubble. I was the most dazzling person among them. But when the bubble took me up, the colors gradually disappeared, and finally the bubble wall broke. Then I fell from the warm sky into the cold valley. That time, I relied on the so-called loyalty to help others make up for the mistakes. It seemed that at the moment I admitted it, everyone stopped looking at me. The girls began to whisper and deliberately stay away, while the boys sneered and ignored me. That was the first time I heard someone call me a rich fool. But I didn't care. Whether I was getting along with good students or bad students, as long as someone was willing to be my friend, it would be fine. So I was willing to become a bad student, because there were still friends here, and there were still people willing to play with me. Dad said that it takes time to become a part of a group. When the time is enough, I will be an inseparable part of it. But no, they are still using me, a rich fool. It was a weekend, the weather was great. And I was bored at home when I received their invitation to go out and play for the first time. I was surprised and overjoyed, thinking that I had finally become an indispensable part of that group, that I would no longer be excluded, that I had finally become someone else's friend, and that I finally had friends. But I was wrong, and too naive. I was still the rich fool in their eyes. That day, they asked me to recharge their game cards, and I willingly took out all the money I had and recharged their game cards, but I didn't have the right to play games with them. I didn't have the right to stay with them. I was abandoned, and they pushed me out of the game hall and abandoned me outside the door of the game hall. That day, I squatted outside the door of the game hall, enduring the grievance, and wanted to go back alone, but I found that I didn't bring my watch when I hurried out, and I didn't have a penny on me, and I didn't know where I was. That day, I stood in the alley next to the game hall, angry and raging at the cold wall, but I cried helplessly in the alley. I just wanted to have a few close friends and play with people of the same age. Because of all this, I have never had it since I was a child. Over the years, I have been running around with my family, moving from one planet to another, from one place to another, and no one has ever been friends with me. I just want to talk to people other than my family, and talk about things that someone is willing to care about. But why does everyone dislike me? Until the sun went down, Yang Mu and Jia Hao passed by there. They found me curled up in the alley, asked me what was wrong with concern, comforted me that I was fine, and promised to take me back, and took me to their home for a roast duck meal. It was the most delicious dinner Doolin had ever had, a dinner that was better than the ones he had with his family in various high-end restaurants. After dinner, Yang Mu and Jia Hao sent me on the bus home. When I was on the bus, I asked Yang Mu a question. Why did you help me? At that time, Yang Mu just smiled and said, because we are classmates, we should help each other. That day, in the lonely sea with a storm rising, Doolin, who had been drifting for a long time and was about to collapse, seemed to see the lighthouse in his heart. The light was weak, but it hit his heart directly. On the way back, Doolin cried again. But this time, it was tears of joy. Since then, Doolin has two good friends. They are called Yang Mu and Jia Hao. Every day after class, I finally have someone to play with. On the way home every day, I can finally say loudly to my friends, see you tomorrow. Every weekend, I can finally tell my parents happily that my classmates asked me to go out and play. But now, I have to leave the aquamarine star, leave the new star domain, maybe go a few light years away, or never come back. Maybe, there will be no chance to meet Yang Mu and Jia Hao again. The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't stop crying, and the expression on his face gradually became uncontrollable. Dad, Doolin's voice was hoarse, with a hint of begging. Victor seemed to be shaken when he heard his son's voice, but he just put down his luggage dejectedly, sat heavily on the sofa, lowered his head, took out a cigarette with his hand, lit it, took 2 deep puffs, and said helplessly, I don't want to be like this, but things are unpredictable. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15 Compromise. Doolin still left with Victor. Yang Mu and Jia Hao sent the father and son to the airport and watched Doolin get on the plane. They will take the interplanetary plane from here to the space elevator at the equator, then take the space elevator to the spaceport, and then take the interstellar spaceship from the spaceport to leave the new star domain. This is destined to be a journey of meeting again or even never seeing each other again. Yang Mu, who wanted to do something, finally chose to compromise. Some things, as Victor said, are unpredictable and even more difficult to resist. When he was at Doolin's house, Victor, sitting on the sofa, told everything and explained why he fled quietly with his family. The root of everything is in the project that Victor has done recently. In this contracted construction project, Victor inadvertently had a feud with another large construction company. The construction company bribed the staff of the tenderer during the bidding and tried to win the project by cheating. But Victor found out and reported it to the tenderer, and then the other party was disqualified from bidding by the tenderer. The other party had a conflict with Victor. After that, Victor won the construction rights of the project with his excellent plan. So the conflict turned into hatred under this result. The other party firmly believed that Victor had used a trick to make them miss the project, and he won the project alone. So the other party began to find someone to make trouble for Victor. And they found a small local gang, the Green Ghost Gang. At the beginning, the other party's people often came to make trouble. Victor relied on his own connections and the unity of the workers to drive the other party out. The company was also warned and punished by the administrative office for this matter, and dared not do anything out of line again. So the other party did not move for a month or two. Just when Victor thought the situation had calmed down, the Green Ghost Gang came to the door again. But at this time, the Green Ghost Gang no longer wanted to be as easy to manipulate as before, because in this gang, there were a few more ruthless people with third-level physique sitting in the gang, and a small group of people with second-level physique gathered from nowhere to serve as thugs. The other party's strength has increased greatly, but he is very low-key in doing things, never disturbing public order or causing trouble. After Victor knew the strength of the other party, he personally apologized and presented generous gifts. The other party also gladly accepted them, saying that all the things were written off. Because of this, Victor thought that everything would return to peace. But they went to Victor's construction site last night, and a third-level physical master and several second-level physical thugs went there. The other party asked for a huge price without saying a word. No matter how much Victor smiled and negotiated, it was useless. The other party might be impatient and beat him up, and even killed someone. Originally, Victor wanted to completely overthrow the other party with his own connections, but when the other party took out a sign, Victor was scared. The Brotherhood of Blood Skulls. Ordinary people would think it was a club at first, but it was actually a group of evil pirates, a powerful pirate organization that had long been entrenched in the galaxies around the aquamarine star. There were pirates who killed people without blinking an eye. So Victor backed off, chose to compromise, and chose to escape. Because he still has a family, and now he has inexplicably offended the notorious star pirates. Even if he still wants to hold on, who will protect his family and children? That's why Victor said that things are unpredictable. That's why Yang Mu compromised after hearing the whole story. Such troubles can't be solved by thinking of a way. The Bloodskull Brotherhood, Aquamarine Star has sent troops to clear them out many times, but these people are like maggots on the tarsal bones, cutting one after another, and they can't be eliminated. But I didn't expect that they have already started to sneak into Aquamarine Star. Yang Mu, who learned the truth of the matter, also understood that he couldn't do anything with his current identity, so he could only let Dulan leave with Victor. But before leaving, Yang Mu asked where they wanted to go, the Zhuanghong Star in the New Tang Star region. Yang Mu could only make up a reason, hoping that they could change places. And Victor agreed. Maybe this way, it can avoid what happened later, and it will prevent Dulan from dying in that unknown black mine. Although it's just maybe, Yang Mu feels that he needs to do this. It was already dark, and the street lamps cast a dim light, illuminating a long shadow. On the observation deck outside the airport, Yang Mu looked up at the sky where he could vaguely see the twinkling stars, and sighed deeply. After today, he will have one less good friend by his side. He didn't expect that he would have to face such a thing on the second day of his rebirth. Is this God's will or fate? Mu Shui, go back. Jia Hao also sat on the bench a little lonely, and said to Yang Mu weakly. You can still contact Dulan in the future, it's not like you won't see him anymore. I'm just afraid that I really won't see him anymore. Yang Mu said this with a long regret. Jia had heard it, but felt a little puzzled. Boss, what do you mean by this? Nothing. Oh, by the way, that Yu wants you. Can you ask him out? Yang Mu turned around expressionlessly, put his school bag back on his shoulder, and said to Jia Hao. Jia Hao stood up and glanced at Yang Mu. He knew what Yang Mu was thinking at this moment. Yes, he is in the class next to ours. I know several people in their class. It should be no problem to call him out when the time comes, Jia Hao said heavily. Okay, Yang Mu nodded and walked towards the nearby bus stop. Jia Hao followed and said hesitantly. Boss, if you want to teach him a lesson, it would be a little difficult for the two of us alone. After all, he is now a level 2 physique. Yang Mu remained silent, just looking at the road ahead. Yang Mu naturally knew the opponent's strength, but Yang Mu had his own way. It's not that ordinary people can't beat a mere level 2 physique. I have a way for this, as long as you can make an appointment with him tomorrow. Remember, make an appointment in a small alley, understood? Jia Hao saw Yang Mu's insistence, and thought of Dulan, and said fiercely. Tomorrow, he must pay the price. When they were about to enter the security check, Victor walked to Yang Mu and Jia Hao and said to them. Be careful of a boy named Yu wants you. He seems to be from your school, and that guy is also mixed with that group of people. Yang Mu heard this sentence clearly and remembered the name in his heart. Although he couldn't help Dulan and the others, he at least had someone to rely on. Yang Mu could still deal with those who made his good brothers desperate. Not only that, Yang Mu made another decision tonight. The Bloodskull Brotherhood, the culprit who killed his father in the war, he failed to eliminate them as he wished in his previous life, and now he met them on the Aquamarine Star. Since it made him lose his family and friendship, made his father die young, and made his brothers wander. Now, they have to pay the price. Under the starry sky, Yang Mu's heart was gradually filled with murderous intent. Chapter 16 Methods. Before the end of dinner, Yang Mu rushed back home. His family was not very surprised that Yang Mu came back so late. They just thought that Yang Mu went to his classmate's house, so he came back late. And Yang Mu explained it this way. After dinner, Yang Mu played with Lei Ming and Lei Hong in the living room for a while, and discussed the news on TV with Lei Shangwu. It was not until Yang's mother urged Yang Mu to go back to the room to do homework and review that Yang Mu slowly returned to the room. After the door was locked, the smile on Yang Mu's face disappeared, replaced by a thoughtful expression. The so-called Green Ghost Gang, whether in the previous life or now, I have never heard of it, nor have I come into contact with it. From Victor's words before, I could know that the gang was in the west district of Hailin City, but Hailin City is so big, spanning more than 80 kilometers from east to west and covering an area of more than 20,000 square kilometers. If you want to find a hiding place for a small gang in such a large place, if you use ordinary methods, it is tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. Yang Mu walked to the table and sat down. He turned on the computer, thought for a while, and entered the search term Fihuang Building, Hailin City. This was the name of the building that Victor had contracted for the construction project. The web page showed a piece of information, and Yang Mu's eyes swayed as he read it one by one. After a while, Yang Mu left the desk dejectedly, fell on the bed with some melancholy, and thought about things. There was definitely no way on the internet. There was no effective information at all. That's right, such things may not have been announced yet, or even not known to people at all. So what should I think of next? Yang Mu thought about it, and just when he felt that he had no clue, Yang Mu suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind. Yu Wenchu. How could he miss this method in front of him? Yang Mu sat up from the bed in an instant, and he immediately had an idea in his mind. Now that the method has been found, the next step is how to make Yu Wenchu tell the location of the gang tomorrow. That guy is their thug, it is impossible for him not to know the location. However, Yu Wenchu is a person with a second-level physique, so if you want to pay him, you must think of a way. Although I have Annihilation, it would be a waste of talent if I use it to deal with Yu Wenchu. Moreover, Annihilation cannot be exposed to others, at least not now. But now I have the strength of a first-level physique at most, which is definitely not enough to deal with Yu Wenchu. In this case, I have to rely on external forces. Yang Mu narrowed his eyes and looked at the ceiling, thinking of Uncle Lei's car repair shop. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yes, Uncle Cheng must have good things. That guy likes to tinker with these strange things the most. Yang Mu made up his mind that when he went to settle accounts with Yu Wenchu tomorrow, he would go to Uncle Lei's car repair shop first to find Uncle Cheng. However, this matter still had to be kept secret from Uncle Lei. If he knew that I took something to fight, Uncle Lei would definitely stop me no matter what. Yang Mu finished planning all these things, let out a deep breath, sat up, sat in front of the table, took out the homework from his school bag, shook his head, and started to do his homework. After all, the exam is less than 2 months away. After all, I haven't seen this knowledge for 20 years, so I still need to enrich and improve it. What's more, if I want to work hard to get into the place where Chen Kai wants to go, then I have to work harder. Speaking of Chen Kai, I wonder what she will want for her birthday in a few days? Yang Mu's thoughts gradually flew to unknown corners. In the morning, Yang Mu got up early, still exercised in the community first, had breakfast, and then rode his bicycle out of the community. But today, Yang Mu had to go to Uncle Lei's car repair shop first. Uncle Lei's car repair shop is not far from home. After leaving the community, cross the river bridge, cross 2 streets, and come to a busy street corner, it is the location of Uncle Lei's car repair shop. Some people may be surprised why a car repair shop is located in a busy commercial district. Because this kind of place is basically a pedestrian street with many pedestrians, but no vehicles. But this is exactly Lei Shangwu's marketing strategy. His target is not the vehicles speeding on the road, but the rich people who come to shop. Because this shop not only repairs cars, but also a professional mech repair shop. Since the new star domain opened up the right to use mechas for civilians decades ago, the mecha entertainment industry has flourished and become a new favorite of the rich. Moreover, the price of a mecha is hundreds of millions, making the repair of mechas a very popular industry. Lei Shengwu also seized this opportunity and opened this repair shop in a busy area. In addition, Lei Shengwu and others are retired mecha warriors and elite pilots, so Lei Shengwu's shop immediately became the most popular shop in the surrounding area. Countless rich people bring their mechas and luxury cars here for repair and maintenance. Yang Yu carried his bicycle into the commercial street and walked into a shop at the end of the commercial street with ease. This was Uncle Lei's car repair shop. Shengwu Mechanical Maintenance Department. It was only 7 o'clock in the morning, and the busy streets in the central area had not yet become lively, so the streets seemed a bit deserted, and many shops had just opened sporadically. The car repair shop had already arranged everything, and there were also a few busy figures inside. At the door, a man in his early 20s with a short haircut was washing parts attentively. Ramo, good morning. Yang Mu walked to the man with a short haircut and greeted him. Ramo looked up and found that it was Yang Mu. He smiled and nodded, but did not speak, and continued to wash the parts with his head down. It was not that Ramo did not want to speak, but that Ramo's vocal cords were penetrated by the kinetic energy bullet of an electromagnetic rifle in a battle, and he lost the ability to speak, and then had to retire. Uncle Lei found the down-and-out Ramo from somewhere and asked him to do odd jobs in the car repair shop and help the maintenance master pass things. When Yang Mu's voice spread, everyone in the repair shop recognized Yang Mu and greeted him one by one. At this time, in the vehicle maintenance department of the store, a repair skateboard slipped out from under a luxury car, and a strong man with goggles was lying on it. The strong man took off the goggles, glanced at Yang Mu, and then said to Yang Mu, "Xiao Mu, help me get a titanium welding rod, the bright silver one." The strong man directly instructed Yang Mu to help him get something, and he took out a candy from his pocket and threw it into his mouth. "Uncle Chang, you start working so early," Yang Mu handed over the welding rod and said. It turned out that the strong man lying under the car for repair was the Uncle Chang that Yang Mu wanted to find. Uncle Chang was originally a senior mechanic in the army, and he was also a pilot, and he had rich experience in driving mechas. As a senior mechanic, Uncle Chang should still be serving in the army, but I don't know how he was persuaded by Lei Shengwu to come out and work with him. It's not easy for us adults, unlike you young people who live freely. Uncle Chang put the welding rod beside him into the welding gun, then raised his eyebrows and looked at Yang Mu. "Xiao Mu, don't you have class today? What are you doing here?" Yang Mu touched his nose, smiled, leaned against the pillar next to him, and said, "Nothing. I just came to borrow something from Uncle Chang." Chapter 17 Robotic Arm. Borrow something? Borrow what? Chang Feng looked at the smiling Yang Mu, pursed his lips, put on his goggles, and lay back on the skateboard for repairing the car. "I don't have anything to lend you, little kid." Seeing this, Yang Mu smiled and shrugged, walked forward, lifted the trouser legs of the baggy school uniform with both hands, squatted down and looked at Chang Feng who was welding. "Uncle Chang, don't pretend, I know you have good things. If you don't say anything, I'll get it myself." Yang Mu saw that Chang Feng ignored him for a long time, stood up with a smile, and was about to walk to Uncle Chang's office on the side. But before he took 2 steps, a voice came from behind Yang Mu. "You kid, you will always implicate your Uncle Chang." That day, Chang Feng was still welding, but he was full of helplessness and a little doting on Yang Mu's words. The flash of electric welding stopped. Chang Feng got out from under the car, and then asked Ramo to grind the welding part of the car bottom, took off the protective gear, and walked forward. Chang Feng glared at Yang Mu fiercely, while Yang Mu smiled and helped Chang Feng open the office door, and followed him in. "Tell me, what do you want to borrow this time? You haven't returned the jet skateboard I borrowed last time, and now it's scattered in a corner of your house." Chang Feng tidied up the things on his desk, then sat on the chair and looked at Yang Mu helplessly. Yang Mu stood beside the desk, smiled and touched his nose. "The skateboard should be okay. Anyway, Uncle Chang, you can lend me something for the last time, and I will never borrow anything from Uncle Chang again next time." Yang Mu still respected his uncle very much, but he didn't have any impression of the jet skateboard he just mentioned. The only thing he remembered seemed to be that there was a small jet engine that he threw to the mecha to swallow. It seemed that there was a lot of titanium chromium metal in the jet nozzle. One is worth more than a dozen large wrenches. Yang Mu put his hands on the desk and said with a smile, I just want to borrow Uncle Chang's robotic arm to play with. Just before the arming, Chang Feng, who was sitting on the office chair and peeling a candy and preparing to put it in his mouth, was startled by Yang Mu's words, and his hand shook and the candy fell to the ground. How did this guy know that I was making a robotic arm, and he chose to find me when I just finished it? Without saying a word, Chang Feng threw the candy wrapper on the table, stood up and walked to the stairs leading to the second floor, covered the staircase and locked it, then walked downstairs, put a pair of thick big hands on Yang Mu's shoulders, and pushed Yang Mu out. Hey, Uncle Chang, what are you doing? I'm just borrowing something. Yang Mu leaned on the doorframe and said with a confused look. Chang Feng's mouth twitched, and the strength of his hand increased a little more. Go, kid, go to your school. I don't have what you want. Ask your father for it, Uncle Chang said loudly. Yang Mu refused to let go, and said with a red face, Uncle Chang, don't joke, I saw it, you locked the attic board, which means the things are on the second floor. Uncle Chang, just lend it to me, borrow it today, return it today. Yang Mu saw that Uncle Chang still had no intention of compromising, and said loudly. Really, if you say no, then no. You little kid really think I can't deal with you? The shoving of the two at the door of the office finally attracted the attention of other people in the store, but they all turned around in Uncle Chang's murderous eyes and went to work. Uncle Chang, I'm not kidding, if you don't lend it to me, I will tell Uncle A that you use the materials in the store to make your own things. Yang Mu let go of his hand, turned around and said to Uncle Chang seriously. My good uncle, we have such a good relationship. As long as you let me use it, I will never let anyone know in the future. Uncle Chang's mouth twitched again, secretly complaining that he usually doted on this guy too much, and now he was blackmailed by him. No, Chang Feng pretended to be serious and said to Yang Mu. Even if you told Lei Shangwu, it wouldn't matter. Although Chang Feng said this, Yang Mu knew that the other party must have done it. He had accidentally seen it in his previous life, so Chang Feng could hide it from others, but not from himself. This is a killer weapon to deal with Yu Wenqiu, and he must get it today no matter what. Yang Mu glanced at Chang Feng, then looked at the door. His eyes turned. Yang Mu moved his feet, shrank his body and squeezed into the office. Chang Feng didn't pay attention for a moment, allowing Yang Mu to take advantage of the opportunity. You kid, come out. Yang Mu dodged in the small office, circled around with Chang Feng, and finally climbed up the stairs, holding the lock of the floor with one hand, and holding two things in the other hand facing Uncle Chang who was rushing over. Oh, my old line head. When did you take it? Chang Feng saw what Yang Mu was holding, and looked at the drawer of the table, but saw that the drawer had been opened, and the walnuts in it were gone. Chang Feng's attitude softened immediately. Oh, be careful. I've been grinding this walnut for almost 30 years. Uncle Chang walked to Yang Mu with a trembling face and asked him to return the walnut to him. Key, Uncle Chang, if you give me the key, I will give you the walnut. Yang Mu held up the walnut and said to Chang Feng. Yang Mu didn't want to do this at first. After all, he was his uncle and had always been very kind to him. However, apart from this method, Yang Mu really couldn't find any other way to get Uncle Chang to give him the robotic arm. This could be a little unfair to Uncle Chang, and there was also Uncle Chang's old line head. Okay, here, you must hold the walnut tightly, don't drop it. Chang Feng nodded and took out a key from his pocket and handed it to Yang Mu. Yang Mu reached out to take the key and quickly opened the lock. Uncle Chang, don't worry. I'll give it to you when I get the robotic arm. Yang Mu pushed open the door and put the walnut into his coat pocket. Be careful, Xiao Mu. Give me the walnut first, and Uncle Chang will give you what you want. Chang Feng followed with a worried look on his face, and advised earnestly. Yang Mu did not reply, and went upstairs by himself. This was Uncle Chang's bedroom, but it was more like a studio. There were various mechanical parts and components scattered on the ground, various drawings were pinned on the wall, and a slender mechanical arm was placed on the workbench near the window. This was exactly what Yang Mu wanted. Yang Mu walked over quickly, his eyes shining as he scanned the entire mechanical arm, and reached out to touch it gently. Xiao Mu. Uncle Chang still advises you, this thing is powerful, you can't use it indiscriminately, be obedient, and return Uncle's walnut to Uncle first. Chang Feng also came up and advised earnestly again. Yang Mu handed the walnut in his pocket to Chang Feng, and he put his right hand into the mechanical arm. The various parts of the mechanical arm automatically fit Yang Mu's arm, and the huge appearance continued to deform, and finally became a slender, slightly rough mechanical arm that fit Yang Mu's arm very well. Yang Mu waved his fist with it, and felt very powerful. "Uncle Chang, this thing is good, lend it to me for a day." Yang Mu held the thing in his arms with surprise, and said to Cheng Feng, who was carefully examining the walnuts. Cheng Feng heard it, looked at Yang Mu with a smile on his face, then sighed and waved his hand. "Take it, but Xiao Mu, let me tell you first, this thing is still in the testing stage. How powerful it is, and when it will break down, are all unknown." When Cheng Feng said this, he instantly turned into a learned university scholar. "Uncle Chang, no matter what you want to do with this thing, you must remember that you can't kill others, understand?" Yang Mu nodded seriously, opened his school bag and prepared to put the mechanical arm in, but found that the mechanical arm was a lot longer and couldn't fit in. "There's a buckle on the shoulder structure. Pull it and it will fold," Cheng Feng added as he stood aside. Yang Mu found the buckle and pulled it. Sure enough, the whole mechanical arm became flat and could be folded into 3 parts and put into the school bag. "Uncle Chang, what you made is really amazing. Thank you. Don't be angry with me, but don't worry, I will never cause any trouble for you and Uncle Lei," Yang Mu also said seriously, and then took the mechanical arm to go downstairs. Suddenly, he saw a pile of scattered and worn-out parts piled up beside the stairs. Yang Mu's heart moved. These parts should contain the materials that Annihilation wants, right? He was still worried about where to get these things. "Uncle Chang, don't you want these parts anymore?" Cheng Feng came over, took a look, and said, "They're all scrap parts. I will send them to the recycling station tomorrow with the scrap parts in the store." Cheng Feng glanced at Yang Mu. "What? You kid like these things?" Yang Mu scratched his head and laughed, which was considered as tacit agreement. Cheng Feng smiled, pointed at the parts, and said to Yang Mu, "If you want it, take it. It won't sell for much anyway, and you have to pay for shipping." Yang Mu nodded and said, "Okay, then Uncle Chang, keep it for me. I'll come and get it when I return it to you in the evening." Yang Mu hurried downstairs, carrying his things, said hello to Uncle Cheng and other people in the store, and rode away on his bicycle. Cheng Feng stood at the door of the store with his hands on his waist, looking at Yang Mu going away, and pouted. "Mr. Cheng, what did Xiao Mu take away?" A shop assistant who was an old comrade of Lei Shengwu passed by with tools and stood in front of Cheng Feng and asked. "Nothing, but this guy actually dared to threaten me. He is really cocky," Cheng Feng said helplessly. The clerk smiled and said, "I didn't expect that our famous engineer Chang, who has the final say, would be so embarrassed by a little kid." Cheng Feng glared at him and said, "What can I do? This place is owned by his father. What can I do? Ask Lei Shengwu to spank him." Cheng Feng suddenly realized something and froze in place. Damn it. Yang Mu came here at this time, obviously not wanting Lei Shengwu to know that he came to get something. I was actually tricked by this little guy. At the corner of the busy commercial street, a man's unwilling howl came. Chapter 18 You Want You. Just before the bell rang, Yang Mu hurriedly entered the classroom with his school bag. When he walked to his seat, he saw Jia Hao looking at him. Yang Mu patted his school bag and gave him an affirmative look. "Boss, have you really found a way to deal with Yu and Chiu?" Jia Hao leaned forward slightly and asked in a low voice. "Of course, don't worry." Yang Mu put his school bag in the desk and said firmly. Then he opened the book and sat down seriously. The reason for doing this is that his head teacher is standing on the podium and looking at him, because just before Yang Mu came in, his head teacher had already arrived at the door. Yang Mu's head teacher is a fairly kind middle-aged man named Sun Chang. Like most middle-aged people, Sun Chang has begun to bald at the age of more than 40, with a bulging belly and holding a thermos cup. But one thing has not changed, that is, the way of educating students has not changed. He likes to punish students by copying notes. His method is so cruel and his attitude is so tough that every student who has worked under Sun Chang will change color when talking about this teacher. So Yang Mu made such a move. It can only be said that after many years of experience, he always feels a little inexplicably uncomfortable when he sees his old teacher. Yang Mu actually doesn't have much fear of Sun Chang. After all, Yang Mu's grades have always been very good. He is among the best in the class and grade, so Sun Chang didn't criticize Yang Mu for being late. This can also be regarded as one of the privileges of a good student. Sun Chang just looked at Yang Mu, then moved his eyes away, scanned the whole class, and then asked everyone to pull out the chemistry test paper they did last week from the desktop computer and began to explain. Yang Mu also listened carefully. Although he basically understood this knowledge after a little clarification, Yang Mu still chose to listen carefully. Rather than trying not to act strange, Yang Mu also wanted to savor this beautiful time that was about to pass. But if life was stagnant, it wouldn't be called life. There would always be waves. Yu Wenchu was one of them. Fatty Jiahao spent a lot of effort to contact Yu Wenchu from the next class and agreed with him to meet this afternoon. The alley behind the snack street outside the school. After class in the afternoon, Yang Mu took his things and pushed his bicycle out of the school with Jiahao, heading straight to the agreed place. When they arrived, Yang Mu and Jiahao walked into the alley, but found that it was empty, without a single person. Yu Wenchu didn't seem to come. "Hey Ozzy, did you really invite him over?" Yang Mu frowned and asked with some doubt. Jiahao looked around and said in confusion, "That's right, I told him in front of him, and he agreed. Did this guy stand us up?" Yang Mu was a little angry when he saw this. Maybe the other party didn't take a student like him seriously, so he stood him up. "Hey Ozzy, where can we find him?" "We must find him today," Yang Mu said seriously, turning around and preparing to leave. At this moment, a voice came from a corner of the alley. "Why are you looking for me so anxiously?" Yu Wenqiu, with a blonde hair, jumped down from the roof at the corner of the alley with an expressionless face, looking at Yang Mu and Jiahao not far away. If the yellow-haired guy from the day before yesterday was here, he would definitely exclaim that the blonde boy in front of him was the one who served as his substitute and beat him up. Yang Mu turned around and looked up. Looking at the tall and handsome boy not far away, the expression on his face became a little complicated. It turned out that he was Yu Wenqiu. I didn't expect that such a talented person would fall to being a thug for others. Yang Mu knew something about Yu Wenqiu, but they were all spread by his classmates. This guy was supposed to graduate from Halen No. 1 middle school, but for some reason he came back to repeat his studies, and he was enrolled in the key class next door. In terms of grades, this guy is not that good, and he gets into trouble every now and then, which gives the teachers a headache. But every time, the school will not punish him properly. The worst case is that they will at most issue a notice and record a disciplinary action. So there have been rumors in the school that this guy's father is a friend of the school's leaders, so he can be so rampant. Although Yang Mu doesn't think so, for such a character who helps the evil, Yang Mu naturally doesn't like him very much. "Are you Yu Wenqiu?" Yang Mu walked up, looked at Yu Wenqiu, and asked in a deep voice. Yu Wenqiu also looked up at Yang Mu, and asked with his eyelashes rolled down. "Yes, what do you want from me?" Jiahao, who was standing aside, saw the other party's attitude and immediately became angry. He was ready to go forward to teach him a lesson, but was stopped by Yang Mu. "Do you know the name Victor?" Yang Mu stopped Jiahao and said directly. Yu Wenqiu seemed to understand the purpose of Yang Mu and his men when he heard the name, and a trace of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Why? Revenge for that boss? I don't think you are qualified, you." "Damn, I'm upset when I see your expressionless face." Jiahao looked at the other party's attitude and felt humiliated, and said loudly. Jiahao was so angry that he wanted to go up and hide him, but Yang Mu stopped him. The other party was a level 2 physique, and Jiahao was just an ordinary person. If he went up like this, he would only be beaten. Yang Mu turned his head and looked at Yu Wenqiu, saying, "No, we are representing Dulan to teach you a lesson." Yu Wenqiu still showed disdain when he heard Yang Mu's words, and said, "Help him teach me a lesson. Don't you worry that the Green Ghost Gang will cause trouble for you." Yang Mu smiled faintly and said, "I'm still waiting to get some news about the Green Ghost Gang from you." Yu Wenqiu frowned, obviously not understanding the meaning of Yang Mu's words, but his expression immediately calmed down. Looking at Yang Mu, he slowly said, "So, you asked me to come here today just to know the news of the Green Ghost Gang, right?" "No. I asked you to come here today just to beat you up and beat the shit out of you." Jiahao stood aside and said viciously. Yang Mu didn't say anything, but silently put down the backpack on his back, took out the mechanical arm inside, unfolded it, and then put it on his hand. Yu Wenqiu just stood there quietly and watched Yang Mu put a mechanical arm on his right hand. "I know you have a second-level physique." Yang Mu fixed the buckle on his shoulder and said lightly. "But I am confident that I can defeat you, of course, even if you are willing to tell me the location of the Green Ghost Gang." I have no intention of letting you go. Yang Mu's eyes gradually became cold. Yu Wenchu's face showed a smile, his eyes narrowed, looking at Yang Mu. If you want to fight, then fight. After a moment, 5 words came out of Yu Wenchu's mouth, and the two people's eyes met, and the fighting spirit rose. Chapter 19 Betting. Bang! The sound of fists and feet colliding came from the deserted alley. Yang Mu and Yu Wenchu were facing each other at this time. Yu Wenchu crossed his hands to resist Yang Mu's right hand wearing a mechanical arm. Yu Wenchu's heart was already in turmoil, because he had never seen such a powerful wearable component that could allow an ordinary person to withstand his attack, and even slightly better. Yang Mu was also horrified. On the one hand, he was surprised at Yu Wenchu's strength. Such strength was definitely not something that a person with a second-level physique could use. This guy might have almost reached a third-level physique, or even a third-level physique. On the other hand, he was very surprised by Uncle Chang's mechanical arm that he brought with him. Yang Mu didn't expect it to be able to withstand the opponent's attack so smoothly. Moreover, when Yang Mu punched, the mechanical arm could automatically adjust the angle and then increase the power of Yang Mu's fist with the greatest driving force. This allowed his body, which was barely a first-level physique, to withstand the opponent's attack and even have a slight advantage. Yang Mu was very calm, and he started to move his hands. He took 2 steps back and rushed forward again, waving the mechanical arm. But the opponent obviously knew that there was no advantage in confronting the mechanical arm head-on, so he chose a roundabout tactic. Yu Wenchu took a few steps back and then rushed towards Yang Mu. Yang Mu did not show weakness and also rushed towards Yu Wenchu. Just when the two were about to make contact, Yu Wenchu changed his steps and kicked up the wall of the narrow alley. Yang Mu was a little surprised. The opponent could actually use such a flexible movement in such a narrow alley with a width of less than 1 meter, which was completely beyond his expectation. Yu Wenchu's right foot kicked hard on the wall of the alley, and then his body twisted in the air, bent his left knee, and wanted to take advantage of falling from the air to put his left knee directly on Yang Mu's head. "Boss, be careful." Jia Hao, who was standing not far away and watching the situation, knew that he could not help much, so he could only remind him anxiously. Yang Mu, who was experienced in fighting, naturally understood what the other party was planning. He also slid his feet and kicked the left wall with his left foot. His body also quickly jumped into the air. When the other party saw Yang Mu's action, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Yang Mu's hand did not stop. With a twist of his body, Yang Mu's right-hand mechanical arm was fully powered and hit Yu Wenchu's face directly. Yu Wenchu was in no hurry to dodge, so he could only block Yang Mu's attack again with his hand, and his whole body retreated backwards. Steady his steps, the expression on Yu Wenchu's face had become a little serious. He thought that the guy in front of him could withstand his attack, mostly relying on the mechanical arm on his right hand, so he wanted to knock him down with his flexible movements. But he didn't expect that the guy's fighting skills were not weak at all. He was able to find a solution in such a short time, not only dissolving his attack, but also giving him a punch. "Boy, no matter how arrogant you are, aren't you a bitch?" Jia Hao, who was standing aside, looked at the frustrated Yu Wenchu and said proudly. It turned out that Yang Mu's attack just now had changed the opponent's position. Yu Wenchu was now standing on the other side of the alley, and Jia Hao was standing next to him. Yu Wenchu turned his head and glanced at Jia Hao. Jia Hao was frightened by the fierce breath in the opponent's eyes. He quickly shut up, pretending that nothing happened, looking away and whistling. But Yu Wenchu didn't have time to teach Jia Hao a lesson, because Yang Mu's attack came again. The fist with a mechanical arm whistled in front of Yu Wenchu with a fist wind. Yu Wenchu could only take it hard. He could defend himself, but there was no room for counterattack. Yang Mu grinned and attacked Yu Wenchu calmly. As a senior pilot who has been immersed in machinery for decades, although Yang Mu is not operating a mecha, after a few moves, Yang Mu still understands the various parts of this mechanical arm and understands that it will exert its maximum capacity in that situation. As for Yu Wenchu on the opposite side, although Yang Mu cannot knock him down directly, Yang Mu already has a feeling that this guy has few moves and basically he has fed them all. So next, it is time to prepare to end the battle. Yang Mu's strength in his hands increased again, and the mechanical arm whistled again and hit Yu Wenchu. Yu Wenchu on the opposite side seemed to be aware of this situation. The expression on his face has become a little sullen, and the movements of his hands are constantly speeding up, trying to find Yang Mu's flaws. Seeing this situation, Yang Mu knew that the opportunity had come. The opponent now had no moves to use. Yang Mu turned sideways, grabbed the opponent's right hand with his left hand, and the right mechanical arm was fully powered, fiercely smashing towards the opponent's face. Yu Wenchu saw that his right hand was restrained, and the distance between them was very short. The mechanical arm fist was about to hit his face in the next second. Yu Wenchu gritted his teeth, raised his left hand, clenched it into a fist, and also used all his strength to smash it hard with Yang Mu's mechanical arm. All this happened in an instant, and the two of them pulled away again. The huge momentum of the mechanical arm made Yu Wenchu unable to support himself. He retreated several meters, then covered his left hand and panted a little weakly. "Tell me the location of the Green Ghost Gang, and I will no longer bother you about anything related to you." Yang Mu hung his hands and said sternly. Yu Wenchu spit out a mouthful of saliva with a trace of blood, raised his right arm, turned his head to wipe the corner of his mouth, and looked at Yang Mu again. "What if I tell you? Do you think you can beat them with your strength? They are now the Blood Skull team. You will die if you go there, don't worry about that. Just tell me where they are." "That's enough." Yu Wenchu looked at Yang Mu, who was not far away, and was silent for a moment. "The bar at number 49 Pangbalin Street, Zicheng District, is their territory. If you are not afraid of death, go ahead." Yang Mu got the news and smiled. He looked at Jia Hao and then at Yu Wenchu, who was standing there. "Don't worry. My interests with them have ended. I won't ruin your business." Yu Wenchu thought Yang Mu was worried that he would leak the secret, so he added, "No, I just want to advise you. You have such a good talent. You can definitely join the army. Why do you have to live so miserably?" Yang Mu stood there and said calmly, "The other party can have such a physique at the age of a teenager, which means that he is still very talented. At least I have been in the army for so many years. People with such a physique at this age will undoubtedly become elite mecha pilots in the future. But in my previous life, I have never heard of Yu Wenchu. Maybe I didn't join the army and serve the country." Yang Mu was a little bit fond of talent, and didn't notice that he was still a student, but he said such words. Yu Wenchu was also confused by Yang Mu's words, but his expression showed a trace of disdain, and he said coldly, "My business, don't worry about it, whatever you do." Yang Mu raised his eyebrows, turned around and asked Jia how to leave. "Wait." Yu Wenchu's voice came from behind Yang Mu. Yang Mu stopped, turned his back to Yu Wenchu, turned his head and glanced at him. "Your name is Yang Mu, right? Do you dare to make a bet with me?" Yu Wenchu said. "What is the bet?" Yang Mu turned around and asked lightly. "On the afternoon after the college entrance examination, we will play another match here again." Yu Wenchu looked at Yang Mu with a burning gaze and said, "You can wear this mechanical arm." "Oh? What are you betting on?" Yang Mu looked at the mechanical arm in his hand, and then looked at Yu Wenchu. Yu Wenchu was silent for a while and said, "If I win, give me the mechanical arm in your hand." Yang Mu showed a trace of disdain at the corner of his mouth. "What if you lose?" Yu Wenchu looked into Yang Mu's eyes and seemed to have made a huge decision. "If I lose, then I will listen to you from now on, okay?" Yang Mu smiled, turned around and greeted Jia Hao, and left together. Yu Wenchu stood alone in the alley, covering his left arm, and didn't know what he was thinking about. He left after a long time. On the way, "Boss, you don't really want to bet with this guy, do you?" Jia Hao looked at Yang Mu with some doubts, then looked at the mechanical arm in Yang Mu's hand, and suddenly understood it in his heart. It turns out that the boss has a big backer. "Hey, boss, why don't you take this robotic arm off?" Jia Hao pointed at the robotic arm and asked, reaching out to help Yang Mu take it off. "Don't move." Yang Mu stopped Jia Hao in time. Because, just now under Yu Wenchu's attack, Yang Mu himself was also injured. At this moment, the right hand in the robotic arm should be swollen. Chapter 20 Meeting. Soon after walking out of the alley, Yang Mu, with the help of Jia Hao, took off the mechanical arm with difficulty, folded it up and put it in his school bag, only to find that his little arm and 5 fingers were swollen. Yang Mu had to go home to apply medicine first, and then go to Uncle Lay's store to get the scrap parts and return the mechanical arm. After returning home, Yang Mu went upstairs to his room, took out the medicine for bruises in the drawer, and applied it. It seems that in the fight with Yu Wenchu just now, he really couldn't withstand the full force of a person with a 3rd-level physique. In fact, for Yang Mu, neither side got anything good just now, and both sides were injured. This is why Yang Mu asked Yu Wenqiu directly instead of continuing to fight with him. However, Yang Mu agreed to the other party's bet because Yang Mu felt at this point named Yu Wenqiu always exuded an unpredictable temperament. Although he helped the evil and forced his friends into a desperate situation, Yang Mu now wanted to know why he did this. Speaking of this, Yang Mu silently memorized the address in his mind. The bar at number 49, Pangbalin Street, Zicheng District. Now that the address of the Green Ghost Gang has been found, there are two choices in front of him. Of course, the prerequisite for both choices is to find trouble with the Green Ghost Gang. One is to solve it by himself, and his subspace necklace has Annihilation. Although the current status of Annihilation is a bit broken, it is only the protective armor behind it that has been damaged. The front armor and cold weapons system and operating system are intact, enough to support himself to complete a low-intensity raid. And with this big killer, Yang Mu does not think that those individuals can withstand his attack. But the problem is that Annihilation is 7 meters tall, although not very tall, but it is enough to cause a commotion, which will expose Annihilation to the public. If the relevant departments are not found by accident, it will be a disaster for him. Moreover, the purpose he had just expressed to Yu Wenqiu was to cause trouble for the Green Ghost Gang. Although he had stated that he would not interfere, he knew that he would cause trouble for the Green Ghost Gang. In this way, if the matter of Annihilation was exposed, this guy would inevitably suspect him. If something else was involved, the relevant departments would come to him. In this case, he could only use the remaining method. Yang Mu took out a business card in his school bag and looked at it carefully. Yan Shanfu. The other party was a senior engineer and an academician of the research institute. He could always speak to the high-level officials in the New Star domain, so he undoubtedly became an important factor in helping Yang Mu. In terms of his identity, finding this guy seemed to be the safest way. But how should he explain all that he knew? Would the other party believe what he, a high school student, said? Yang Mu thought for a long time and made a decision in his heart. He immediately took out his smartwatch, opened the communication interface, and entered the number on the business card given by Yan Shanfu. Hello, how are you? The call was connected, but the voice from the other end was a middle-aged man with a magnetic personality, which made Yang Mu think he had called the wrong number. Yang Mu hesitated for a moment and asked, "Is it Yan Shanfu?" The other end of the phone paused for a moment, and then asked, "I'm Zhang Liang, who are you?" "My name is Yang Mu, the boy from the Science and Technology Museum that day," Yang Mu said. The other party was obviously stunned for a moment, and when the voice sounded again after a while, it was an old voice with a hint of surprise. "Young man, I didn't expect to use my business card so soon. What do you want to talk to me about? Are you going to let me show you a way?" Listening to the voice on the other end of the phone, Yang Mu pursed his lips. Although the old man was a bit old, he was very polite when he spoke. Yang Mu didn't explain much, but directly told him the purpose of his visit. "I want to ask you to do me a favor, help." "What?" Yan Shanfu, who was sitting on a wooden chair in a tea house, heard Yang Mu's words and put the cup back on the table beside him. Yan Shanfu admired this boy very much. Not only did he point out the shortcomings of the Blue Giant directly, but also because his words reminded Yan Shanfu. After that, he proposed to the Aquamarine Defense Command not to buy the Blue Giant. Although the military is still hesitant, the negative news about the Blue Giant has been heard from various places. The military has given up the plan to buy a large number of Blue Giants, which can be regarded as saving a large amount of losses for the country. And now Yan Shanfu is very curious about what this student-like boy can ask him for help. If it is for further studies, he is willing to help. "I have news about the Bloodskull Brotherhood here. I hope you can convey it to the Planet Defense Command." Bloodskull Brotherhood. Yan Shanfu frowned, a little confused, and turned to look at Zhang Liang standing aside. Zhang Liang thought for a moment and said to Yan Shanfu, "It is a pirate group around the Blue Sea Star. The Blue Sea Star has sent troops to encircle and suppress them many times, but all ended in failure. It also lost many elite warriors. It seems that it has always been the #1 target of the Blue Sea Star." "Oh?" Yan Shanfu was obviously attracted by this result and turned to ask Yang Mu on the phone. "I wonder what the news is." Yang Mu sorted out his thoughts and spoke. "It's like this. My friend's family was threatened by a gang called the Green Ghost Gang, and then he had to leave the Blue Sea Star. Before leaving, my friend's father told me that there was a shadow of the Bloodskull Brotherhood in that gang. Today I verified this news again. Those people often appeared in the bar at number 49, Pangolin Street, Zichen District, so I hope this news can help do something. After listening, Yan Xianfu smiled and touched his beard, his eyes flashed and said, "Such an important matter, it seems that it is difficult to explain it over the phone." Yang Mu heard him say that Yan Xianfu meant to meet, and hesitated for a moment. "You mean, we should talk in person?" "Why not?" Yan Xianfu said with a smile, acquiescing. Yang Mu pondered for a moment, weighed the pros and cons, confirmed that he had not revealed any flaws, and agreed. In fact, Yang Mu still had concerns, because with his current identity, he could not do things that were not in line with his identity, especially in front of Yan Xianfu. This old man always gave Yang Mu a feeling that everything was seen through, which was not good. But Yang Mu did not want to let the Bloodskull Brotherhood go, so he could only bite the bullet and agree. Ready to take it one step at a time. "Okay, do you make the appointment or do I make the appointment?" Yan Xianfu heard that Yang Mu agreed, and said, "Then let's go to the Science and Technology Museum last time, this weekend, you choose the time." Yang Mu shook his head and said to the other end of the phone, "No, tomorrow, I have something to do this weekend." "Okay, come over tomorrow afternoon, old man, I'll be waiting for you there." "Okay." After Yang Mu finished speaking, he hung up the phone decisively. The reason why Yang Mu said that the weekend was not possible was because this weekend was Chen Kei's birthday and he had to prepare. Moreover, the matter of the Bloodskull Brotherhood could not be delayed, and it was always better to solve it as soon as possible. So Yang Mu decided to solve this matter as soon as possible. Because Yang Mu always felt that this matter was a little different. The Bloodskull sneaked into the aquamarine planet quietly, and there must be some secrets that could not be revealed. Chapter 21 I want to give you a chance. The next day, after class, Yang Mi hurried to the Science and Technology Museum, which was not far from his home. He explained his purpose to the staff of the Science and Technology Museum, and soon someone took Yang Mu to a reception room on the second floor of the Science and Technology Museum. There, Yan Xianfu was already sitting inside drinking tea, and next to him, the muscular strong man Zhong Liang was still standing next to Yan Xianfu. Seeing Yang Mu coming in, Yan Xianfu's eyes obviously brightened, put down the teacup in his hand, and looked at Yang Mu. "Young man, come, sit here." Yan Xianfu pointed to the seat next to him and asked Yang Mu to sit down. Yang Mu looked at Yan Xianfu and Zhong Liang, a smile appeared on his face, and sat down next to Yan Xianfu. The staff in the reception room left one after another, and finally only Yan Xianfu and the other two were left. "Young man, now you can talk about that matter in detail." Yan Xianfu looked at Yang Mu and said with a smile. Yang Mu looked at Yan Xianfu, let out a long breath, and said the draft that he had prepared in his stomach. 2 days ago, my good friend suddenly wanted to leave Aquamarine Star, and I went to ask why. My friend's father told me the reason. The reason was that they had run into a gang these days, the Green Ghost gang we talked about yesterday, and the Bloodskull logo appeared in that gang. Yesterday I learned the specific location of the other party from one of their thugs. You should also be able to see that even if I, a high school student, want to cause trouble for them, I am powerless, and can only hope to use the power of the country to strike them down. It also helped my brother to avenge this hatred of leaving his hometown, so I thought of you, Mr. Yan. Yang Mu looked at Yan Xianfu sincerely. Boy, how can you guarantee that what you said is true? Before Yan Xianfu could speak, Zhong Liang, who was standing aside, denied it. What if that gang is just pretending to be powerful? What if the Bloodskull Brotherhood did not appear in the gang at all? When Yang Mu heard Zhong Liang's words, he turned his eyes to Zhong Liang, and his expression became a little unhappy. Are you saying that my brother's family is a group of fools? You can't even tell this. Besides, what evidence do you have to prove that there are no people from the Bloodskull Brotherhood there? Yang Mu looked straight at Zhong Liang, and the two of them looked at each other, but neither of them gave in. Okay, is this matter decided by me or you? Yan Xianfu, who had been sitting silently, said at this time. After taking a sip of tea, Yan Xianfu focused his eyes on Yang Mu again and said slowly. I don't know your name, young man. Yang Mu saw Yan Xianfu speaking, so he looked at Yan Xianfu again. Hearing the other party's question, he said, My name is Yang Mu, old man. This matter, Yan Xianfu nodded to show that he understood. I know. I will naturally mention this to the Planetary Defense Force, but that's all I can do. Whether they listen or not, and whether they investigate or not, is another matter. After all, I'm not in the military. This. Old sir, what I said is absolutely true. Please spend more effort, so that we can also protect the safety of our people. Yang Mu heard Yan Shenfu say this, lowered his head and thought for a while, and still said anxiously, if the military did not take this matter to heart and just treated it as an ordinary task, it would be very likely that they would not be able to see through everything, and then let the Bloodskull escape the investigation, and it is unknown what will happen next. In Yang Mu's memory, he once heard about an attack on the Aquamarine when he was a freshman, and the instigator of the incident was the Bloodskull Brotherhood, but he clearly remembered that the incident did not happen in Aquamarine City, but an attack in another large city near the equator. And the news at that time said that the attack was caused by the failure of the military's trapping plan. Although Yang Mu tried to compare the two things, no matter how he looked for their similarities, he still had no clue. So whether it was for that city or Halen City, Yang Mu felt that since he knew the existence of the Bloodskull Brotherhood, he must nip all dangers in the bud. But now the old man in front of him didn't seem to be able to help him. So, should he do this alone? Young man, listen to me. I will give all the information you know about this matter to the military and let them pay close attention to it, but you also have to know that if such a thing is true, it is very serious, so you must act carefully, so even if this matter is the fastest, it will take some time. It can't be like you think, directly sending troops to surround a place and then catching everyone inside. Yan Shenfu seemed to see Yang Mu's worries and told him slowly. Yang Mu nodded when he heard Yan Shenfu's words, expressing his understanding. Okay, old man, then I'd like to trouble you to report this matter as soon as possible, so that the military can send troops as soon as possible. After Yang Mu finished speaking, he felt that he had told everything he knew, and it was up to the military of the Blue Sea Star, so he stood up and prepared to go out. Young man, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Yan Shenfu saw that Yang Mu was about to leave, and said, I still have something to ask you now. Yang Mu paused, turned around and looked at Yan Shenfu, and asked with some confusion, looking for me, I wonder what you want to ask me, old man. Haha, don't be nervous, young man, it's a good thing. Yan Shenfu saw that Yang Mu's face became a little serious when he heard that he had something to ask him, and said with a laugh, I admire you very much, young man, and want to give you an opportunity. Do you want it? Yang Mu frowned, looked at Yan Shenfu, and asked, I wonder what kind of opportunity the old gentleman wants to give me. Yan Shenfu stroked his beard and looked at Yang Mu with a smile. Young man, have you heard of Kunluo College? Kunluo College, yes, this is a school that was just established last year. It is a military college under the capital Star Yanhurong University, directly under the military. I think you are very suitable to go there, and I just happen to have such a recommendation qualification. I'm sorry, old man, I won't go, Yang Mu said politely but directly. In fact, Yang Mu was really tempted. Yang Mu had heard of this college in his previous life. It was a military college that gathered elites from all over the world. The students who came out of it were all the best in the military circles of various countries in the future, but Yang Mu still chose to refuse. It was not that Yang Mu didn't want to go, but he made up his mind the next day after his rebirth. If he wanted to be with Chen Kai, then he would definitely go to the same school as Chen Kai. Even if someone said he was ignorant, Yang Mu didn't want to change his decision. Besides, he had no relationship with the old man in front of him, so Yang Mu didn't believe in pie in the sky. Young man, don't rush to refuse. You can think about it. I will always keep this quota for you. When Yan Shenfu heard Yang Mu's refusal, a trace of imperceptible disappointment flashed across his face, but he still said with a smile, Okay, then I'll think about it. Yang Mu saw hope in Yan Shenfu's eyes, hesitated for a moment, and said. After speaking, Yang Mu bowed politely and walked out. Yan Shenfu looked at the place where Yang Mu disappeared, and said nothing. Old Yan, this. I'm afraid it's not appropriate. At this time, Zhong Liang, who was standing aside, said in disbelief. As far as Zhong Liang knew, the recommendation quota for Kunlun College was only available to a group of people who had made outstanding contributions to the country, and each of them had only one. Countless rich and powerful people wanted to fight for one for their children, but they were nowhere to be found. Now this kid actually got the promise from old Yan so easily. There is only one such quota. You won't leave it to your grandson. Yan Shenfu picked up the teacup and blew twice, then slowly said, Han doesn't need to do this, he is not that kind of material. But, Yan Shui, Yan Shenfu raised his hand to stop Zhong Liang from talking. Xianwei will never agree to it. Besides, I am his father, Can he still interfere with my decision? Yan Shenfu took a sip of tea, looked at the tea leaves floating in the teacup, and said to himself, "It's not easy to find a good seedling here, I can't just waste it like this." Yan Shenfu came to the Blue Star in the New Star domain this time, not only for academic exchanges, but also to find a successor for himself. Over the years, Yan Shenfu has taught many students and seen many child prodigies, but he has never seen a high school student who can point out the defects of the mecha so concisely and accurately. What's more, the boy named Yang Mu in front of him always gave him a feeling of being unpredictable, mature and steady. Although he still didn't know all his talents, Yan Shenfu felt that he was a very good talent based on his attitude towards patriotism. If he wanted to learn all the knowledge he had, patriotism was the most important thing. "Xiao Zhuang, help me look up some information about Yang Mu." Zhang Liang nodded and helped Yan Shenfu stand up. "There's something unpredictable about this kid. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 22 Preparing Gifts. On the way out of the Science and Technology Museum, Yang Mu was still thinking about the suggestion Yan Shenfu suddenly made. However, Yang Mu was not thinking about whether to go to Kunlun College or not, but why the other party would throw such a big olive branch to him at this time. What ability did he have to be favored by such a respected person and get such a big promise from the other party? Yang Mu racked his brains to recall whether he had exposed something at any step, or in other words, he should not have come to Yan Shenfu and exposed himself in front of him. After all, the other party was an old man who had lived for decades and could not see through anything. However, every step he took was carefully considered and done carefully. Yang Mu's mind was in a mess, and his thoughts were like a knotted ball of wool, and he could not find any clues. Yang Mu shook his head and simply stopped thinking about it. Instead, he stopped pushing his bicycle and walked on the road along the river park, watching the river water sparkling under the slanting sunset, feeling the tranquility of the evening breeze, and soothing his dizzy head. "At least I did what I wanted to do, and I hope that something will change. Fatty is calling, Fatty is calling, Fatty is calling." At this moment, the watch in Yang Mu's pocket rang. It was Jia Hao calling. Yang Mu clicked on the interface, wondering why Jia Hao called him at this time, but suddenly he heard the other party's excited voice. "Mu Shui, where are you now? Do you know that you are awesome?" Jia Hao's harsh voice made Yang Mu unconsciously move his watch away. "Huh?" Yang Mu held the watch with a confused look on his face, standing on the side of the road with his bicycle. "Fatty, what do you mean?" "Oh no, my boss, I mean, hey, anyway, it's almost time to go to the TRM forum." "Boss, you are famous." Jia Hao was so excited that he couldn't help himself, stuttering, urging Yang Mu to go to the forum. "TRM forum? What happened? How did he become famous?" Yang Mu hung up the phone and went to the TAM forum in his watch in confusion. He scrolled a little and saw that there were many videos, analyses, and commentary articles about himself. There was also a video that was pinned to the top of the official homepage. Yang Mu widened his eyes, a little bit unbelievable, and clicked on the video on the homepage. The raider in the video used a disparate tactic when facing this fantasy mecha. You can see that he quickly judged the situation on the battlefield. In order to shorten the gap in equipment, he directly chose close combat. However, this 100-meter charge is definitely unmatched by anyone. His gorgeous body shape changes and various postures to dodge the opponent's attacks all show that the unnamed player has a very strong, even terrifying mecha control ability. The video turned to the time when Yang Mu's raider was hit by a knife from the fantasy mecha. When the attacker was attacked from both sides, he chose to fight to the death, and even chose the most direct angle, giving up all his weapons. This not only made the sniper mecha on the opposite side afraid to use their weapons, but also caught the fantasy mecha off guard. This player obviously knew the weakness of his mecha. The sniper mecha's poor performance in close combat was reversed by him. He chose to use auxiliary devices to attack the opponent's cockpit, making the opponent exhausted. This player has brought the battlefield's improvisation to the extreme, always leading the rhythm of the game, leaving the opponent no chance to fight back. Such a hardy battle is enough to be included in the top 100 classic scenes of TRM games. In the video, a video of himself defeating the fantasy mecha was playing. The video was recorded in the third person, and the movements of the mecha controlled by Yang Mu could be seen very clearly. At the same time, the passionate commentary of the video host made Yang Mu inexplicably a little excited. In the barrage, Chen Bu Mu Xiao, Liu Pai, this is fake. Various barrages were brushed, and the lower comments were even more lively. Some people speculated that this was just a staged photo shoot to attract attention, while others joked that they could also do such a move. At the same time, a small number of people were keen on speculating which game boss opened a small account. There were all kinds of opinions, which made Yang Mu, who was standing by the river and browsing the forum, dazzled for a while. He didn't expect that his small game would become a hot topic in the forum. "Boss, you are amazing now, hurry up and play the game," Jia Hao sent a message. Yang Mu looked at it and smiled. "Next time, I don't have time now," Yang Mu replied a message, closed the forum casually, put the watch in his pocket, and continued to push his bicycle forward. There was actually nothing to be emotional about such a thing, and it didn't make Yang Mu feel anything amazing at all. If it was the 17-year-old self, he might have screamed in surprise. But now, Yang Mu had to do something else. This weekend was Chen Kei's birthday, and Yang Mu had already thought about what kind of birthday gift to buy for Chen Kei. Now that he had time, Yang Mu was going to go to the nearby playground for a stroll. Arriving at the entrance of the bustling mall, Yang Mu locked his bike, looked up, and walked in. Yang Mu walked and looked around. When he passed by the entrance of the doll shop, Yang Mu stopped and turned his head to look inside. In front of it, there was a 2 or 3 meter long bear, brown and fluffy, leaning on the sofa in the store, very conspicuous. Yang Mu looked at it for a few times and thought it was very good. He looked around, hesitated for a moment, and walked in. "Hello, welcome." The female clerk saw Yang Mu walk in and immediately stood up and greeted him warmly. Yang Mu glanced at the clerk, nodded, then walked straight to the stuffed bear, pointed at it and asked the clerk, "Hello, may I ask, how much is this?" The female clerk followed what Yang Mu pointed to and saw the big bear doll. She smiled and said, 460 yuan after discount. "Are you going to give it to your girlfriend?" Hearing the clerk's words, Yang Mu, who had experienced many ups and downs, blushed a little, and looked at the smooth floor of the store with a little embarrassment. "Is it right?" Yang Mu squeezed out such a sentence. The female clerk looked at Yang Mu's somewhat embarrassed expression and was not surprised. A shy boy like Yang Mu came to buy a teddy bear, mostly to give it to the girl he liked. "Then do you want this doll?" the female clerk continued to ask with a smile. Yang Mu nodded, looked up and said, "Can you please leave it in your store first, and I will come to pick it up on Saturday?" If he carried such a big doll home like this, his mother would probably call a family meeting immediately. And he would be the only topic they would discuss at the meeting. So he decided to leave it in the store first. As for letting his childhood friend Jia Hao keep it, Yang Mu never had such an intention. The clerk nodded and put away the big bear on the sofa. "Okay, we'll reserve it for you first. Do you need it packed?" "Thank you for your help." Yang Mu walked to the counter and said, paying the money, telling the store owner a few words, and then turned and left the store. After that, Yang Mu went to a cake shop and ordered a small cake, also agreed to pick it up on Saturday. After doing all this, Yang Mu rode his bicycle, whistling all the way, and went home happily. On the game forum, the popularity of the 3-day hot beating video is still unabated, and all sections have various comments and analyses of this video. At this moment, when Yang Mu was happily going home, in a room on the second floor of a luxurious manor on the capital star, a handsome black-haired boy had watched the video of Yang Mu operating the mecha countless times in front of the projection computer. The boy frowned and looked at the gray interface. It's been 3 days, and that person is still not online. Seeing that the friend request on the computer had not been approved, the boy leaned back in his chair a little depressed. 3 days ago, the original video of Rookie's Violent Fantasy Mecha posted on the forum was uploaded by me, because the game's viewing area automatically recommended this video to the viewing page at that time, and I accidentally clicked in, but I saw the most exciting part. The kind of hardy fighting style of driving a mecha, the decisiveness revealed in the killing, the smooth movements and effective tactics made the blood in my heart burn again. So I made this video and put it on the forum, and then stayed at the computer every day, waiting for this guy to agree to my friend request. But there has been no response until now. The boy sat in front of the computer in front of the window. It was drizzling outside the window at this moment, and there were dull thunders from time to time, and the boy sat alone in a somewhat dim room. Woof woof, a dog sounded, and the boy lowered his head and stroked the cream-colored puppy in his arms. This was a gift from his father half a month ago. He kept himself company, and he liked it very much. Stroking the puppy, the boy sighed, lifted the puppy in front of him, looked at the puppy's black pearl-like eyes, pursed his lips and said to the puppy, "Little pumpkin, I really want to play with him." The puppy seemed to understand, and licked the boy's nose very smartly. In the gloomy evening, in the silent room, the boy was accompanied by only a computer with a faint light, a puppy licking its paws, and a wheelchair where the boy sat. Chapter 23. Something new. Sometimes time is like an idiom in Chinese studies. Time flies by like a white horse, and in the blink of an eye, time slips away quietly. A week of study always ends quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it is another weekend. Today is Friday, and the sky in Halen City is very clear at night, with bright moon and sparse stars. Yang Mu, who turned off the lights early and sat on the bed in the room, took his smartwatch, opened the chat interface, and sat on the bed looking at the starry sky outside the window. Tomorrow is Chen Kei's birthday, and Yang Mu has prepared a birthday gift for her, but at this moment Yang Mu has an inexplicable uneasiness in his heart. He hasn't talked to Chen Kei face to face for more than 10 years. The last conversation was still pretending not to know each other. I don't know how to face Chen Kei and say everything I want to say when I see Chen Kei tomorrow. Half an hour later, Yang Mu still opened the communication interface, found Chen Kei's name, clicked in, and hesitantly sent a message. "Are you asleep?" Yang Mu stared at the screen, waiting for a reply, but after a few minutes, there was still no reply from Chen Kei on the screen. Yang Mu sighed, thinking that the other party had fallen asleep. Just as he was about to close the interface shook and Chen Kei sent a reply message. Right away, "What's up?" Yang Mu looked at the interface and was very happy, but he didn't know what to reply. After thinking for a moment, he replied, "No, I just wanted to ask how you were doing this week. How was it?" "Not bad, every day was very fulfilling," Chen Kei replied again. "But I'm still a little tired." "A little tired? What's wrong?" Yang Mu thought it was because of the part-time job, and asked hurriedly. "Just studying now. I have another day of part-time work tomorrow, so I'm going to sleep first. Good night." Chen Kei sent several messages in a row and then went offline. "Then you have a good rest. Good night." Yang Mu deleted and wrote the content he entered, wrote and deleted it, and finally sent this sentence to the chat interface, feeling a little lost in his heart. Although it was just a short chat, this was the first time Yang Mu had sent a message to the other party since his rebirth. At this moment, looking at the message sent by the other party, Yang Mu flipped through it again and again, and his mood could not calm down for a long time. Perhaps because of the message from Chen Kei, after walking around the room twice, Yang Mu still felt that he was not sleepy at all, so he put on his clothes and left the room. Coming to the utility room in the backyard, Yang Mu carefully locked the door, and then took out the subspace necklace from his pocket. Taking out Annihilation from the necklace again, Yang Mu looked at the mecha in front of him with interest. Then he took out a few scrap parts from the sack next to him. This was taken from the store when he went to return the mechanical arm last time. Although he had made Uncle Cheng's mechanical arm a little tattered, Uncle Cheng still remembered his own affairs and gave him a large sack of scrap parts. Of course, all this was not seen by Uncle Lei. Yang Mu took the scrap parts and walked carefully to the side of the mecha, and still placed the parts on the hole on the back of the mecha. After a few seconds, the parts really began to change, turning red, softening, and finally being gradually absorbed by the mecha. Seeing that this method worked, Yang Mu kept putting the scrap parts in the sack on top. After more than an hour, the parts in the sack had disappeared, and instead there was a pile of useless materials on the ground of the mecha that had been rejected. At this time, there was also a piece of armor the size of a wash basin on the back of the mecha. Seeing that Annihilation was gradually recovering, Yang Mu was naturally very happy. He immediately walked forward and used the subspace necklace to stand up Annihilation. The front armor of the mecha slid down, revealing the straight cylinder cockpit inside. Yang Mu looked at this familiar cockpit and turned to get in. As the front armor closed automatically, Yang Mu fell into darkness, and the next second the cockpit auxiliary screen in front of Yang Mu unfolded, and an anthropomorphic male voice sounded. "Please verify your identity, Yang Mu, number Blue River 001. Password, Furious Star." A white light shone from the auxiliary screen and scanned Yang Mu's eyes. voice print scan passed, password scan passed, pupil scan passed. Yang Mu, welcome to Drive the Tank Snake Super Improved Combat Mech. The mechanical boy's voice sounded again, and there was a noise in the cockpit where Yang Mu was standing. The next second, Yang Mu felt his waist tighten. Yang Mu looked down and saw that it was the universal fixing ring of the cockpit, which was not surprising. Although the cockpit in the mecha is not a gyroscope structure, people will still turn their bodies upside down with the movement of the mecha, and the role of the universal fixer is to reduce the shaking of the driver's body, and at the same time, they can perform various actions while standing upside down. It's a pity that the somatosensory suit cannot be stored in the cabin, so he has no way to operate the mecha, and he can't see the situation outside the mecha. It seems that he has to find a way to get a somatosensory suit that can operate Annihilation. When Yang Mu was thinking about where to get a somatosensory suit, he suddenly found something different. Suddenly, many green lights were emitted from the thick universal fixed ring on Yang Mu's waist, spreading rapidly towards his upper and lower body. Yang Mu was startled by this situation, and hurriedly took pictures of these light spots, but found that these light spots were not on his clothes. Yang Mu quickly lifted up his clothes, and saw these green light spots wandering on his skin, and slowly covered his whole body, and finally extended to his brain. If Yang Mu is not nervous, it is impossible. Even with decades of experience, Yang Mu has never seen such a situation. But in this situation, Yang Mu can't do anything. These green lights seem to pass under his skin, and he can't stop them at all. Yang Mu can only watch these lights spread to his whole body. Yang Mu's mind is running fast, flipping through the knowledge in his mind, hoping to know what these green lights are. While Yang Mu was thinking about this, the green light had spread rapidly from Yang Mu's neck and the back of his head to the front, and finally gathered in Yang Mu's eyes. In Yang Mu's eyes, the green light seemed to no longer move, and the green light turned into dark green, just like wearing a tight jacket. But the next moment, Yang Mu's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe the scene in front of him. At this moment, in Yang Mu's eyes, it was not the dim scene in the cockpit, but the scene in the utility room. Yang Mu actually found that his eyes were through the body, looking at the scene outside the mecha from the first-person perspective of the mecha. On his head, he was not wearing a bulky holographic helmet, and it was completely what he saw with his naked eyes. At the same time, some cursors appeared in the upper left and right corners of Yang Mu's vision, showing the various data of the mecha. Seeing this scene, Yang Mu was simply unbelievable. His current vision was more real than the vision with a holographic helmet, and the picture would not have any distortion. Yang Mu tried to look at a corner of the utility room, but his vision changed again. The vision was pulled forward, and Yang Mu could see the silver metal wire exposed on the parts in the corner. At this time, two holes appeared on the left and right sides of the straight cylinder cockpit. Yang Mu took a look and saw that this was the place to operate the left and right hands of the mecha. Yang Mu stretched his hands in, and the mecha parts immediately fitted Yang Mu's arms. At the same time, two pedals rose under Yang Mu's feet, completely wrapping Yang Mu's left and right feet. This is the operating bracket for the left and right legs of the mecha. Seeing that the bracket was fitted, Yang Mu tried to raise his right hand a little, and saw that the right hand of the mecha also moved at this time. Yang Mu turned his right hand behind his back, hoping to operate the mecha and touch the shoulder of the back armor. The right hand of the mecha also immediately touched back when Yang Mu's hand moved. This is incredible. With such an action, the mecha can actually achieve instant linkage, and there is almost no time difference with his own actions. This is simply subverting Yang Mu's cognition, because he has never seen such technology on any mecha. And now Yang Mu finally understood the role of those green lines that spread all over his body. It was actually connected to the mecha, allowing his actions to be linked with the mecha with high precision, making it possible for him to complete various actions more light and flexible. These green lines greatly improved the flexibility of the mecha, allowing the driver to operate the mecha more easily. The only technology that Yang Mu knew was the neural link operating system that was in the development and testing stage. If the current somatosensory suit operation was completely replaced by this unknown green line, the mecha would reach a new height. Yang Mu's heart was shaken. After trying a few more actions in the mecha, Yang Mu came out of the mecha with some unsatisfied intentions, put the mecha back into the subspace necklace, stood in the utility room, stroked his chin and thought. Annihilation was completely incomprehensible to him now. This incredible absorption material and green light operating system made Yang Mu a little confused. How could his mecha have such a change? If it was just said that the mecha had mutated when he traveled to the time when he was 17 years old, Yang Mu would not believe it at all. This technology, relying solely on the disorder of particles in space, could not cause such a change. You know, annihilation is essentially just a bunch of man-made objects. But now the situation of annihilation really makes me wonder how to explain it. Could it be that it was really God's hand that changed the nature of annihilation? Yang Mu looked up at the roof of the utility room, and for a moment, he fell into layers of confusion. Chapter 24 Long time no see. On Saturday, the sun arrived as expected, rising from the east of Halen City, and then slowly rising, emitting warm sunlight and heat, bringing vitality to this huge city. Yang Mu slept in for a rare time. After returning to his room last night, he was still thinking about annihilation. This morning, he couldn't get up, so he slept for half an hour. In the morning, Yang Mu helped his mother send Lei Ming and Lei Hong to the children's palace, and then Yang Mu went to Lei Shangwu's store to help. He also discussed the experience of using the robotic arm with Chang Feng and put forward some suggestions for improvement. At noon, Yang Mu, who was helping in the store, simply did not go home for lunch. He ate employee meals with the employees in the store, and then helped do some things, asking some questions about the operation of the mecha in a roundabout way. However, the answers of these mecha veterans were very consistent. They believed that the operation of the mecha would gradually transition from somatosensory operation to spinal nerve operation in the future, and no one could tell the news related to the green light. Although Yang Mu occasionally offered some opinions, he mostly listened in order not to be exposed. Seeing that he really didn't get any conclusions and that there was nothing else to do in the store, Yang Mu rode his bicycle to the city library, hoping to find some useful information there. However, after reading the books, Yang Mu still didn't get any useful information. Yang Mu could only temporarily regard the situation of the green line as a form of neural control. When he came out of the city library, Yang Mu looked at the time on his watch. It was already 3 o'clock. I chatted with Chen Kai yesterday. She said that she had a whole day to do today. Yang Mu wanted to help early in the morning, but he was almost delayed because of these things. So Yang Mu hurriedly rode his bicycle to pick up the big bear and cake that had been prepared long ago, and then rushed to Chen Kai's workplace. On the way to the market, Yang Mu learned his lesson this time. He left his bicycle in a shopping mall and took the city light rail to the bustling market. However, Yang Mu seemed to have overlooked a big problem, that is, the 2 or 3 meter big bear he bought was really scary. Yang Mu had to lift up such a big stuffed bear by the waist, holding the cake in one hand and the big bear in the other. On the big stuffed bear, the clerk also carefully tied pink ribbons on the bear's limbs and neck. As a result, almost everyone who passed by Yang Mu would look back at Yang Mu, especially some little girls, who even exclaimed in envy, making Yang Mu very embarrassed. At one point, he questioned whether he bought too big. Passing through the market again, there were obviously fewer people there in the afternoon. The market was basically full of vendors and buyers. Yang Mu carried the bear and broke into this incompatible place. Fortunately, the big bear was wrapped in a layer of plastic packaging bag, so it would not be dirty. But needless to say, Yang Mu's eye-catching posture once again enjoyed the scrutiny from the public. Yang Mu lowered his head and walked quickly towards the Hangshan grain and oil store where Chen Kai worked. On the way, Yang Mu took a few deep breaths and silently recited a speech he had prepared countless times in his mind, thinking about how to greet Chen Kai when he met her later. Finally, Yang Mu, who was carrying the big bear, had seen where Chen Kai worked. A large truck was unloading goods in front of the door of the grain and oil store, and Chen Kai and the boss were unloading the goods from the truck and putting them on the cart next to them. Zio K, the prices of these 2 rice bags are different, don't mix them up. I know, brother Wei, I put these 2 rice bags on both sides, that's good. The middle-aged shop owner wiped his sweat and said to Chen Kai. Chen Kai was bending over to unload the goods, with her back to Yang Mu, who was walking over, and she didn't notice Yang Mu standing a few meters behind her. It was the owner of the grain and oil store who stood up and looked at Yang Mu with a surprised look on his face that attracted Chen Kai's attention. Seeing Chen Kai, whose face was red, turned around, Yang Mu's smile became a little uncomfortable. Yang Mu swallowed nervously and looked straight at Chen Kai. "Here, long time no see." Chen Kai, who was a little confused when she saw her boss standing and looking behind her, turned around and saw Yang Mu standing behind her with a huge stuffed bear. Yang Mu's eyes were looking at her, and his expression was still indescribable, sadness? Or joy? Chen Kai glanced at Yang Mu and the big bear on Yang Mu's body, blinked, took a deep breath, and gradually grinned at the corner of her mouth, looking at Yang Mu. Yang Mu, what are you doing? Chen Kai looked at Yang Mu with a smile. Yang Mu was carrying this huge bear at this time, and the whole person looked a little short and funny against the background of the big bear. Did you come here specially to let me see your silly look? Yang Mu saw that Chen Kai was not flustered by his arrival, but rather felt relieved. He immediately stepped forward, pushed the big bear on his shoulder to Chen Kai, and then put the cake in Chen Kai's hand. Why did you say I came here? Of course, it's for your birthday. This is for you, for me. Chen Kai took the things handed over by Yang Mu in a flustered manner. Her little head appeared in the arms of the big bear. Her face was flushed, and her temples were wet with sweat and stuck under her ears. Yang Mu, what are you doing? I still have things to do, Chen Kai said to Yang Mu in a pretended angry tone, and then looked at the boss next to her. It doesn't matter. I'll take care of your work, Yang Mu said with a smile, rolled up his sleeves, and walked into the truck warehouse to move the goods. There was still half a truck of goods in the compartment. I don't know what the boss was thinking. He actually only hired a girl like Chen Kai to help. This, Chen Kai wanted to speak to stop him, but the boss next to him smiled and spoke first. Haha, Zai okay, your boyfriend is fine. Go and take a rest. Let your boyfriend take your shift. No, he's not. Chen Kai listened to the boss's words, and the blush on her face became more obvious. She said shyly, which was rare. He is my good friend. The boss didn't care about Chen Kai's explanation, but walked into the warehouse with a smile, bent down and continued to unload the goods with Yang Mu. Looking at the busy figures of the two, Chen Kai might be a little embarrassed, so she found a clean place to put down the big bear and the cake, and joined in the action of moving the goods. Chen Kai, didn't you say that I would do these things? Yang Mu, why do you think you are so powerful? This is my job. Of course I have to do it, boss. You can't pay me less wages just because this guy comes. Haha, I can't do it less. I can't do it less, boss. I am a generous person. Chapter 25 Happy Birthday. Cheers. As night fell, on the rooftop of an apartment building not far from the market, Yang Mu and Chen Kai sat face to face on a lamp, with a big stuffed bear placed behind Chen Kai and a cake placed on a small table in front of them. Two plastic cups filled with drinks clinked together, and two cheers rang out. Yang Mu and Chen Kai both raised their cups and drank the drinks in the cups, then looked at each other. Happy birthday. Yang Mu looked deeply at Chen Kai, who had a bun on her head, and looked at her pretty face, and was a little dazed for a moment. Chen Kai's face was the type that was very pleasing to the eye, not delicate, with two willow-like thin eyebrows and a little makeup. She would be a very beautiful beauty. Moreover, Chen Kai's skin was delicate, and regular physical labor made Chen Kai's skin a little light brown, which made her look even more charming. Chen Kai wiped her mouth and saw Yang Mu looking at her, with a dazed look. Yang Mu, why are you looking at me like that? Ah. No, nothing. Yang Mu heard Chen Kai say this, and hurriedly looked away a little embarrassedly, and hurriedly excused himself. Seeing Yang Mu's embarrassed look, Chen Kai laughed out loud, revealing two small canine teeth, which made Yang Mu feel a little moved again. Chen Kai picked up the drink next to her, filled her own cup, and pretended to fill Yang Mu's cup. Wait, let's eat the cake first. Yang Mu waved his hand and reached out to unwrap the cake in front of him. Chen Kai saw Yang Mu lowering his head and concentrating on unwrapping the cake, and smiled without saying a word, but put down the drink in his hand, supported his chin with both hands, and squinted his eyes to watch Yang Mu unwrap the cake in front of them. Yang Mu unwrapped the package, revealing the cake inside, which was a bear-shaped cake. Because Chen Kai once said that she liked bears, Yang Mu also took note of this and specially ordered one at the cake shop. Yang Mu, how did you remember my birthday? I don't think I told you, did I? Chen Kai propped up her chin and asked. Yang Mu calmly took out the package, took out the birthday candles prepared on the side, looked up at Chen Kai, lowered his head and carefully inserted the candles on it. No? I remember you said it, but you just forgot it, Yang Mu said softly, inserted the two candles representing 17 on the cake, and lit the candles with a lighter he got from the owner of the grain and oil store. In this time and space, Chen Kai did not tell Yang Mu about her birthday, but Yang Mu naturally would not say so. Without waiting for Chen Kai to continue asking questions, Yang Mu urged, Do you want to sing? My singing voice is not good. Chen Kai smiled and said, yes, of course. Showing a helpless expression, Yang Mu had to sit up straight, straighten his throat, and sing. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Well, Yang Mumu, you sing really well. Chen Kai grinned and clapped her hands. The sweet smile instantly filled Yang Mu's heart. Okay, make a wish. Yang Mu finished singing the song and pointed to the cake in front of him with a smile. Chen Kai glanced at Yang Mu, then turned to look at the cake in front of him, immediately closed her palms, put them in front of her, and closed her eyes. Yang Mu looked at Chen Kai infatuatedly. The delicate and slightly immature face in front of him, although not as mature as he remembered, still made Yang Mu feel mixed emotions. The next moment, Chen Kai opened her eyes, and Yang Mu hurriedly looked away, while Chen Kai looked at Yang Mu. Okay, blow out the candles quickly, Yang Mu said with a smile, somewhat afraid to look Chen Kai in the eye. Don't you want to ask me what wish I made? This is not good. Chen Kai looked at Yang Mu's somewhat embarrassed expression, covered her mouth and smiled, and said, I was just kidding you. I'm telling you, it won't work. As she said that, Chen Kai leaned forward slightly, lifted her hair from her temples, and blew out the candles. Yang Mu handed the knife and fork that he had prepared to Chen Kai, and asked the birthday girl to cut the cake. Happy birthday, thank you, Yang Mumu, Yang Mu said emotionally while holding the cake. Chen Kai also smiled and responded. The night deepened. More than an hour passed, and Chen Kai and Yang Mu sat on the chairs on the rooftop, looking at the still bustling city in the distance, and remained silent for a long time. Yang Mumu, thank you for coming to celebrate my birthday. Chen Kai looked at the bustling night scene in the distance, pursed her lips, and suddenly said, this is the best birthday I've ever had. Yang Mu turned his head and looked at Chen Kai, and sat up with some confusion, looking at Chen Kai sitting next to him. No more, this is what I should do. Chen Kai heard Yang Mu's somewhat calm answer, lowered her head and bit her lips a little disappointed, and then put down her bun with her right hand. In an instant, Chen Kai's black and shiny hair spread out, hanging behind her head like a black waterfall, making Yang Mu beside her look a little absent-minded. Chen Kai lifted her hair from her temples, drank the drink in the cup in her hand, and let out a deep breath, as if she wanted to spit out all the depression in her heart. Yang Mumu, do you know why I rented a house here? Chen Kai turned her head to look at Yang Mu, and suddenly asked Yang Mu an irrelevant question. Yang Mu blinked his eyes, recovered, looked at Chen Kai, and asked, why? From what Yang Mu knew in the past, that is, Chen Kai was an orphan, living in her uncle's house since she was a child. After Chen Kai got into trouble, he also went to her uncle's house. It was a very ordinary family with 2 children. The boy was an employee of a small company, and the girl was a textile factory worker. They didn't live a rich life, and even had some financial difficulties. Today, he was going to find a restaurant to celebrate Chen Kai's birthday, but Chen Kai brought him to this rooftop, and she also said that she rented a house in this apartment. Yang Mu knew that Chen Kai had moved out and lived alone. Chen Kai explained that it was convenient for her to do part-time work here. When I was 3 or 4 years old, my mother took me with her. Chen Kai was silent for a moment, looking at the scenery in the distance, and began to recall her past. One day, my mother took me to my uncle's house and had lunch there. When my cousins and I were watching TV in the living room, my mother left alone and said she was going to buy me ice cream. At that time, I really believed it, and I waited for the strawberry-flavored ice cream in my uncle's house alone. Chen Kai moved a chair and put her hands on her knees. I waited until the evening, the next day, and the third day, but my mother still didn't show up with the ice cream I wanted. I cried and asked for my mother. And my uncle and aunt comforted me, saying that the ice cream my mother wanted to buy was far away and would take several days, and I believed it again. But since then, my mother has never shown up, and I ate the ice cream bought by my uncle. Gradually, I forgot about my mother. As if thinking of something, Chen Kai stood up, walked to the fence, and looked at the scenery below. From then on, I lived in my uncle's house, but later, my uncle lost his job and found a job that was hard but not very well paid. He went out early and came back late every day. When I was in elementary school, my uncle insisted on sending me to the best school. That school cost 30,000 yuan a semester, and my cousins only went to ordinary schools. The family was often short of money, and my aunt's attitude towards me began to become not very good. The two of them always quarreled because of my tuition. I once cried and asked my uncle to forget it and let me go to an ordinary school, but my uncle still insisted on letting me go to the best girls' school. Chen Kei's voice gradually became a little choked, as if facing the deepest struggle in her heart. Yang Mu stood up, walked to Chen Kei's side, raised his left hand and wanted to put it on Chen Kei's back, but stopped, and the expression on his face became a little complicated. I asked my uncle why, but he never told me and just told me to study hard. I know that because of me, my uncle's family has always lived in poverty, so at that time, I set a goal. I must study hard so that my uncle and his family can live a good life. Chen Kei slowly controlled her emotions and said with a firm tone. Yang Mu stood by, listening to Chen Kei's words silently, and had a different understanding of this strong girl in his heart. Yang Mu didn't know how to comfort Chen Kei. He just looked at Chen Kei's thin and helpless figure, and a desire to protect the girl in front of him surged in his heart. Don't worry, now you have me. Chen Kei, who was standing by, was suddenly stunned when she heard Yang Mu's words, and turned to look at Yang Mu. Alice, single dogs can't afford to be hurt. I have changed it again and again, and put the bull on it for collection and recommendation. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.